God-Level Store Manager System Chapter 801. After confirming that he could still control his fingers, Nalankinki resolutely grabbed the icicle on the cliff. An icy pain passed from icicle to Nalankinki's hands, and then passed into Nalankinki's mind. It hurts. The frozen icicle is like a blade. With no difficulty, Nalankinki's palm was cut. The red blood flowed on the icicle, and the ice blue icicle was stained red. In this scene, everyone in the shop was worried. Luo Sheng also sighed secretly in his heart. If you want to gain great power, how can you not need to pay a price? Even those powerhouses with exceptional natural talents and aptitude, their powerful strengths are only obtained by their own continuous efforts, even countless desperate efforts. Not to mention, want to get such a powerful and unmatched power. No, you can't give up. Nalankinki gritted his teeth. Even in such a cold temperature, the pain is still full of sweat on his forehead. However, Nalankinki did not let go, but climbed up unswervingly. The piercing pain not only did not relax Nalankinki's hand by half, but instead made her grip even tighter. The cliffs are steep. The position of the ice and snow war spear is even more towering. Once you relax, you may lose all your previous work. Nalankinki knew this clearly, and even became more focused during this piercing pain. I need this power. Even if you are crushed, I can't give up. Nalankinki's eyes became more focused than ever. Each step climbing, they have become extremely cautious, but they have also tried their best. The severe cold caused Nalankinki's whole body to become numb. But even so, Nalankinki did not give up in the slightest. Even if the line of sight in front of him starts to blur and his consciousness begins to loosen, Nalankinki only has a single thought. That is to climb up and get that ice and snow war spear. The blood in the palm has long since drained. The wound was incredibly pale because of the cold of icicle. The bright red on the icicle is like the azalea on the cliff. It looks tenacious and beautiful. Finally, I got it. I don't know how long it took. Nalankinki came to the top of the cliff, extended the hand, and firmly grasped the ice and snow war spear that pierced into the cliff. Consciousness disappeared at the same time. Nalankinki's eyes instantly turned into darkness. The palm of the hand holding the ice and snow war spear softened, and his body fell off the cliff. Enough! Luo Sheng spit out a word in a cold voice. Immediately with a wave of the right hand, Nalankinki was pulled out of the Ice Queen's magic space with the authority of Store Manager. Although Nalankinki has no wounds on his body, his pale face is still pitiful. In Akuma, but the life form signs are all normal. It seems to be too tired. Luo Sheng just glanced at it and knew what was going on with Nalankinki. It seems that in the magic space of the Ice Queen, it is really just a test of willpower. Xioki, are you okay? How is it? It didn't hurt, Store Manager. Xioki, it shouldn't be something. The crowd of Orchid Leaf Group immediately gathered. Don't worry, Xioki is just too tired. It's okay. Luo Sheng put the unconscious Nalankinki cautiously on the sofa, and then looked towards the illusory of the Queen of Ice Shadow. Chapter 801, Finally, it's successful. God-Level Store Manager System Chapter 802. What's the situation now? Luo Sheng looked at the Ice Queen and asked calmly. Very amazing willpower. In fact, I can't think of anything that can make her so desperate. The tone of the Ice Queen illusory shadow is still very majestic, just this time, but there is a feeling of appreciation inside. Then, the Ice Queen illusory shadow looked at Nalankinki on the sofa. Inheritor, your will surprised me. I, the 27th Queen of Ice, here, acknowledge your candidacy. This please use the strength that inheritance gives you. The voice fell to the ground. The illusory shadow of the Ice Queen instantly scattered into the sky, and then quickly merged into Nalankinki's body. System, the first qualified person of the Ice Queen's rank inheritance scroll is recognized by the Ice Queen and accepts the strength of inheritance. System, Ice Queens, the test is still going on. The only weapon, the ice and snow spear, is temporarily unable to inherit. Two prompt sounds also appeared in Luo Sheng's mind. At this moment, the imposing manner on Nalankinki's body also changed, with heaven and earth turning upside down. Become noble, elegant, graceful, luxurious. But soon, this imposing manner converged. Nalan Kinky also opened his closed eyes in this brief moment. What's wrong with me? I feel like I have had a long dream. Nalan Kinky shook his head, then he looked at the people around him suspiciously. Sister Lan Yi, what are you doing around me? By the way, where is the illusory shadow of the Ice Queen? Did I fail? Nalan Kinky's gaze floated to the shop lobby again, and then as if thinking of something, lost one's head out of fear asked, "Of course not, you succeeded." Luo Sheng came over and answered Nalan Kinky's question. Success. Nalan Kinky was a little confused. But soon, Nalan Kinky covered his head with a bit of pain on his face. This is the message of the Ice Queen's rank inheritance scroll, which is pouring into Nalan Kinky's mind. To get the inheritance of the Ice Queen is equivalent to accepting everything in this rank. Previously, what the illusory shadow of the Ice Queen said during the inheritance also revealed some news. The former Queen of Ice is the 27th Queen of Ice. In other words, the rank of Queen of Ice has always been a single pass of lineage. But it is no wonder that Nalan Kinky has to undergo a test before accepting the strength of inheritance. No way. The Queen of Ice until now is all lineage single pass. When choosing inheritor, it is understandable. In this brief moment, Nalan Kinky's Ice Element Magician rank has officially become the Queen of Ice. And along with the rank of the Ice Queen, what was inherited to Nalan Kinky is the magic and combat skills possessed by the Ice Queen, as well as their knowledge and insights on magic. All these are very precious knowledge. 27 Ice Queens possess the knowledge and magic they possess. It can be said that it is a profit. This also explains why the illusory shadow of the former Ice Queen can possess such majestic magic power. That is the magic that people have inherited from generation to generation of Ice Queens. It's no wonder that the Ice Queen's rank inheritance scroll, there are so many things from the inheritance. But only 3 Grandmaster rank magic cores are more expensive than the Washwang Spear Soul rank inheritance scroll. Chapter 802, The Truth of the Ice Queen. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 803, The Rank of Queen of Ice. Although it may indeed be better than Washwang Spear Soul, but it is not as strong as expected. But it doesn't matter. Luo Sheng doesn't care about these things. How about it? I should know it now. Luo Sheng asked. Nalan Kinky's face to improve before asking. Well, I know all about it. I have received the power of inheritance. Nalan Kinky clicked, nodded and revealed a sweet smile. That is a joy from the heart. Thank you, Luo Sheng. You're welcome. Luo Sheng laughed, and said seriously, however, although this matter it's a bit horrible now, but Cheng Yui, 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores. After seeing the power of the Queen of Ice illusory shadow, the Ice Queen rank inheritance scroll is priced at 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores, which is really a price that can no longer be conscience. Store manager, although I know the price is fair, but 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores are really too many. I don't know, can I use spirit crystal instead? Lan Yi said hesitantly. It's not that Lan Yi is unwilling to pay for these 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores, mainly because, in Cloud Mist City, it is easy to get 80,000 spirit crystals. However, it is indeed a big problem to collect 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores. Although there are now Grandmaster rank demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest, in the final analysis, the foundation of Cloud Mist Forest is still very insufficient. In a short time, it still belongs to the low-level demonic beast forest. Unlike some large-scale demon forests, there are dozens or even hundreds of Grandmaster rank demonic beasts at every turn. No, the price cannot be changed. If it is magic core, it must be magic core. Luo Sheng shook his head slightly, and said warmly, Luo Sheng can't decide this matter either. System said that it wants Grandmaster rank magic core. What can Luo Sheng do? He has to buy from System. However, in a short period of time, we can't make up 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores. Lan Yi said with some distress. Yes, Luo Sheng, or else pay spirit crystal. Nalan Kinky also said, looking at Luo Sheng with bright and intelligent eyes, There is quite a hint of coquetry in it. This Luo Sheng also began to worry. This replaces the Grandmaster rank magic core with Spirit Crystal. I don't know if the system will accept it. System, host, say it is Grandmaster rank magic core. That is Grandmaster rank magic core. Spirit Crystal and Magic Core are different. I didn't wait for Luo Sheng to ask. The system has made a sound first. Actually this is understandable. Because compared to Spirit Crystal, Magic Core contains more pure energy. So here, it's easy to change Magic Core to Spirit Crystal. But replacing Spirit Crystal with Magic Core, and the level of stingy with the system, is basically impossible. Yes, I know, I will think of a way. Luo Sheng hurriedly replied in his mind. Anyway, please settle the system's heart first, so as not to have any other moths. Sister Lan Yi, Xioki, Xia has magic core here. Big brother, there are 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores, right? Just when everyone was in distress, Lan Xia didn't know where it came from, and said with a smile on his face. Then he took out 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores from his arms. Xia, thank you. Nalan Kinky earnestly thanked him. It's okay, Xioki, you have to work hard in the future. Lan Xia learned the appearance of Luo Sheng, rubbing Nalan Kinky's head like an adult. Chapter 803, Xia has magic core here. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 804 Lan Xia speaks, learning the appearance of Luo Sheng, rubbed Nalan Kinky's head like a little adult, then put the Grandmaster rank magic core on the counter. These 8 Grandmaster rank magic cores, you can see at a glance, they're Lan Xia's private money again. However, Lan Xia has always been generous, and he really doesn't care much about these external objects. In comparison, in Orchid Leaf Group, the friendship between sisters is more important. But this is a bit weird in Luo Sheng's view. Luo Sheng glanced at Lan Qing'e subconsciously, but I found that Lan Qing'e's face was also a little confused, as if he didn't know that Lan Xia still carried so much private money. Aren't these 2 sisters? Luo Sheng was even more surprised. Is Lan Xia really a pure rich woman? No, it's full a lie. Xioki, I feel a particularly cordial breath from you. Xinglian also flew over from the store and squatted on Lan Xia's shoulders. Go up, twitching Nalan Kinky's nose. Is it the power of the ice element? Nalan Kinky raised his staff and released his magic power. The magic power of the Ice Queen rank is different from the magic power of the General Magician rank. The magical power possessed by the General Magician rank is called attributeless magic power. Although this kind of magic can drive all kinds of magic elements, but it is the most mediocre kind of magic. It is also the type of magic power possessed by most magicians. The magic of the Queen of Ice is the magic of the ice element. Use this magic power to release the ice attribute magic, and its formidable power will be greatly enhanced. When using general magic and other non-element magic, there will also be a certain amount of increase. However, this ice element magic cannot be used to release the fire element magic. And when other non-ice attribute element magic is released, it will be greatly weakened. This can be considered as pros and cons. However, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Yes, it's this aura. Xinglian felt the magical power of the ice element released by Nalan Kinky, and said with excitement, after Xinglian took the frozen fruit, almost the entire soul body was transformed into ice. It is not strange that Nalan Kinky's ice magic is kind. It's a pity Xia is not a qualified person. Nalan Kinky suddenly said with some regret. There is definitely a match made in heaven between the Ice Queen and Xinglian, the ice elemental dragon soul. It doesn't matter. Xinglian also likes Xioki anyway. Lan Xia said with a smile. There was no frustration at all because of missing an ancient rank. After all, Lan Xia has always had this kind of optimistic character. Well, then I will give you today's fried chicken wings. Nalan Kinky nodded, said, okay. Lan Xia answered happily. As a standard carnivorous lalai, being able to eat 2 pairs of fried chicken wings a day is a hard-won happiness. After all, I can only eat one pear a day. Time flies. Several days have passed since Nalan Kinky inherited the rank of Queen of Ice. The students of Mother Earth Academy have gradually become accustomed to life in the Luo Sheng shop. Although I often see heroic rank powerhouse in the store, it is frightening. But as long as it's safe and sound, the heroic rank powerhouse is not so violent and bloodthirsty. It's nothing after getting along for a long time. Chapter 804, The Magic of Ice Element. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 805. After Mother Earth Academy has a Toway teleportation magic array. The students of Mother Earth Academy also set up a special nuclear inspection team to guard the Toway teleportation magic array located in Mother Earth Academy. The main responsibility is to check the students going to Cloud Mist City in Mother Earth Academy to see if their recent studies are completed. After all, the students in the academy still have to focus on their studies, and they are allowed to go to Cloud Mist City only when they have spare time. So much so that in Mother Earth Academy, for a while, the self-study atmosphere was booming. Just to be able to go to Cloud Mist City earlier. And Lingao and Rengong Xiu, after working hard for nearly half a month, finally reached the second 15th level 2 days before the end of the event, and came to the big map of the doll maze. Actually, it is used to redeem the task item of Protector Puppet Skill Book. Someone also sells them in the trading system. It's just that as soon as it appears, it will be online in real time, just for the speculators who squat these task items to get down. After all, this Protector Skill Book is limited to only magician ranks, so those players of the Battle Chi level can naturally only take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. This makes the price of those task items extremely high. But this situation is also a scene that those players who come to buy and sell on a temporary basis are happy to see. You have a lot of stock. Luo Sheng sat next to Xuang Xu, and occasionally glanced at Xuang Xu's backpack. I was surprised to find that Xuang Xu's backpack is full of backpacks, all of which are the tasks of the summer carnival this time. I'm pretty small. If you want to talk more, you have to go to the Merchant Guild to see it. Xuang Xu took a sip of black coffee and said calmly, I don't know since when Xuang Xu fell in love with the taste of black coffee. This surprised Luo Sheng for a while. Is the taste of Little Kitty so weird? Businessman Guild? Has anyone from the Chamber of Commerce come to the store? Luo Sheng asked, a little surprised. The Chamber of Commerce force is similar in nature to the Mercenary Guild. It's just that the Chamber of Commerce is a force composed of many big merchants, and its internal structure is closer than that of the Mercenary Guild. For example, House of Intoxicated Clouds is a member of Chamber of Commerce. The purpose of the establishment of Chamber of Commerce is probably similar to that of the Mercenary Guild, in order to gather the strength of the major merchants. At the same time, it is also to fight against other great influence. After all, power is the most important thing in this world. A single big merchant, even if he has a wealth of wealth and can be as wealthy as an enemy country, he may be far less powerful than a powerhouse of Heaven's Pan. But when a large number of merchants gather together, it is different. The so-called wealth is touching. There are many powerhouses that sell their lives for money. So in Chamber of Commerce, it can also be regarded as powerhouses clouds. However, these things about Chamber of Commerce people came to the store, because Luo Sheng really didn't care much. So what Luo Sheng knows is not necessarily as much as Xuang Xu knows. Chamber of Commerce? No. How could those people have time to come here? Xuang Xu shook his paw. Then I noticed that the fluff of the little paw was stained with black coffee, so he stretched out his little tongue and licked it carefully before continuing. The Businessman Guild was created by those students. That is true too. Luo Sheng nodded, and his heart was full. Of course. Chapter 805, Merchant Guild. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 806. In this world, the status of merchants is said to be high, low or low. But if there is a cultivation aptitude, who wants to be a merchant rather than a cultivator? A powerhouse from Heaven's Pan, whose status is far higher than that of a wealthy merchant. However, Since there is no cultivation aptitude, this path has been abandoned. Then you can only go further and further along the road of merchants. Therefore, even if they know that there is such a magical shop as Luosheng, these big merchants will probably not come over. However, these wealthy guys will definitely let their sons or daughters over. Because of my advanced stage, I have to pin my hopes on the next generation. For example, Han Ming. His father Han Ninth Layer is the boss of House of Intoxicated Clouds, with a wealth of wealth. Han Ming is indeed in the New World mode every day, but Han Ninth Layer has never been here. The so-called rich fight while the poor right is also one of the reasons. Compared to coming over by himself, Han Ninth Layer is more willing to earn more spirit crystal, and then let Han Ming get more resources. This means that everyone has their own ambitions. So when Xuang Xu said that the Businessman Guild was created by those students, Luosheng knew it in his mind. The three major academies, that is the Holy Land of Cultivation. As long as it is a little bit aptitude, those big merchants will definitely send their sons or daughters to the three major academies regardless of the cost. When these students were young, they were influenced by their parents. It is normal that the Merchant Guild will be created. Even Luosheng felt that the Businessman Guild appeared a little late. In the New World mode, if you keep spawning monsters, copying, and upgrading, it would be too boring. If things go on like this, it will inevitably become a stagnant pool. That's why Luosheng asks the system to join the guild exchange system and the trading system, is to prevent this from happening. With the communication system, it will not make people feel boring. With the trading system, items in the New World mode can be circulated. The circulation of item can bring about the flow of benefits. Only when the benefits flow can attract more players to the New World mode. The most important part of this is the role of game merchant. Xuang Xu has always been in this role before. And now, the Businessman Guild finally appeared. You seem to be very happy, Xuang Xu said after licking his paws and wiping his face again. I am not happy, but I am a little happy to see the New World mode gradually becoming more formal. Luosheng shrugged, calmly answered, no matter how these merchants buy and sell, how to make a lot of money in the New World mode. Transaction system. For every transaction, a 2% handling fee may be charged. The 2% handling fee seems to be a small amount of money, but under the huge number of transactions, it is not a small amount. Therefore, the emergence of Businessman Guild not only promotes the progress of the New World mode, but also increases the appeal of the New World mode. Luosheng's income is also abundant. It's strange to be unhappy. Aren't happiness and happiness the same emotion? Xuang Xu whispered, then opened the guild communication system. Your friend Ling Ao is online. Your friend Rengong Xiu is online. In the New World mode, you can be free. The only people who changed their names are Luosheng and Xuang Xu. Chapter 806. The Role of Game Merchants. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 807. In the New World mode, people who can change their names freely. At present, there are only Luosheng and Xuang Xu. For example, Luosheng's name in the New World mode is Chi Store Manager, and Xuang Xu's name is a Little Kitty. Apart from this, only in the transaction system, when you choose to hide the name of the shipper, you can temporarily fill in other names. Just right, they are here. Xuang Xu's eyes lit up. These two people were introduced to Xuang Xu by Luosheng, and they are in the New World mode. Previously, Xuang Xu arranged for the younger brother on the big map of the Evil Spirit Warrior frontline, and brought two people to level up. I also know the purpose of the two. Now Ling Ao and Rengong Xiu have come to the big map of the Doll Maze, and they are naturally also big potential customers of Xuang Xu. Why? You can't find a client? Luosheng can see what Xuang Xu's money fan looks in, and he knows what he is thinking. What do you know? Doing business with such incompetent customers will make a lot of money. Xuang Xu glanced at Liu Sheng with contempt. Now the task items in the trading system are all taken down by the Merchant Guild. How to say that the price of these task items is exorbitantly high? Not just the handwriting of the Businessman Guild. Just wait for the last 2 days of the summer carnival to release the goods, make a lot of money, and then take these spirit crystals and wait for the next event. Or stock other items. Don't be too cruel. They were introduced by me anyway. Liu Sheng couldn't help but exhort. If Xuang Xu is really cheated, who knows if Liu Sheng will end up as a black intermediary. When the time comes, it really tarnishes my reputation. I see, when the time comes and go to the trading system, you can just watch it. Xuang Xu waved his hand impatiently, indicating that he knew what to do. Xuang Xu saw this thoroughly, knowing that Liu Sheng relies on the trading system to earn spirit crystal. So all this kind of trading goes through the trading system, including Businessman Guild. Xuang Xu also warned, if you want to make money with the New World mode, you have to pay Liu Sheng some interest. Xuang Xu's name, a little kitty, in the New World mode, has risen to fame, like the sun at high noon. Although he did not join the Businessman Guild, the right to speak is still very heavy. After all, Old Senior is already, and the sources of information are wide. A little bit of news comes out, it is enough for the Businessman Guild to make a lot of money. But let's be honest, before this, Liu Sheng didn't expect to be killed, and Xuang Xu was able to get such a reputation in the New World mode. Ling Ao, Rengong Xiu, I have a way for the task item, do you want to? Xuang Xu's message is very direct. Pretend to be polite is not the style of Xuang Xu. What task item? The news of Ling Ao and Rengong Xiu came back one after another. Xuang Xu can be said to be able to come to the big map of the doll maze so quickly. Look at what's missing. I still have some on my side. Xia picked out the contents of the backpack, and then sent a picture. Protector's katana, Protector's long spear, Protector's night sword, Protector's giant hammer, Protector's tower shield, Protector's bow and arrow. There are only 2 or 3 of each. There are not many. First come first served. You still sell task items? What price? I want it all. Soon, the news of Ling Ao and Rengong Xiu came back. Chapter 807. Don't get too pitted. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 808. Ling Ao and Rengong Xiu have the same idea. Don't care about the price, get it first. There is not much time for summer carnival activities, and there is not much time to do it by yourself. No matter how lucky you are, there are not many task items available, and I don't know if I can make up 6 of them. It's better to buy it directly. Even more how? Ling Ao and Rengong Xiu, a desolate origin empire flame sovereign, and the dean of Precipice Academy, are not bad for money. 1000 spirit crystals are a good price. I can adjust a few more if I want. Xuang Xu posted the price. 1000 spirit crystals is not the market price. In fact, even if the price is exaggerated, it is about 1000 spirit crystals. But because most players are 1 or 2 of them, there is no need to buy them all, according to the full purchase price, that is, a Protector skill book with 6000 spirit crystals. What is the price? It can only be said that the benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. But for Ling Ao and Rengong Xiu, it is certainly not expensive. It is definitely cost-effective to use 6000 spirit crystals for a magic of this level. Okay, 1000 is 1000. How do you trade? Ling Ao's message is answered almost in seconds, simply, without hesitation. It was Rengong Xiu who hesitated for a while before returning the news. After all, Rengong Xiu still needs to see if he has enough spirit crystal. Unlike Ling Ao, he can call Cloud Mist City's vault at any time. Go to the trading system. Please pay attention. Xuang Xu quickly returned the news. After multiple updates to the trading system, there is an option for private trading, but the handling fee is still the same. So this option is generally used by people in the Merchant Guild. After all, if you put these things on the public channel of the trading system, you will be robbed by others if you don't pay attention. Unless it is a merchant, Guild shipping in large quantities. Then you don't need to care who is robbing it. A deal was quickly negotiated. During the transaction, Zhuang Xu also took the time to contact the Merchant Guild. I have 2 big customers here. You can take some orders to trade. The message was sent directly to the Merchant Guild's public screen. Although the Little Kitty Guild and the Businessman Guild are friendly guild, it is still necessary for the president to set up things like direct posting to the public screen. Wow, it's the cat boss. How big the list is. The cat boss can't eat it. We still have it here in stock. You can adjust at least 20 items for each task. Merchant Guild soon got a reply. And there are quite a few people who reply. What makes me unable to eat? I can eat no amount of orders. I'm forced to be unable to cheat people, otherwise I won't. This kind of big order is for you. Zhuang Xu's words are gnashing teeth. And there is no obstruction. I just scold Luo Sheng explicitly. What you said is really weird. Luo Sheng didn't know whether to cry or laugh from the side. However, Zhuang Xu ignored Luo Sheng and continued to talk in the Businessman Guild. I will give you the name, and you will send someone to contact. Just give out the task item list, at the price of 980 spirit crystals. This is the kindness of Zhuang Xu, who took the initiative to lower the price. In fact, 980 spirit crystals are also profitable, and also a lot of money. Cat Senior, if it is your acquaintance, 980 spirit crystals are also considered to be an inflated price. You can click favorites below. Record this time chapter 808, Letting Profits. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 809. If the cat boss is really out of stock, we can order 900 spirit crystals each. Someone in the Merchant Guild speak frankly, really do business, even if acquaintances are not at a fair price, at least not to pit. Of course I know that one of the 1000 spirit crystals I have shipped is out of stock. Of course you have to reduce the price if you have enough supplies. Now, I won't do business anymore. Zhuang Xu took a sip, with an expression of hate iron for not becoming steel. To give you the opportunity to earn spirit crystal, it actually took the initiative to lower the price. Are you really businessman? There was silence in the Merchant Guild. In fact, when Zhuang Xu's sentence came out, roughly, it can be regarded as the reserve price of the item price for this speculation task. Fluctuate up and down in 1000 spirit crystal pieces. Given the market price, Zhuang Xu is naturally not a pitfall. Their Businessman Guild is willing to give a lower price, and naturally it is not considered cheating. As for the price when it is shipped in the public channel of the trading system, it does not matter to the Merchant Guild. Hidden name shipping. Fish in troubled waters chant. Moreover, if Zhuang Xu does this, there is a high probability that he will also fish in troubled waters with the Businessman Guild. However, introducing Lingyao and Rengongxiu to the Businessman Guild was a real profit. Of course, this is not a single business. It is the name of the heroic rank, Lingyao and Rengongxiu, enough to pull up the overall price of this round of stockpiling. Even the heroic rank powerhouse received 1000 spirit crystals when it received the mission item. Are others embarrassed to say that the price is unfair? Is your face better than heroic rank powerhouse? In the end, it was not the Businessman Guild who made a lot of money. For Zhuang Xu to do this, the Businessman Guild must accept Zhuang Xu's love, and he will definitely pay it back in the future. In the long run, Zhuang Xu still makes a lot of money. I have to say, as a devouring civet who is naturally greedy, Zhuang Xu's innate talent in doing business is really unexpected, and he still has such a big picture. Awesome. After Luo Sheng wanted to understand, he couldn't help but thumb up. Thanks. Zhuang Xu glanced at Luo Sheng, the beard on his lips trembled, and then continued to chat with the Businessman Guild, discussing the next round of plans. But what Zhuang Xu thought was, if it wasn't for Luo Sheng to stop him from cheating others, could it give this list to others? But Luo Sheng doesn't know what Zhuang Xu is thinking. Or I don't care if I know it, because Luo Sheng is thinking about another question now. As a successful game merchant, buying and selling items will definitely not be just these task items. In fact, with the New World mode gradually updated more versions, there will only be more and more items that game merchants can get involved in, including the equipment, potions, and popular skill books in the New World mode, as well as the various task items that need to be collected after the event is started, etc. In this way, the more the version is updated, the more the capacity of the character backpack becomes insufficient. After all, at first, Liu Sheng simply did not consider this matter. From Liu Sheng's point of view, the New World mode created by the improvement of battle strength in the arena is probably an online version of the arena, but with the addition of some monsters. So the character backpack is originally just an item attached. In terms of capacity, it can only be said to be so-so, just enough. Chapter 809, Chuang Tzu's Overall View. God-Level Store Manager System Chapter 810. But who knows, under Liu Sheng's suggestion, system gradually transformed the New World mode into an online game. Until now, even game merchants have appeared. Perhaps in the eyes of most players, the capacity of the current character backpack is completely sufficient. After all, ordinary players store items in the character backpack, that is, some spare equipment, commonly used potions, and a few skill books. At most, install some task items when the New World mode starts the activity. 64 grids in 8 rows and 8 columns, that is completely enough. But in the eyes of those game merchants, it is completely insufficient, because the items in the game merchant's backpack are not for personal use, but for sale. In the character backpack, the number of superimposed items in a grid is up to 19. It is not normal for a qualified game merchant to earn hundreds of bottles of potions in his backpack. Moreover, there is more than one kind of medicine. A potion that restores blood to blue, a buff potion that adds status, and an antidote. Just carrying these items on your back almost fills up your backpack. Not to mention, game equipment cannot be stored in stacks, and one piece of equipment must occupy one grid. System, there is something good for you. Liu Sheng rubbed his chin and called system in his mind. System, host, what's the good thing at this time? Please tell me straight. Liu Sheng passed the thoughts in his mind again before slowly speaking out. Said, I originally planned to talk about it later, but now that game merchants appear so fast, Guild Warehouse can make it in advance. Add a chargeable warehouse template in the New World mode. After you create a guild, you can apply to open the Guild Warehouse. For every 100 grids, a monthly management fee of 100 spirit crystals will be charged. Then it is turn on the character backpack to expand, and 100 spirit crystals will permanently expand one grid. The character backpack can only be expanded to 20 rows and 10 columns with a total of 200 grids for the time being. That's all. Liu Sheng talked about his suggestions, trying to make the system understand them. In fact, this suggestion is to provide convenience to those game merchants and make a little money by the way. After all, game merchants are able to drive the entire economy of the New World mode to start flowing and make it a positive role in a virtuous circle. Among them, the grid of the Guild Warehouse can be expanded indefinitely. However, the minimum expansion unit is 100 grids. The maximum capacity of the character backpack is temporarily set at 200 grids. Because the expansion of the character backpack is a permanent expansion, if you sell too much at one time, it may be a bit of a loss. As for the Guild Warehouse, there is a monthly management fee. On average, a grid requires only one spirit crystal management fee per month, which is actually very cost-effective. With the expansion of the character backpack, Liu Sheng cannot guarantee that besides those game merchants, other players will buy it. But Guild Warehouse, Liu Sheng can guarantee. Except for the very small number of guilds, other guilds will definitely be opened. Used to store guilds' public supplies. This can not only show guilds' strength, but also enhance the cohesion and sense of belonging of guild members. Why not do it? But even so, the Guild Warehouse just makes a small amount of money, which is a long-term type. System, host, didn't expect your mind is still very good. You can click on the favorites below to record this time 800 Chapter 10, Guild Warehouse. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 811. It's still up to you. Luo Sheng snorted triumphantly. This time, it is Luo Sheng's turn to despise this Irby system. If your brain is not working well, how can you fool this 2 system and give up the reward willingly? Regardless of me, when can you update these contents? Luo Sheng glanced at Xuang Xu again and asked in his mind. System, host, please wait a moment, there is not much content that needs to be updated this time, and it will be updated soon. After a short wait. In the New World mode, the world announcement sounded. World announcement. In this temporary update, the expansion function of Guild Warehouse and Personal Backpack is enabled. Guild Warehouse permissions will be assigned by the President of Guild with full authority. Please refer to the President's Manual for details. World announcement. This temporary update has enabled the expansion of the Guild Warehouse and Personal Backpack. The Guild Warehouse permissions will be fully assigned by the President of Guild. Please refer to the President's Handbook for details. World announcement. This temporary update has enabled the expansion of the Guild Warehouse and Personal Backpack. The usual 3 times in a row. Make sure that every player in the New World mode can hear the content of the world announcement. However, the small update this time, the added content, is not a universal function, so the response is not very big. But it made the members of the Merchant Guild excited for a long time. The reason is that Store Manager finally started to pay attention to their game merchants. The expansion of the Guild Warehouse and Backpacks has helped the most, and it is their group. The members of the Merchant Guild are basically the sons and daughters of major merchants. Since their parents have limited aptitude, their own cultivation aptitude, even if they do, is not very high. Even if my parents tried their best to enter the 3 major academies for further studies, the results were not satisfactory. Even if I came to Luo Sheng's shop, in the New World mode, the leveling up is slow because of the lack of skill in combat. This is no way. Aptitude is indeed a very important thing. However, when the New World mode was updated to the Puppet Maze version, as the guild system and trading system became familiar to players, the Merchant Guild was established. So, the children of these merchants began to huddle together to keep warm. It's just that, for a long time before, game merchants have been ignored. It wasn't until the Little Kitty Guild of Xuang Xu and the Businessman Guild had a friendly relationship with each other that the Businessman Guild's life was a little better. And now, they are finally waiting to see the light of the future. With the expansion of the Guild Warehouse and the Character Backpack, the game merchant's business can grow bigger and bigger. It will not be limited by item capacity and cannot stock up in large quantities. If they can't stock up in large quantities, they can make much less profit. A very simple truth. If you cannot control the channels for most of the goods on the market, then you will definitely not be able to control the price of the goods. Monopoly is always the most profitable thing. Hey, Luo Sheng, are you kind? Xuang Xu saw that the Merchant Guild was all discussing the Guild Warehouse, and he took a subconsciously look Luo Sheng. The only person who can directly update the New World mode is Luo Sheng. It will only be Luo Sheng. But this matter is also known to Xuang Xu, the little kitty who soaks in the New World mode every day. Chapter 811, The Dawn of the Game Merchant. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 812. It's just a temporary addition to the New World mode. Xuang Xu knows that little kitty who soaks in the New World mode every day. After all, Luo Sheng and Xuang Xu spent the night together. It is not 1 or 2 times anymore. When other people look at these crystal balls, they feel that they are just a magical alchemy product. It's not a kindness. It's just a long flow. Every player in the New World mode is an important part. Luo Sheng laughed. Seriously, as long as you follow the rules and don't make trouble, Luo Sheng will not give up any customer easily. I don't see it. You can still have this kind of thought. Xuang Xu took a sip of black coffee, and said old-fashioned Kaiyuing. Can you stop talking in this bad old foggy tone? It feels really strange. Luo Sheng stretched out his fist and knocked Xuang Xu's head. A snow-white little kitty, with a soft voice, speaks old-fashioned Kaiyuing. No matter how you listen, The sense of violation is particularly heavy. Luo Sheng can't bear it anymore. Ah, Luo Sheng, you are bullying a cute little kitty again. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Xuang Xu covered his head with his little paw, and said a soft and cute roar. I remember I should have said before that not only does my conscience not hurt, but I can't help but want to laugh out loud. Luo Sheng curled one's lip. Now it looks like a normal little kitty. After Xuang Xu threw the names of Ling and Ren Gongxiu to the Businessman Guild, the Businessman Guild will naturally send someone to contact the two. These are two heroic ranks. Let's not talk about the size of this list, just talk about this status. That is also big business. It is a big business used by Businessman Guild to make a name for himself. Although the heroic rank in the Luo Sheng store is actually quite a bit. Another Evil Spirit Body Skill book. After Bailey Fenghui came out from the copy of the Evil Spirit Warrior, he counted the spoils of war and said happily. Compared with the Protector Skill book, the difficulty of obtaining the Evil Spirit Body Skill book is much lower, at least not for a limited time. Lazenya is because when he was on the big map of the Evil Spirit Warrior frontline, he didn't know this at all. Otherwise, she might be dangling on which big map now. There are really few Evil Spirit Body Skill books in the trading system. Lazenya took advantage of the break from the doll maze and looked at the trading system. Public channel. The Evil Spirit Body Skill book is a popular item, but not many people sell it. And this kind of popular item is definitely in the list of Businessman Guild. It belongs to the type that appears and grabs it. The average player can't get it. When it comes to cultivation, the guys from the Businessman Guild might be close, but when it comes to doing business, the guys in the Merchant Guild are far more than the customers in the store. Master, are you still reading the Evil Spirit Body Skill book? When Fexu saw that Lazenya was in a daze again, he immediately understood. Yes, I only blamed me for upgrading too quickly, and I didn't have time to find out about it. So I came here, Lazenya said in distress. At the beginning of the big map of the front line of the evil warriors, Lazenya, in order to hone his fighting skills, under normal circumstances, in the battlefield dungeon, with one enemy and 100 evil spirit fighter copies are rarely gone. I don't know about the Evil Spirit Body Skill book. It's normal, Master, otherwise, I will introduce Little Kitty to you. 810th Chapter 2. Beat Meowing. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 813. Master, if you really want the Evil Spirit Body Skill book, then I will introduce Little Kitty to you. Fexu thought for a while and said, who is Little Kitty? In the New World mode, Lazenya is the eldest sister, but that is a reputation. The way that Xuang Xu and Xuang Xu accumulated over a long period of time in the New World mode are different. There is no intersection between the two. A big businessman has a lot of skill books in his hands. Fexu doesn't know how to describe it. A Little Kitty has a wide range of involvement in the New World mode, is strong, has a lot of time, and is speculative. The point is, this guy seems to be online all the time. Really? Then help me ask. Lazenya's personality has escaped. Although Wu is a little crazy, she is not rigid at all. With such a good thing, why are you still hesitating? A Little Kitty. Do you have an Evil Spirit Body Skill book? After completing the private message, click send. I have news. I want an Evil Spirit Body Skill book. Xuang Xu opened the private message and glanced at the sender. Lazenya, it's this guy, the Evil Spirit Body Skill book. I don't seem to have any, but the Businessman Guild group must have it. Xuang Xu thought for a while, just the order was passed to the Merchant Guild. Then mark a sentence below. This list belongs to me. After you take over, negotiate in my name. No matter what, the fame is still to be played. The people of Merchant Guild are very fast, and they have a lot of Evil Spirit Body Skill books. And there is no worries about sales. As long as a new Battle Chi rank enters the New World mode, the Evil Spirit Body Skill book will definitely be sold. It's just a matter of selling more and selling less. However, Just when the people of the Businessman Guild discussed the transaction with Lezing accurately, the Bailey Feng was sitting on the side, brows slightly wrinkle. Lezing also retired from the New World mode. It's the breath of Yachi Elder. Yes. Bailey Feng and Lezing looked at each other, and then stood up together. Quickly walked out of the shop. What's wrong? I'm not offending the big sister, am I? The person who was sent to negotiate with Lezing looks pale in the business of guild, the merchant asked on the screen. He thinks he should have said nothing wrong. If this unfathomable mystery offends a heroic rank powerhouse, he might cry to death. It's not your problem. Don't worry, it's something else. Xuang Xu comforted him on the public screen. With a keen perception, Xuang Xu quickly noticed something strange. Cloud Mist City. There is another heroic rank who has never appeared before. Cloud Mist City. Outside the small alley, with deep scars and bloodstains on his body, Yu Chifeng panted slightly, leaning against the entrance of the alley. Yachi Elder, what's the matter with you? Bailey Feng strode out of the small alley, seeing this scene, immediately stepped forward and asked, with a tone of voice with a trace of worry and doubt. Yakifeng is an out-and-out heroic rank powerhouse. And he is also a heroic rank powerhouse who has been promoted to heroic rank for more than 10 years. Its strength is not far from heroic rank peak. To be able to wound such a heroic rank into this, the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. These wounds are not the same person's attack. Lezing also walked over, glanced at the wound on Yu Chifeng's body, and immediately affirmed. Chapter 813, Who is Little Kitty? God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 814. Yes, indeed, it was not an attack by a single person. Yakifeng's breath was a little weak. After hearing what Lezing said, she only spoke slowly. In the middle of speaking, he took a few hard breaths before he evened his breath. Obviously, he suffered a serious internal injury. It stands to reason that Yakifeng wants to guard sect and shouldn't be here. However, at this time, Yu Chifeng appeared in Cloud Mist City, and his breath was still so weak. That must have happened. As for Bailey Feng and Lezing, it was because they sensed that Yachi Feng's breath was abnormal. They rushed over from the Luo Sheng shop immediately. Don't worry, since you have come to Cloud Mist City, there will be no more trouble. Lezing said quickly. Yes, eat this healing pill first. Although Bailey Feng is eager, he also knows the importance of healing first. Yakifeng did not hesitate, took the small porcelain bottle in Bailey Feng's hand, and took the healing pills in it. For the heroic rank powerhouse, the medicinal power of Yashangdan will seem a little stretched. But some injuries can still be cured. The medicinal power of Yashang pill was turned away, and Yu Chifeng's face looked better. It's really a magical medicine pill. It's much stronger than those alchemy potions that preach how strong their medicine efficacy is. Yu Chifeng vomited one mouthful of impure air. The sound is also much smoother. Yachi Elder, what happened on Earth? Seeing that Yakifeng's injury was settled, Bailey Feng asked a little eagerly. If Lin Wai Chifeng came to Cloud Mist City with a wound, then Imperial Sword Sect definitely had an accident. Sect Master, it is Murong Song. Murong Song has betrayed Sect. Yu Chifeng hesitated for a few seconds before speaking, and Mood Grave said, What did you say? You say it again. Bailey Feng, hearing this, suddenly stared wide-eyed. Some asked unbelievably. Murong Song, one of the 3 great elders of Imperial Sword Sect. In terms of seniority, Bailey Feng is the same generation as Lezing, only lower than Yakifeng. On the cultivation base, Imperial Sword Sect can also be ranked among the top 3. But such a person, a heroic rank powerhouse, turned out to betray Imperial Sword Sect at this time. Sect Master, you didn't notice. Murong Song, indeed betrayed the Imperial Sword Sect. Yachi Feng's gnashing teeth said. In his tone, he was also extremely angry and puzzled. I believe you, Yachi Elder, because there are 3 sword wounds on you that I am very familiar with. If I expected it to be good, it should be Murong Song's handwriting. Lezing seemed extremely calm at the moment. In the face of this kind of thing, Lezing, who is out of character, will become more stable instead. But, what happened? Yes, why did Murong Elder betray Imperial Sword Sect? Bailey Fenghua also asked. Why? Then you can only ask himself. Yakifeng sighed, shook the head, and said things slowly. Originally, after Bailey Fenghua and Lazenya both went down the mountain to experience, the Imperial Sword Sect was fairly calm. But what people absolutely did not expect is that under the calm that this shows, there is an undercurrent surging. And just last night, the Imperial Sword Sect was suddenly attacked by the enemy. The Guardian Demon Array of the Mountain Gate was also destroyed in advance, leaving Sect without the slightest resistance to this sudden enemy attack. This kind of thing is definitely a traitor in the Sect. It is possible to cooperate with the enemy inside and out. Chapter 814, The Imperial Sword Sect has an accident. God-level store manager system. Chapter 815. However, logically speaking, even if someone in the Imperial Sword Sect interacts with the enemy inside and outside, it opens the door of the Imperial Sword Sect. There are 2 heroic rank powerhouses who stayed in the Imperial Sword Sect, and they will not be afraid of enemy attacks. Even if you can't repel the enemy, you won't even be able to defend the sect. However, what made Yakifeng didn't expect was, just as the two sides were fighting, Murong Song, who was beside him, suddenly rebelled and broke into trouble. Even if the unguarded Yu Chifeng reacted at the last moment, he couldn't stop Murong Song's rebellion. The next thing is that the army fell like a mountain. Yakifeng was one enemy 3, and was seriously injured, and eventually lost. In the end, I can only be forced to escape from the Gate of Sword Sect Mountain in the chaos and come over to inform Bailey Fenghua about this. At heroic rank, this realm, unless it is crushed by strength, or if it is prepared. Otherwise, it is very difficult to keep a heroic rank powerhouse. Yakifeng has been promoted to the heroic rank for so many years, and naturally there are some means to save his life. Even if his opponent has 3 heroic ranks, it is not easy to keep him. Murong Song. Bailey Fenghua said the name word by word. The tone was full of anger that was about to be uncontrollable. The 3 elders of Imperial Sword Sect are ranked according to seniority and the order in which they entered the Imperial Sword Sect. From front to back, they are all Yakifeng, Lazenya, and Murong Song. Among them, Murong Song is not a direct biography of Imperial Sword Sect. 13 years ago, he challenged the Imperial Sword Sect inner disciple with a realm who had just entered the Grand Master rank, and was defeated before being included in the Imperial Sword Sect Gate Wall. After entering the Imperial Sword Sect, Murong Song also showed his extraordinary innate talent. In just a few years, he was successfully promoted to Grand Master rank peak. And in a mission to hunt the demonic beast, by chance, I met 2 heroic rank variation beasts fighting. The fisherman catches both, and obtained a heroic rank trial crystal. I have to say that luck is also a kind of strength. After being successfully promoted to the heroic rank, Murong Song also became the 3rd elder of the Imperial Sword Sect. After so many years, Murong Song's strength has been advanced by leaps and bounds. In Imperial Sword Sect, the second only to Lazenya and Bailey Fenghua, and Yakifeng are almost on par. At the beginning, Bailey Fenghua was also based on the strength of Murong Song's innate talent and the high aptitude, so he gave the 3rd elder the seat to this non-heritage disciple. I didn't expect, but I missed it. This is also one of the reasons why Bailey Fenghua is angry. Sect Master, calm down. This is not the time to be angry. Lazenya loudly shouted, awakened the gnashing teeth, wishing to be able to choose someone to eat away. Excessive anger will reduce one's sanity and weaken one's judgment. As a sect's master, you can be angry, but you must not be dazzled by anger. I know, it's just Murong Song. He has let down my trust in him. Bailey Fenghua put out a long breath. Try to calm yourself down. When Murong Song worshipped Imperial Sword Sect, Bailey Fengwa was not yet the sect master of Imperial Sword Sect. Actually, Bailey Fengwa can be regarded as Murong Song's senior brother. This is also one of the reasons why Bailey Fengwa is willing to hand over the position of elder to Murong Song after succeeding the Imperial Sword Sect Lord's position. But now it seems that it shouldn't be. At this moment, Bailey's anger, more of them, are heartbroken. But the sect master who can succeed the Imperial Sword Sect, the grandeur of the 100 miles and the city, naturally there is no problem. Yachi Elder, before you left, what was the situation in Imperial Sword Sect? What was the situation in the disciple in the clan? In a short period of time, Bailey Fengwa calmed down, asked aloud. Chapter 815, Murong Song of Mutiny, God-level store manager system. Chapter 816. The disciple in the clan was in the middle of the battle, killing hundreds and seriously wounding thousands. Before I left the Imperial Mountain Gate, most of the disciple was imprisoned. Now, the situation may not be optimistic. Yu Chifeng's tone was a bit heavy. Although the massacre is rare, it is not uncommon. It's just that this kind of anger and resentment usually occurs between the absolutely irreconcilable sects that have had feuds for generations, or those extremely evil sects. They can do it. That's why Yakifeng only used the words not to be optimistic to describe it, instead of stopping everything. Then you can recognize the Imperial Sword Sect who dared to attack me. Which force is it? Bailey Fengwa continued to ask. This is also the most important question. Know yourself and know your enemy. Fight every battle without defeat. The forces that dared to attack the Imperial Sword Sect didn't have any trouble. Even if they seized the opportunity, it was useless. Even more, how? A small force is not worthy of Murong Song's betrayal of Imperial Sword Sect. Their aura is very special. That kind of dark and evil aura. I will not admit it. The one who came to attack the Imperial Sword Sect was from the Shadow Palace, Yu Chifeng said very confidently. What? It turned out to be the Shadow Palace? Bailey Fengwa's brows were deeply locked, and he looked at Yu Chifeng in amazement. Not because of anger, but because of surprise. The name of the Shadow Palace is no stranger to Bailey Fengwa. But because of this, I am even more surprised. Because the Shadow Palace was wiped out by the Great Sect team 14 years ago. According to the record, the Shadow Palace is one of the extremely evil sects. The Shadow Palace uses blood sacrifice as a means to gain powerful power. Indiscriminate killing of innocents. Extremely cruel. This kind of thing is not tolerated by the Great Sect. So the Great Sect will join forces to defeat the Shadow Palace. This kind of self-destructive sect, it is strange that it can exist for a long time. But now, Yu Chifeng actually said that the force that attacked the Imperial Sword Sect was the Shadow Palace. How can this not be surprising? Are you sure you didn't admit your mistake? Bailey Fengwa frowned and asked solemnly. Absolutely not. In the dark and evil, mixed with the smell of blood, I am impossible and will admit it. Yu Chifeng shook his head slightly, and was very sure. Speaking of, in the battle against the Shadow Palace, Yakifeng was already the Imperial Sword Sect elder. In that battle, Yakifeng was still one of the main battle strengths. Naturally, he is familiar with the breath of the Shadow Palace. There may be something wrong now. After 14 years, the people in the Shadow Palace dared to show up again. If it weren't for the remnants of the year to hide their powers and bide their time enough, it would be their brains are broken, but, I think, it shouldn't be the latter. Bailey Fengwa's face changed. After being attacked by many sects, the people in the Shadow Palace did disappear for a while. But the remnants left over may not be cleaned up. Now that they dare to show up again, I am afraid that their strength has reached the point where it is difficult to suppress. Shadow Palace attacked the Imperial Sword Sect this time. How many people did it use? Lazenya suddenly asked aloud from the side. In my perception, among the enemy attackers, at least 2 heroic rank powerhouses are in charge. Yakifeng thought about it for a while before answering aloud. The combination of inside and outside, coupled with Murong Song's rebellion, also uses 2 heroic ranks. I have to say that the Palace of Shadows is indeed worthy of Imperial Sword Sect. Chapter 816, Shadow Palace. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 817. This matter cannot be acted rashly. Elder injury has not recovered, and the strength of the Shadow Palace is unknown. Even if we return to Imperial Sword Sect, I'm afraid it will be too. Can't deal with Shadow Palace, although Bailey Fengwu is anxious. But I also know that at this time, you can't mess yourself up. Even if Bailey Fengwu and Lasagna return to the gate of Imperial Sword Sect at this time, facing the Shadow Palace with at least 3 heroic rank powerhouses, they were helpless. Sect Master, I'm just worried about the disciple imprisoned in Sect. Yu Chifeng sighed. What the Shadow Palace is doing, Yu Chifeng, the older generation powerhouse who came from the original battle against the Shadow Palace, couldn't be more clear. If it weren't for the evil spirits of the Shadow Palace, how could it be conquered? I am more worried than you. Brows tightly frowns, said in a deep voice. 14 years ago, Bailey Fengwu did not participate in the battle against the Shadow Palace because of insufficient strength. But this does not mean that Bailey Fengwu is not aware of the evil deeds of the Shadow Palace. But the more so, the more calm you should be. Moreover, when it comes to the battle of heroic rank, it is not an ordinary sect disciple that can participate in the battle. As long as the heroic rank of the Shadow Palace falls, the remaining Shadow Palace disciple is just clay chickens and pottery dogs. But on the other hand, if Bailey Fengwu is unfortunately defeated, the Imperial Sword Sect will also be delisted. But it's not the impulsive time. Let's go back to the store manager store first. At the gate of Sword Sect Mountain, the gate of the once majestic Imperial Sword Sect has been shattered at this moment, falling into a piece of rubble. And the many great halls in the sect were mostly broken. The traces of the battle are everywhere. The traces of various martial skills and magic strikes are still clearly visible. Fragments of various weapons, fragments of armor, and the remains of demonic beasts can be seen everywhere. The blood was spilt on the ground. At this time, it had become a dry dark red. Although it was simply covered up, there were traces left outside. As for the original Imperial Sword Sect disciple, all of them are now imprisoned in the biggest martial hall of Imperial Sword Sect. In addition to the Great Hall, a magic array is also arranged to prevent escape. The disciple of the Shadow Palace is guarding outside the martial hall, and the eyes of the Imperial Sword Sect disciple in the looking towards the Great Hall are like looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Many Imperial Sword Sect disciples crowded in the martial hall. Because of being blocked by battle chi and magic, I can only stare at the guards outside with an angry face. After so many years of being incognito, I finally got the opportunity to wait. Yes, the opportunity of the Shadow Palace to reborn from the ashes, the opportunity to reign, the chance to rise to the throne of the strongest sect. Thanks to the opportunity of young Master, he brought the master plan of the beast control technique. Shadow Palace is the strongest. The sect, those sects teamed up back then, but they were just scared. The guards of the Shadow Hall disciple of the Martial Hall were talking without a word. In the tone, there is full of enthusiasm for the Shadow Palace. At this time, a person who looked like Small Captain came over and heard the conversation of the disciple who was in charge of the guard, snorted lightly, and said, "Be guarded carefully. Don't leave at this time." Set back. Yes. Several guards practiced the Martial Hall's Shadow Hall disciple, immediately stood up straight, and answered in a loud voice. Small Captain slightly nodded, and then left here. For a group of people who have been blocked from battle chi and magic, there is nothing wrong with a little negligence. Chapter 817, Go back to the store first. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 818. Just guarding a group of people who have been blocked from battle chi and magic. There is nothing wrong with a little negligence. So Small Captain just gave a symbolic rant and left. At this moment, in the Sect Master Great Palace of the Imperial Sword Sect, Murong Song and Zhao Ziki are both in the Great Hall, facing the two middle-aged persons. One of the middle-aged person has a full face, is tall, muscular, and sturdy like a bear. At a glance, I am afraid he is nearly 2.5 meters tall. It is like a pillar in the Great Hall, more than one head higher than the other three. The other middle-aged person looked very thin, with a gloomy smile on his face. Among the four people, a round table was placed with a map on it, which marked the locations of many sects. The position of the Imperial Sword Sect is marked and a cross is drawn. Imperial Sword Sect's sect master is beautiful and elegant, and the strongest elder Lezenia is still under the mountain gate. Is it improper to cross out Imperial Sword Sect rashly? Zaoziki put his eyes on the red cross and spoke slowly. Yakifing is already seriously injured, and his strength is not one of 10. He wants to recover. It does not take a few months. It is impossible. And Imperial Sword Sect's disciple, it's all in our hands. With Bailey Fengwu and Lezenia alone, I can't overcome any storms. It's the one who spoke. A strong bear-like man. This person, named Hai Ming, is one of the heroic ranks in the Shadow Palace. Its strength has already reached the heroic rank peak, especially its physical strength. Under the ritual of blood sacrifice art, it can be said that it is a rare opponent in the heroic rank. Yes, Bailey Fengwu and Lezenia are really strong, but in front of the Shadow Palace, only this. Another thin middle-aged person also spoke. This person, named Nine Nether, is also one of the heroic ranks in the Shadow Palace. The rank is Great Magician, but the magic of the cultivation, under the blood sacrifice art, has already become very weird. Not only formidable power is tyrannical, but it can also hurt the soul. It can be said that you can't guard against it. That's why Nine Nether dared to say this, saying that Bailey Fengwu and Lezenia's strength are only this. The lion fights the rabbit, you still use your full strength. And you must not underestimate the enemy in everything. It is probably too early for you to draw this conclusion, Zaoziki said lightly. In this sect master great palace, Zaoziki's ability to trifling a grand master rank and stand shoulder to shoulder with 3 heroic ranks is enough to prove his importance. The Shadow Palace has hidden for 14 years and dare to appear at this moment. Zaoziki can be said to be indispensable. The general outline of the beast control technique brings a lot of battle strength to the Shadow Palace. Also let the ambition of the Shadow Palace be revealed in advance. Back then, all the sects who participated in the crusade against the Shadow Palace must be recovered one by one. Within the Eastern Desolation, the only one who can order all sects is the Shadow Palace. The strength of Bailey Fengwu is only half of my strength. The only thing to worry about is Lezenia. When the atmosphere in the Great Hall was a little silent, Muerong Song spoke. As one of the 3 great elders of Imperial Sword Sect, Muerong Song knows the strength of the other 3 heroic ranks in Imperial Sword Sect. As Muerong Song said, the strength of Bailey Fengwu, although in the foreign population, it is known as the number 1 person in the heroic rank. But that is more, just to give the Imperial Sword Sect Master face. Chapter 818, Black Nether, Dark 9 Nether, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 819, actually, Bailey Fengwu's true strength is probably only half better than Muerong Song. Both belong to heroic rank peak. After all, half-step powerhouse level, under normal circumstances, is not included in the heroic rank. But Lezenia's strength cannot be underestimated. A few years ago, I could one-man one sword, and even cut 3 heroic rank demonic beasts. Up to now, even if Muerong Song has tried Lezenia several times, he still can't measure Lezenia's full strength at all. If only music is elegant, then it could have without worrying about. I just want to know how this will be afraid of the numerous heroic rank Wu Kai. Hai Ming squeezed his fist and made a crisp crackling sound of joints. Blood sacrifice art, the reason why it is called the evil method, is not accepted by many sects, because blood sacrifice art needs to consume a lot of spiritual power. Every blood sacrifice requires the sacrifice of countless innocent lives. But the power gained is also tyrannical. Hai Ming's self-confidence also originated from this. The physique that has been tempered with blood sacrifice art is far beyond the average heroic rank powerhouse. No, if it's just Lezenia Elder, I'm not very worried. What I'm afraid of is the mysterious powerhouse that appeared outside the ruins. It seemed that Hai Ming glanced at it, shook the head, and then said aloud, outside the ruins, the mysterious powerhouse that forced 8 heroic ranks to compromise by the strength of oneself. Even if it is just a glimpse, Zoozuki is still vivid at this moment. This powerful powerhouse does not exist in the Shadow Palace. Mysterious powerhouse. Dark Nine Nether raised her eyes slightly and asked aloud. Yes, there is such a mysterious powerhouse. But logically speaking, he is impossible to participate in the dispute between sect. Muerong Song also remembered. At the beginning, outside the ruins, it was Muerong Song who represented the Imperial Sword Sect and took the disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect back to the sect. Luo Sheng is powerful, although Muerong Song has not personally experienced it. But the reaction of the other 7 heroic rank powerhouses present made Muerong Song extremely impressed. Mention this matter. The brows of Hai Ming and Nine Nether also frowned, but they relaxed soon. Actually, don't worry about this mysterious powerhouse. Look at his behavior and style. Just like sect back then, he won't do things without interest. Dark Nine Nether said nothing. It's just a joke to destroy the chivalrous thing of the Shadow Palace. Even if it was 14 years ago, many sects joined forces to defeat the Shadow Palace. That's all driven by profit. It's just that they have the righteous name, that's all. How many resources can be left after the Shadow Palace is destroyed? This is the benefit. However, in this case, Nine Nether is actually only half right. Because Nine Nether is always impossible to think that Luo Sheng does things simply not for profit, but system does things for profit. To be more precise, it should be, Luo Sheng does things for reward, and system does things for spirit crystal and magic core. In terms of purpose, these two guys are unexpectedly pure. However, it is always right to plan ahead. It just so happens that the Imperial Sword Sect has a large number of disciples. Tomorrow, we are going to set up a blood sacrifice array. Let us come, entertain the guests who are coming. Dark Nine Nether said. The smile on his face became more and more gloomy. Yes, when the Imperial Sword Sect is completely destroyed, the remaining sect will no longer be able to block the rise of our Shadow Palace. You can click below. Collection records this time. Chapter 819, Profit Driven, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 820. Yes, just wait for the Imperial Sword Sect to be completely shattered. The remaining sect, but clay chickens and pottery dogs, that's all, is impossible to block our shadows. The footsteps of the rise of the temple. Hai Ming also laughed wildly. The strength of Imperial Sword Sect, in the Eastern Wilderness, is the first of all sects. If it hadn't happened to meet Bailey Fengwu and Lasagna to go down the mountain to experience, and among the remaining Yukifeng and Muerong Song, Muerong Song was also from the Shadow Palace. The Shadow Palace wants to take the Imperial Sword Sect. It's impossible even if the inside should be combined with the outside. It can only be said that the time and place are right and the people are right, and the Shadow Palace is occupied. And then the Imperial Sword Sect can be taken in one fell swoop. And after the implosion of the Imperial Sword Sect, as Hai Ming said, other sects are just clay chickens and pottery dogs. Trifling a heroic rank who wants to stop the rise of the Shadow Palace is impossible. Cloud Mist City, Luo Sheng Shop. After Bailey Fengwu and Lasagna found Yukifeng, I came back here immediately. The medicinal power of Yashang Dan, although it is a bit worse for heroic rank. But eating is better than not eating. It's better to eat more than less. The medicinal power of one healing pill is not enough. If you eat a few more than a dozen, the medicinal power will always be enough. Just like in the game, when the character level is up, after the upper limit of the blood volume is high, and then drinking a low-level blood medicine, it always feels like not drinking. But if you drink dozens of bottles at a time, you can still see the effect. However, seeing the effect belongs to seeing the effect. It is still impossible to completely heal Yukifeng's injury with the healing pill. But this is the case. The medicinal power of pill healing is enough to shock Yukifeng. After all, There are not many alchemy potions that can cure heroic rank injuries, and one kind is more expensive than one kind. The improvement of realm is also the improvement of power level and life level. The difficulty of healing an ordinary person's injury is completely different from that of a cultivator. The difficulty of healing the wounds of the weak is completely different from the difficulty of healing the wounds of the powerhouse. Medicine pill like Yushang Dan, which can be effective regardless of the user's strength, can be said to be unique. However, if you talk about other items that have healing effects regardless of the user's strength, it really does. That is the life water of Elfrace. However, the exquisiteness of that thing is not affordable for ordinary people. Even the vast majority of people have never seen it. Even Yukifeng has only seen it 3 times. So when Yu Chifeng saw how much the healing pills in Liu Sheng's shop were, he looked astonished. I almost stared out. Such a good place. It is no wonder that Bailey Fengwa has to rely on the name of going down the mountain to nest here every day. That's how things are, so we need help. While Yukifeng took the healing pills and was preparing to rest and heal his injuries, Bailey Fengwa was also in the guild communication system. Contacted several other heroic ranks in the store. At this time, look for other sects. During these delays, the disciple of Imperial Sword Sect, I'm afraid it is completely cold. The Shadow Palace does evil things. Although they will not do the slaughter, the number of creatures that need to be sacrificed during blood sacrifice is quite large at all. Moreover, the stronger the life sacrificed, the better the effect of blood sacrifice. Those sect disciple are very good choices. Bailey Fengwu is not sure whether the Shadow Palace will sacrifice the Imperial Sword Sect disciple, but this probability is really very big. Chapter 820, Medicinal Power to Heal Injuries. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 821. This is why Yukifeng used the adjective not to be optimistic before. Normal battles between sects will not kill to the last one. After all, it is not a bloody hatred. But it fell into the hands of the Shadow Palace, even if it did not kill the sect. The last sacrifice was never what Bailey Fengwa wanted to see. Shadow Palace. This name, old man has indeed heard of it. The first person to answer is Gepingchuan. Traveling around in those days, Gepingchuan was also considered experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally, I don't know about this evil force in the Shadow Palace. It's just that the Shadow Palace was attacked by many sects 14 years ago, and has since disappeared. So now being mentioned by Bailey Fengwa, Gepingchuan is also a little surprised. This matter should be regarded as your sect matter. Rengongxiu also responded. This sentence, however, expresses my biggest concern. That is the heroic rank between different forces. It is not easy to help. The battle between sects, under normal circumstances, will not allow non-sect heroic ranks to participate. Just like the battle between the 3 great empires, sects' help will not be asked. And the heroic rank of the Academy forces, under normal circumstances, will not participate in the battle for the heroic rank. This is a tacit rule among heroic ranks. Otherwise, all forces will participate in the struggle, and the entire Eastern Desolation will be in chaos. This is by no means what these heroic rank powerhouses would like to see. This is also what the Shadow Palace did back then. Even if the sky is angry and people are complaining, even if it is rampant, but easily, it will not provoke the Academy forces or the Empire forces. At the end, the forces that encircle and suppress the Shadow Palace, all of them are sect forces. Even if other forces are eager and want to get a share of the pie, they will not intervene in such things easily. Otherwise, the rules will be messed up. Unless it is the Shadow Palace Lord who provokes the Academy forces or the Empire forces. That is another matter. But in this case, the Shadow Palace will face the anger of 3 great influences alone. As long as the people in the Shadow Palace are not brain-dead, it is estimated that they would not do such a thing. Yes, this is indeed a struggle between sects. Bailey Fengwa cannot deny this. To rashly involve non-sect forces into the struggle between sects is a taboo. It's not that Bailey Fengwa is unwilling to cast aside all considerations for face, but that other forces are unwilling to wade into this muddy water, especially the Academy forces. After all, Academy is different from sect. After sect is listed in the door wall, it is the person of sect. Don't leave sect easily. Otherwise, it is a betrayal. But the students in the academy will leave the academy in the end. Even if you stay at the academy to teach, when you want to leave, the academy will not force you to stay. So if academy provokes a powerful enemy, it is really unwise. Sorry, I neglected this matter. Bailey Fenghua sighed. It's okay. If it wasn't for me to have the identity of the Dean of Mother Earth Academy, I would like to accompany you to the Shadow Palace for a while. Ban Zheng's reply was also appeared in the guild communication system. The heroic ranks that belong to each great influence. There is really no way to make a move easily. Because the heroic rank powerhouse is the foundation of every power, every word and deed has to be done with caution. Otherwise, it means the whole force. Unless it is an idle heroic rank. This kind of heroic rank powerhouses no one can control, and no power is willing to provoke it. Chapter 821, Tacited Rules. God-level store manager system. Chapter 822. This kind of idle heroic rank powerhouse, every word and deed, do as one pleases, represents only one's own meaning. No matter which force is provoked, it is a disaster. With this sentence, this sentiment, I understand it. I really did not think about it before. Bailey Fenghua's words stopped a few people from discussing. The words are quite apologetic. It is not appropriate to rush into the battle with heroic rank powerhouses of other forces. Actually, it's not impossible. Ling Ao, who had been silent before, suddenly said, "Is there any way, please Flame Sovereign, to explain it?" There was a little hope in Bailey Fenghua's heart, and he asked quickly. With Bailey Fenghua and Lezengya alone, they are definitely no match for the Shadow Palace. So now I'm grabbing a life-saving straw. One more can be caught. Speaking of which is also very simple. Although we can't directly intervene in the fight between the sects, let the Protector even participate in the battle. Isn't it enough? Ling Ao casually speaking of. Unlike the Academy power, the Empire power, in the final analysis, still values the military. After all, between the three great empires, it all depends on the strength. If one party is weak, the other two parties will definitely take the opportunity to make a move. Even Ancient Gauze Empire and Glorious Star Empire are allies. But in the face of such huge interests, a trifling ally is nothing. Therefore, if you can draw an Imperial Sword sect at this time to enhance the power of Desolate Origin Empire, Ling Ao will naturally not give up. Moreover, even if the investment fails, it has little effect. And the Academy forces belong to the ability to fight or not fight. Standard pacifists, naturally, do not think about this. As soon as Ling Ao said this, Gepingchuan and Ren Gongxiu were both taken aback, and then suddenly surprised. Protector even skill book. They have forgotten this one. This magic protector can use the magic power to condense a protector to fight for the cohesive. If it is not crushed, Protector can last for 24 hours. And as the skill level of the Protector increases, the duration of the Protector from the condom can be increased a lot. The Protector from heroic rank powerhouse condenses naturally the strength of heroic rank. Although compared with the normal heroic rank, the Protector's combat experience and skills may be insufficient, but the Protector's level cannot be held up. And, the most important thing is, as long as Gepingchuan and the others do not appear in the battle, and only with a few Protectors, who knows that Gepingchuan and the others have participated in the battle? Yes, we all forgot. There is also the magic of Protector. After Gepingchuan reacted, he quickly expressed himself in the guild communication system willing to help. Since you don't have to involve yourself in it, and you can make Imperial Sword Sector yourself a favor, so why not do it? If you support a Protector, then count me. Ren Gongxiu also said. Only Ban Zheng felt a little depressed and did not speak. After all, Ban Zheng is of the Battle Chi rank, so he is really powerless about using magic. Dean Ban, don't have to worry, your mind, I understand it. After Bailey Fenghua confirmed that he received the help, he felt better, and then he spoke to comfort him. Customers who can come to the Luo Sheng shop are not bad in fact, especially those who can talk with Kiki in the guild communication system. the relationship is even better. Chapter 822, Aid for Another Way. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 823. If you are in the guild communication system, you can have a friendly conversation. The relationship is even better. And they are all heroic rank powerhouses. Maintaining a good relationship is naturally beneficial and harmless. Since Bailey Sect Master has decided, let's make plans early. And we will also condense Protector early. Gapingchuan's news appeared in Guild's exchange system. Want to condense a powerful Protector couple? It has a lot to do with the magic instilled by the condensers. Even if it is a heroic rank powerhouse, if you want to condense a Protector with the strength of heroic rank, you have to spend 9 out of 10 magic powers. If you want to condense beyond your own strength, Protector couple, then if you can't, you will have to pour out all the magic power. Therefore, although Protector's magic is powerful, it is generally speaking, it can only be prepared early and used for the first attack, but cannot be used as a second hand. However, it doesn't matter. With Gapingchuan these days in the puppet maze, the diligent state of frantically brushing the task items, and the scattered acquisition of some task items. There are also task items purchased by Ling and Rengong Xiu from Shuangsu and Businessman Guild regardless of the price. Their Protector dual skill level, less to say, has more than 10 levels. Among them, Gapingchuan's Protector even level is as high as level 14. Each time the Protector's skill level increases by level 1, the Protector's duration will increase by 3 hours, with no upper limit. And every time the Protector's skill level is increased by 10, the magic power consumed by the Protector will be reduced by 10%, and the upper limit is 80%. Therefore, even before the condensed Protector, there will be no problems due to the duration. Okay, then I will trouble a few people. After this time, if it is useful to me in the future, just speak up. Li Fengwu thanked him, but also promised this matter will be discussed again. Now it is mainly to solve the trouble of Imperial Sword Sect. Gapingchuan said politely, for the promise of Bailey Fengwu, I just laughed it off without taking seriously. Sect Master Bailey is polite. It should be what it should be to extend a helping hand to a friend. But Ling Ao's reply was different. What this means is that Desolate Origin Empire and Imperial Sword Sect are allies. If something happens to Desolate Origin Empire in the future, as an ally of Imperial Sword Sect, how could it be embarrassing not to take action? On the other side, Fengwu didn't know where he learned about Imperial Sword Sect. Being noisy around Lezenya, Master, although I have been down the mountain for a long time, but no matter how I say it, it is also the disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect. This time the Imperial Sword Sect is difficult. As a disciple, I should also take the shot. Fengwu spoke righteously and looked at Lezenya with scorching eyes. No. The battle at this time is not something you can blend in. You should stay obediently and honestly in Cloud Mist City. Lezenya glanced at Fengwu, faintly speaking of, in the battle between heroic ranks, a professional rank passed. Isn't that courting death? Saying that heroic rank cannot breathe, Fengwu will suffer serious injuries. Not to mention being affected by the aftermath of the heroic rank powerhouse battle. But Fengwu is still unwilling. No. But your current strength is not enough. If you really think about Imperial Sword Sect, then stay obediently and honestly in Cloud Mist City. Maybe you are the last spark of Imperial Sword Sect. Lezenya shook the head, after stopping Fengwu. Chapter 823, The Promise of Bailey Fengwu. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 824. This time I went to the Imperial Sword Sect to fight the Shadow Palace. Even Lezenya did not have enough confidence to retreat. Bring Fengwu. But it's just a burden, that's all. After you came back, you felt something was wrong. What happened? Luo Sheng took a bottle of pure milk at this time, and walked over while drinking. Chi Store Manager. This matter is indeed a bit difficult to tell. Seeing Luo Sheng coming, Lezenya showed a little helplessness and anger on her face. Mixed look. But for Luo Sheng, there is no need to hide it. This kind of thing, let the weaker know, will cause panic. But if I was known by Luo Sheng's powerhouse, I was able to prepare early. Even more how, Luo Sheng, speaking of which, can be regarded as a powerhouse with profound meaning. If Luo Sheng's help can be obtained, the odds of winning the battle this time must be at least 30% higher. What? Is there such a thing? Luo Sheng's expression on his face was a little surprised after listening to Le Zhengya's words. There was also a strange look in his eyes. Imperial Sword Sect, because Sect Master went down the mountain with an elder to practice. His hometown was stolen. Speaking of this, it is really funny. But Luo Sheng can't laugh. Although Luo Sheng is not responsible for this matter, but I don't know why, I always feel a little guilty in my heart, and a feeling of inexplicable and unclear. Probably it was the loss of another source of destination. However, Imperial Sword Sect is not far from Cloud Mist City, and compared with Mother Earth Academy, even more how, the management method of Sect is much stricter than that of Academy, and it is probably not that easy to let Disciple go down the mountain to experience it. I wanted to wait for a while, and then I suggested that Sect Master draw Disciple and come to the store manager to experience it. Use the rotation system and the ranking system to let everyone Disciple has a chance to come over. But it seems that there is no chance now. After Le Zhengya finished speaking, he sighed softly. But this made Luo Sheng's eyes bright. Imperial Sword Sect, as the Eastern Wilderness #1 sect, as the leader of many sects, its strength, rich resources, and financial resources are naturally beyond doubt. You know, Sect is much richer than Academy in terms of resources and financial resources. In the final analysis, Academy is just a place to learn martial skills and magic. Compared with the student's family background and financial resources, what is more important is the student's aptitude. In line with the idea of education for everyone, irrespective of background, spread all kinds of peaches and plums. But Sect is different. Sect's cohesion and short-term character are far from the Academy. It's like a cultivator. If you say which academy you came from, it just means you have the ability. But if you are a cultivator and say what sect's disciple you are, then you are talking about your background. You bullied a student, he may find a few classmates at most. But if you bully a certain sect disciple, then you have to be careful to be approached by his master. Therefore, for those merchants or protagonists with average cultivation aptitude but strong financial resources, the first choice is definitely a certain sect, and then a certain academy. This also caused Sect's financial resources to be far stronger than Academy. The Imperial Sword Sect, as the leader of many sects, its financial strength is far more than other sects. This can be seen from the fact that Le Zhengya spent hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals in the trading system to purchase the Evil Spirit Body Skill book without even blinking his eyes. Trifling hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Chapter 824, The Difference Between Academy and Sect. God-level store manager system. Chapter 825. After the Shadow Palace will be born, the first place to start the battle is at the Imperial Sword Sect. The thoughts in my heart are probably no different. I also took a fancy to the rich family property of Imperial Sword Sect. As long as you can win the Imperial Sword Sect, you don't have to worry about subsequent resources. Therefore, if Imperial Sword Sect can also be used as a source of customers, the store's turnover will definitely increase by a large margin. Chief Store Manager, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Luo Sheng's expression is different, Le Zhengya couldn't help but ask aloud. It's nothing. I just remembered suddenly, there may be some merchandise useful to you in this battle. Luo Sheng's expression quickly returned to the appearance of calm and composed. What product? Le Zhengya asked quickly. There is absolutely no room for loss in this battle, so the odds of winning can increase by 1 point is 1 point. You come with me, Luo Sheng said lightly, then turned and walked towards the shelf area. Let Luo Sheng follow Le Zhengya and the others to find trouble in the Shadow Palace? That is impossible. Luo Sheng's current real level is only Grandmaster rank. To intervene in the battle of heroic rank, it is really tired. Unless they can bring the enemy into the store. Therefore, Luo Sheng can only support a little in equipment and materials. Of course, spirit crystal is required. You should use this thing. Luo Sheng came to the shelf area and directly took a blue crystal ball from the shelf. This crystal ball is probably fist-sized, and the blue inside is like a rapidly rotating vortex, so those who stare at the crystal ball can't help but indulge in it. Crystal ball, rare special item, one-time item. How to use: break the crystal ball of broken demon to release the destructive power inside, ignoring the target level, and completely smash the target demon array. This is a product that Luo Sheng refreshed from the special item black market. I thought it looked good at the time, so I bought it. It turns out that it doesn't seem to be of much use. The only function of breaking the magic crystal ball is to destroy the magic array. And it's a disposable item. In other words, although the crystal ball is expensive as a rare special item, it can only destroy magic array. This function really needs to speak, of which, it can be said to be very tasteless. Even ignoring the level of the target magic array, there are very few places that can be used. After all, where there are that many powerful magic arrays to destroy you. However, this time Lezenia and the others returned to the Sword Sect Mountain Gate. The Shadow Palace must be at ease. The magic array, this thing, it will be arranged in any direction. When the time comes, this magic crystal ball may have a miraculous effect. Sure enough, it is a good thing. What price is this magic crystal ball? Things Luo Sheng would think of. Lezenia, who has more combat experience, can naturally think of it. So after listening to the introduction of Pomo Crystal Ball, Lezenia was ready to buy it without saying a word. 10,000 spirit crystals. Luo Sheng said blankly. The purchase price of this magic crystal ball is 8,000 spirit crystals. Selling 10,000 spirit crystals really didn't make much. How else would Luo Sheng say that this devilish crystal ball is tasteless? It is really a wastrel to spend 10,000 spirit crystals to destroy magic array. The miraculous effect of this thing is worth 10,000 spirit crystals. Lezenia nodded, without the slightest hesitation, and directly took out the membership card. Swipe at the counter. Luo Sheng is now even more convinced of the wealth of Imperial Sword Sect. This source of tourists must find a way to get it. Chapter 825, Demon Crystal Ball. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 826. By the way, there is this, Meidong Vitamin Functional Drink. Luo Sheng and Lezenia came to the counter and watched when Lezenia swiped the card. I suddenly thought of this product again. Meidong Vitamin Functional Drink, rare grade. After drinking, it completely restores the drinker's battle chi, magic, and spirit strength, and permanently improves the drinker's level. The effect of upgrading the level depends on the strength of the drinker, and it only takes effect once in a person's life. No restrictions on use. This is a veteran-level product. Since Luo Sheng opened its store, it has been accompanied by Luo Sheng, but it has not been sold until now. But it probably has something to do with Luo Sheng not being put on the shelf. But its efficacy is absolutely beyond doubt. Meidong Vitamin Energy Drink. It has such a powerful effect. Why is it not sold in the vending machine? Lezenia looked at Luo Sheng's blue one-that-day plastic bottle. My eyes are quite hot. After drinking, the drinker's battle chi, magic, and spirit strength are completely restored. This is in battle, but it is a general item of divine artifact. Instantly return to the blue potion, and it still returns to blue at full. If this thing is used well, with no difficulty can change the situation, especially for the battle between powerhouses of the same level. Unless you are caught in a weak spot, or there is a gap in combat skills between the two, it is common for you to run out of battle chi or magic power before defeat. Limited products, just named drinks. In fact, you can use this vitamin function drink as a kind of medicine. Luo Sheng did not give more explanation. Luo Sheng drew 10 bottles in total for this thing, and it's still unknown whether it can be drawn in the future. So Luo Sheng has never thought of putting out the Meidong Vitamin Functional Drink. Anyway, the products produced by System do not have a shelf life. Since it is a limited product, then I won't ask more. I don't know the price of this Mei Dong vitamin functional drink. Lasagna ordered, nodded and released, asked the sound. Those good things. Take them down first. It is also 10,000 spirit crystals. Luo Sheng casually quoted a price. Cheap. Lasagna is straightforward. But just after uttering these two words, Lasagna was shocked and immediately swiped the membership card, and then snatched the Mei Dong vitamin functional drink from Luo Sheng. Don't worry, although I never discount, but I will never increase the price. Luo Sheng looked at Lasagna's movements and couldn't help but didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Is it that the impression that I give to others is so greedy for money? No, it's not right. There is a principle of not discounting, and it has a relationship with greed for money. But apart from this, Luo Sheng has nothing to help Lasagna and the others. The rank inheritance scroll was only used by Nalan Kinky. Special item: there are no good products in the black market. Medicine pill, weapons and the like. Lasagna and Bailey Fengwa must be ready. As for the others, it can only be resigned. The preparation has been done. Luo Sheng can only wish Lasagna and Bailey Fengwa a good journey. There is no farewell and no blessing. The incident of the Imperial Sword Sect being attacked is not a glorious thing, so in addition to a few heroic ranks in the store, people who know can be counted on one's fingers. Bailey Fengwa and Lasagna also took advantage of the sky to be bright and left Cloud Mist City. As for Yukifeng, I will stay in Cloud Mist City for the time being to recuperate. Although he had the help of healing pill, Yukifeng's injury would take 3 to 5 days to recover completely. Chapter 826. This is called a principle. God-level store manager system. Chapter 827. However, soldiers are very fast. These 3 or 5 days are not long, but if you drag it on, I don't know how many Imperial Sword Sect's disciplines are left. Although the gate of Sword Sect Mountain is far away from Cloud Mist City, it is only half a day away at the speed of heroic rank powerhouse. Bailey Fengwa and Lasagna stood quietly in the air, looking at the shattered mountain gate of the Imperial Sword Sect. Hurrying on the road, a trace of fatigue appeared in the eyes of the two of them. But seeing this scene, the trace of fatigue was instantly dissipated by anger. Damn the Shadow Palace! The joint crusade back then left the remnants of the Shadow Palace. This time, it is absolutely impossible to give you any chance to rekindle it. Although Bailey Fengwa is full of anger in his chest, but it still maintains the proper sense. The top priority now is to smash the foundation of the Shadow Palace. When the time comes, it is when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. After that, it is time to gather all the sects of Dongwang to clean up the remnants of the Shadow Palace. Sect Master, let's go to war. Lasagna looked at the broken Imperial Sword Sect at the mountain gate, almost shattered with a mouthful of silver teeth. That's natural. After this battle, he is the traitor who cleans up sect. The imposing manner on Bailey Fengwa's body is also rising. Leading out the heroic rank powerhouse of the Shadow Palace, there is no need to do more. All they need to do is to release their imposing manner, and they will naturally know that someone is coming to collect debts. Sneak attack is almost non-existent for heroic rank powerhouse, unless the sneak attacker has a way to gather breath that even heroic rank can't see. Otherwise, it is like Yu Chifeng, who is extremely relieved of Murong Song. When Murong Song's defiance strikes, he can react to this at the crucial moment. Not to mention, the heroic rank powerhouse itself is in a state of vigilance. The guests are here. Imperial Sword Sect, inside the Sect Master Great Palace. Dark Nether, who was sitting on the ground, turned his head slightly and looked at somewhere in the sky. There are two imposing manners exuding imposing manners. It's the imposing manner of Bailey Fengwa and Lasagna. Murong Song also slowly raised his head and confirmed. Others are not familiar with Bailey Fengwa and Lasagna's imposing manner, but Murong Song is very familiar with it. In order to understand the fighting skills and fighting habits of the two, Murong Song often finds two people to discuss. It seems that there are only two people. After perceiving carefully for a while, Nine Nether said suspiciously, logically speaking, after Yu Chifeng escaped from the gate of Yu Sword Sect Mountain, he contacted these two people. Then they should know that in the Imperial Sword Sect, at least 3 heroic ranks are waiting for them to walk right into a trap. But why? They dare to be so big. With only 2 people, they dare to come to the gate of Sword Sect Mountain. Is there any follow-up? There are indeed only 2 people. The breath of Yukifeng is not there. Murong Song clicked, nodded and confirmed again. There are only 2 people who dare to come and walk right into a trap. I really don't know if they are too arrogant or want to be buried for the Imperial Sword Sect. Hai Ming is like that. A war-like body came over and cast a shadow in the Sect Master Great Palace. His tone is also extremely disdainful. Hai Ming, don't underestimate the enemy. Dark Nine Nether warned. In any case, Bailey Fenghua also has the title of heroic rank #1 person. Even if an outsider gives the Imperial Sword Sect Master face, it still needs Bailey Fenghua to have enough strength to earn this face. Even more how? People who can sit in the Imperial Sword Sect Lord's position. Its strength will be weak. Chapter 827. Only 2 people. God-level store manager system. Chapter 828. Even more how? Plus a Lezengya who was able to one-man one sword a few years ago, and even beast 3 heroic rank demonic beasts. Even if there are only 2 people coming from the other party, it is absolutely not to be careless. You know, the lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. The battle between heroic ranks, once the enemy is underestimated, the consequences will be disastrous. Dark Nine Nether, although you cannot underestimate the enemy, but don't overestimate your opponent. Merely a trifling 2 stray dogs. Why do you need to be afraid? Place. Hai Ming said it disdainfully. For the tyrannical aura that exudes in the sky outside the temple, he also has a look of contempt. If the Imperial Sword Sect is still intact, Yukifeng has not been injured, and Murong Song has not betrayed the Imperial Sword Sect, that Hai Ming will indeed be afraid of the power of Imperial Sword Sect. But now, only the 2 of Bailey Fenghua and Lezengya could not make Hai Ming take it seriously. Moreover, the Imperial Sword Sect disciple that fell in the hands of the Shadow Palace can also allow them to refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Well, let's go for a while. The so-called Sect Master of the strongest sect, and Elder Dark Nine Nether also stood up, dusted the ashes from his body, then accompanied Hai Ming and Murong Song to the place where the imposing manner broke out. In the sky, the clouds and mist are cleared, but I saw 5 people standing still in the void, silently confronting each other. It took a long time for someone to speak. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You are finally here. Dark Nine Nether's tall and thin body was shrouded under the black robe, and the voice that came out of her mouth was a little bit dark. With cold and playful eyes, he looked at the 2 people in front of him, and Hai Ming, who stood by, was even more disdainful. Unlike the cold imposing manner on Nine Nether, Nine Nether's imposing manner is fierce and violent, mixed with the faintly discernible chi of slaughter. If it is a lower-level person, he will be touched by the imposing manner released by Hai Ming. I'm afraid I will faint on the spot. Wait for us? Waiting for us to come back, and wait for the dog's life? Seeing the culprit who destroyed the Imperial Sword Sect, Lezengya said unceremoniously to Bailey Fenghua also stood aside with cold eyes, looking at the heroic ranks of these 2 shadow palaces. Although Nine Nether and the others have the advantage in terms of numbers, when Bailey Fenghua and Lezengya faced them, they did not lose the slightest in the imposing manner. What did you say? 2 stray dogs, dare to speak wild words here. Hai Ming heard this, complexion changed, and immediately shouted his anger. Hai Ming, don't be so fierce. This is not our way of hospitality. Dark Nine Nether waved her hand, with a hypocritical smile on her face, gloomy, speaking sadly. After confirming that only Bailey Fenghua and Lezengya are coming, Nine Nether also relaxes a little bit. Although Nine Nether is a cautious character, it will pay enough attention to the enemy. But when the enemy's strength is indeed not as good as one's own, A contemptuous attitude can also damage the enemy's morale. Hospitable guests. Don't you tell yourself when you are waiting? The remnants of the Shadow Palace, Bailey Fengwa said in a cold voice. I don't care about the contempt of the two in front of me. It's the old man's negligence. The Shadow Hall law enforcement elder, Dark Nine Nether. Dark Nine Nether narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Lao Tzu is the elder of the Shadow Palace fighting. Hai Ming, I heard that you are the Imperial Sword Sect master known as Heroic Rank number 1 person. Don't know if you dare to fight? Hai Ming's voice is like thunder. Under the bang, people's ears buzzed. Chapter 828, Mouthful Rage. God-level store manager system. Chapter 829. War is definitely going to fight, but this sect master has one more thing to deal with. Facing Hai Ming's provocation, Bailey Fengwa face nothing moved. Instead, he looked at Murong Song, who stood aside, and asked angrily, Murong Song, I think I treat you very well, and I don't care about your non-primitive identity, and give you the role of elder. But why did you betray the Imperial Sword Sect? Is this how you repay me? In this question, there are anger and regret, but more. I still hate myself for being heartbroken for not knowing others. Sect Master Bailey, I will call you Sect Master one last time. Facing Bailey Fengwa's question, Murong Song has no joy or sadness on his face, but a faint voice. After taking a deep look at Bailey Fengwa, Murong Song continued, I am very grateful to you for taking care of me over the years, and I am very grateful for your importance to me. Unfortunately, Murong Song, I was originally from the Shadow Palace, so how can I betray you? Murong Song's words are like a bolt from the blue sky. Split in Bailey Fengwa's mind. What did you say? You were originally from the Shadow Palace? How is this possible? It won't. Bailey Fengwa pointed at Murong Song. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she was so shocked that she couldn't even speak completely. But soon, the origins of Murong Song came to Bailey Fengwa's mind. The Shadow Palace was jointly attacked by the sect 14 years ago. Murong Song came to Imperial Sword Sect 13 years ago. The displayed aptitude and innate talent almost made the old sect master, who has already accepted the legacy, disciple of Bailey Fengwa, and they have regained their thoughts of accepting disciples. However, it didn't expect. The disciple that was delivered to the door was the dark child buried by the Shadow Palace 13 years ago. Now, this dark child has grown into a towering tree. But, you don't have the slightest blood-reeking chi in your body, so how come you are from the Shadow Palace? Bailey Fengwa still doesn't understand. The breath of the Shadow Palace is evil and violent. This special breath can hardly be concealed. Surprised, isn't it? That is because of the aura of the Shadow Palace, not the unique cultivation method. As long as the blood sacrifice art tempering itself is not used, naturally, the breath will not change. Murong Song's face is calm and composed. Even when asked about this question, there is still no expression. He just answered Bailey Fengwa's question in a flat tone. Since it has come to the point of opposition, only one between the Shadow Palace and the Imperial Sword Sect can survive. It is not difficult for the dying person to know a secret that is not a secret. So that's how it is. You can spend 13 years laying out, hiding in the dark for 10 years like a day, and the things you are plotting are really not small. When Bailey Fengwa heard this, he knew the purpose of the Shadow Palace in his heart. Imperial Sword Sect is just the first step of the Shadow Palace. When the Imperial Sword Sect falls, all other sects will be in the bag of the Shadow Palace. After unifying the sect forces and integrating all the forces, the Shadow Palace is qualified to ask for the position of the Lord of the Eastern Desolation. What a big ambition. It seems that you already understand. Dark Nine Nether gave out a contemptuous smile, but the look in her eyes paid more attention to Bailey Fengwa. From these words, we can infer the purpose of the Shadow Palace. This kind of person is by no means idle. It's a pity that I have despised the Shadow Palace until that year, so that your strategy will succeed. Chapter 829, Murong Song's True Identity. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 830. It's just a pity that I waited for a group of sects. In the past, I despised you before letting your strategy succeed. Bailey Fengwu secretly sighed. At this moment, it is already difficult to return to the sky. The Shadow Palace was conquered by many sects. It was simply in the Shadow Palace's plan. The purpose is to make the Shadow Palace disappear in the eyes of all sects. Only then can the Dark Child of the Shadow Palace, one by one, be buried in each sect, and burst out at the critical moment. The blood sacrifice art, which belongs exclusively to the Shadow Palace, is just a powerful sacrificial refining method. It is not a cultivation technique. Everyone was deceived by the Shadow Palace. After 14 years of dormancy and keeping a low profile, the power of the Shadow Palace can no longer be suppressed. Now, don't think about it. Among the great sects, the Dark Child of the Shadow Palace has also grown up. Otherwise, the Shadow Palace impossible will emerge at this time. Bailey Fengwu and Lezenya left the gate of the Imperial Sword Sect and went down the mountain to practice, which was just the fuse of the birth of the Shadow Palace. Even if you don't start with the Imperial Sword Sect, there will still be other sects that will be captured by the Shadow Palace. Pride and arrogance, complacency, believe oneself infallible, have always been your biggest drawbacks. Thinking that if you eliminate heresy, you can sit back and relax. It's ridiculous. 9 in Nether Dark Tone, with a strong disdain to intractable. Even the recognized number 1 sect and Imperial Sword Sect are all true. Get a glimpse and know the whole thing. You can imagine what the other sect looks like. It is useless to say more. Now that I know your plan, then I will try my best to stop it. Bailey Fengwu slowly drew out his weapon, a sharp thin sword. After guessing the plan of the Shadow Palace, although shocked, Bailey Fengwu also understood what he was going to do. That is to regain the Imperial Sword Sect and try to weaken the power of the Shadow Palace. I must lose 3 heroic rank powerhouses at once. That place deliberately, wanting to win the Shadow Palace of the Lord of the East, should not be able to bear it. I just finished talking about your arrogance. You started, it seems that the sect in the Eastern Desolation, it is time to clean it again. Dark Nine Nether waved his sleeves. A dark staff appeared in his hands. A white skull is embedded on this staff, and in Skull's mouth, there is still a magic core that has been polished so smoothly. Next to magic core, there are dozens of crimson crystal stones inlaid. As soon as this staff is taken out, it emits boundless ominous fiend chi. Will know when you see it, is a weapon that has experienced countless killings. Come on. Let me see what qualifications you have in the end to be called heroic rank number 1 person. Dark Nine Nether raised his staff and stared. Bailey Fengwu said, if you want to fight, then fight. The Bailey Fengwu rapier came out of its sheath, lightly stroked it across the fingertips, and the blood ball rolled over the blade. Over. The rapier suddenly hummed slightly. Then I will come to you for a while. Haiming squeezed his fingers, made a crisp sound, and looked at Lezenya. Since Dark Nether chose Bailey Fengwu as its opponent, Haiming will naturally be responsible for solving the other one. As for Murong Song, he naturally swept on the sidelines. Then you are ready to die. Lezenya's reply was unceremonious. It is precisely this kind of character that made Lezenya break into the demonic beast forest alone in order to avenge Disciple, and even behead the heroic rank demonic beast. Chapter 830, The Conspiracy of the Shadow Palace, God Level Store Manager System Chapter 831. Interesting, I just don't know. Do you have this ability? Before the black voice fell, I took the lead. Don't look at Haiming as strong as a bear, but the speed is also not slow. During the outbreak of battle chi, Haiming's silhouette seemed to have turned into a phantom, and moved towards Lezenya. Went straight. Zenquan, landslide. The moment he got close to Lezenya, Haiming raised his hand and punched. The sound bursts and roars like thunder. The power of horror made the space a little distorted, and even cracks appeared. There is more than enough strength, but not enough speed. Facing the immediate attack, Lezenya still had time to comment, only to get lucky with battle chi, and turned slightly sideways. Hai Ming's attack and Lasagna passed by. But Lasagna will not give up this good opportunity. While attacking, it means giving up defense. If you can use offense instead of defense, you can overwhelm the opponent. But if it can't, it's the biggest weak spot for the opponent. Zheng. Lasagna's hand was placed on the hilt. The thin sword is out of its sheath, like a dragon going out to sea. Sword light is like electricity, dazzling and dazzling. A conspicuous sword mark suddenly appeared between Hai Ming's chest and abdomen, and gurgling blood continued to flow out of the wound. Damn, how is this possible? How could you break my battle chi bodyguard? Hai Ming snarled the wound on his chest and abdomen, and roared in a little astonishment. The body that has been sacrificed by blood sacrifice art, combined with the battle chi that has been sacrificed, is in the heroic rank. There is nothing to break. But in the hands of Lasagna, it is as vulnerable as thin paper. How can Hai Ming accept this? Your bodyguard, battle chi, is not enough. Lasagna didn't say much, but shook his head slightly, with a rapier in his hand, and answered faintly, Gengjin Thorn Sword, with armor-piercing effect. Although it is only an excellent weapon, it is Lasagna's favorite weapon, because of the accompanying armor-piercing effect. When facing this kind of defensive rank of believe oneself infallible, you can repeatedly make amazing achievements. Lasagna's rank is light swordsman who is good at perception and agile attributes. In terms of offensive speed and shooting speed, Lasagna is not lacking. The Gengjin Thorn Sword can just provide the armor-piercing ability that is most lacking in the light swordsman rank. Although breaking the armor of the heroic rank powerhouse will greatly deplete the durability of the Gold Thorn Sword. After all, this is only an excellent weapon. But Lasagna doesn't care. Anyway, an excellent weapon is only 200 spirit crystals. If the durability is not enough, you can use it as a one-time armor-piercing weapon. You can replace it with dozens of weapons in a battle. There are many spirit crystals, which is willful. Spirit crystal is full, but it hurts. No, it won't be impossible. It's impossible. Hai Ming used battle chi to stop the blood from the wound, and raised his fists full of anger. Violent battle chi condense on it. Forehand fist, rock break. Following Hai Ming angry roar, a punch was thrown, and the violent battle chi suddenly burst out. The power of terrifying condenses into a storm, blasting towards Lasagna. This kind of coverage attack is the most difficult. Lasagna also frowned slightly, her eyes flickering. To dodge in a hurry. There must be a weak spot. What Hai Ming waited for was when Lasagna was forced to dodge and pursue her. However, Hai Ming is destined to be disappointed. Your attack. There is a weak spot. It's too late to say. And when the battle chi storm almost hits the face at the crucial moment, Lasagna Dan's sword came out and hit the battle chi storm of assaults the senses. Chapter 831, Armor Piercing. God-level Storm Manager System. Chapter 832. It's too late and then too fast. Just when the battle chi storm was about to stick to Lasagna's face, at the crucial moment, Lasagna rushed out and stabbed on the raging battle chi storm. That is the only weak point in this battle chi storm. Rapier raise upwards. The battle chi storm was immediately divided into two, whistled past from Lasagna's side, blowing Lasagna's blue silk to meet Fen Feiyang, and his clothes were hunting and hunting. Boom! A loud noise came out loudly. It was the sound of the battle chi storm landing. Even if Lasagna slashed, the battle chi storm strikes divided into two on the mountain range of the ground, still raise the prosperous jungle to the ground in an instant. This is the power of heroic rank. With just a gesture, you can destroy the city and the mountains. This is also the reason why Bailey Fengwu and Lasagna exploded in an imposing manner, leading to Nine Nether and Hai Ming. If this battle happened at the gate of Sword Sect Mountain, I am afraid that most of the Imperial Sword Sect, which has been destroyed, will be razed to the ground. This level of strength is terrifying, incomparable. Murong Song, who was swept on the sidelines, was even more shocked. Hai Ming's two powerful attacks were casually resolved by Lasagna, which is enough to prove the gap between the two. Especially the defensive power that Haiming is proud of is nothing but nothing in front of Lasagna. This has created an irreparable gap between the two. I gave you 2 tricks. Now, it's time for me to attack. Then please, be prepared to kill your neck. Lasagna put the shattered rapier into the bronze storage ring, and then took out a gold thorn sword again. Lasagna has dozens of such excellent weapons. If you have this ability, come here, I'll be waiting. Haiming was casually resolved by Lasagna's 2 attacks, and some of them have exhausted one's limited abilities. I saw Lasagna striving up with a sword. I was immediately ready, only waiting for Lasagna to approach. He blatantly shot and defeated in one fell swoop. However, after Lasagna took a few steps forward, her figure suddenly disappeared, and even the imposing manner that it radiated disappeared along with it. This is the case where the speed exceeds the perception. Haiming knows this naturally, and his heart is even more shocked, because Haiming never thought that Lasagna, who is also a heroic rank, can be as fast as this. There was a muffled sound, followed by blood flying. Lasagna took a few steps back, her figure appeared behind Haiming, and the Gengjin thorn sword in her hand was stained with blood. Ah! No, impossible, impossible, your speed so fast. Deep black after the heart is pierced. A sharp pain come to mind. Lasagna's shot this time directly traumatized Haiming's internal organs. Before the blood from the corners of his mouth was wiped off, Haiming turned his entire body of battle chi into motion. I won't let you act willfully again. Haiming stared at Lasagna, and roared loudly, which seemed to have several points of hysterics. Inside, the previous contempt and disdain have long since disappeared in Haiming's eyes. Instead, there is a deep fear and a trace of fear. Why is it so strong? Haiming doesn't understand. It is also heroic rank peak. Why is there such a big gap? However, even if black meditation breaks its head, it is impossible to imagine. Although it is also heroic rank peak, Lasagna, who has been in Luo Sheng shop for such a long time, has already surpassed Haiming in terms of basic attributes. Chapter 832, Obvious Gap, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 833. Regardless of the improvement brought by medicine pill that permanently improves the attribute, even those snacks and beverages, in the case of long-term consumption, can also improve the basic attributes. This weak advantage is unremarkable at first glance, but the accumulation of a large number of these weak advantages is a huge advantage. Even more how? The Gengjin Thorn Sword also made up for the shortcomings of Lasagna's agile attack rank, attack power and armor-piercing ability. Demonic Beast's roar before dying does not give it even a half chance. That's all. That's unwilling to my own destiny. Lasagna changed a Gengjin Thorn Sword again, stepped on the lotus step, and struck Haiming. This sword is about to pronounce the life of Haiming. Glang! A sound of golden and iron humming sounded. However, Murong Song made a move in this brief moment, and the long sword in his hand held Lasagna's Gengjin Thorn Sword. He also bought some time for Haiming to retreat. Murong Song, are you sure you want to stop me? Lasagna lowered her eyes and asked in a flat voice. But Murong Song knows that Lasagna in this state is the most terrifying. Anger to the depths. The anger calms down. When the extremely angry laughs, it is the time to chill. I am the person of the Shadow Palace. Blocking you is what I must do. Murong Song answered without joy or sorrow. By this moment, Murong Song had already put his life and death out of his mind. How could there be no blood and bones on the way to successful dominance? Okay, then I will complete you. Lasagna flipped her wrist, raised the Gengjin Thorn Sword, and left the long sword in Murong Song's hand. In an instant, her body the shape is scattered. So fast. Seeing this scene, Murong Song's pupils shrank suddenly. The gradually disappearing silhouette is exactly the afterimage left by Lasagna. However, Lasagna's real body has disappeared again at this moment. Betrayed sect, the sin is unforgivable. Lasagna's voice appeared behind Murong Song. This sudden sound made Murong Song's heart cold for a while, and there was cold sweat behind him. Without turning his head back, he raised his sword to defend. Shadow break. But I saw the sword light flashed, like an unrolled bolt of white silk pierced through the sky, already in front of my eyes. Sneak. In an instant, Muerong Song had dozens of more wounds on his body, and blood spattered all over the sky. The exploded sword chi spread all over, and in an instant, it washed away the distant clouds and dyed the sky blue like a Washington. Hai Ming, join hands. At this moment, Muerong Song could not care about morality, and shouted loudly. Although the Shadow Palace itself does not speak morality. Zhengquan, rock break. Hai Ming naturally did not hesitate, seizing the opportunity. Battle chi gathered on the double fists, directly blasted towards Le Zhengye. Muerong Song also took advantage of Le Zhengye's attention to be attracted by the attacking battle chi storm, back and forth again and again, out of Le Zhengye's attack range. However, the moves that have been used once will naturally not work for Le Zhengye. The battle chi storm was once again split by Le Zhengye. Hai Ming and Muerong Song also regrouped and attacked again. This time, neither of them dared to make a big deal. In the face of Le Zhengye, only by joining forces can there be a chance of winning. However, even so, Le Zhengye did not fall behind when facing two simultaneous attacks. Far more than the basic attributes of the two, so that the gap between Le Zhengye and the two has been brought to the point of terrifying. The same is heroic rank peak, and the gap is not small at all. Chapter 833, Hai Ming, Join Forces. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 834. In fact, you really want to speak of which? Calculated by strength only. The strength of Le Zhengye, after studying in Luo Sheng shop for so long, it can be called a half-step powerhouse level. Unfortunately, in the state of mind, Le Zhengye is still far behind the real half-step powerhouse class Gepingchuan. Therefore, Le Zhengye's realm is always heroic rank peak, rather than half-step powerhouse level. But this is the case. In the face of the joint attack of Hai Ming and Muerong Song, Le Zhengye has gradually become more comfortable without losing the wind. The name of Wu Kai is by no means nothing serious. Le Zhengye is known as the heroic rank with the most innate talent in Imperial Sword Sect. Although in the eyes of most people, the reputation is not obvious. But if you really want to fight, Le Zhengye's battle strength is absolutely beyond doubt. Hai Ming and Muerong Song's combined attack, no matter how well they cooperated, was easily resolved by Le Zhengye many times. In the sky, the majestic battle chi burst out one after another. The terrifying momentum and violent aftermath even directly smashed the ground far away from the battle center. It seems that the problem can be solved without us taking action. Look again. Even if there is a gap in battle strength, but it's also heroic rank, it's not easy for Lezing Elder to keep them. Outside the Imperial Sword Sect, the battle is in full swing. A hidden place far away from the battlefield, Gepingchuan and Ren Gongxiu are discussing something. And Ling Ao, holding the membership card in the live broadcast of this battle, the three said that it is easy to use Protector to support Bailey Fengwu and Le Zhengye, and defeat the Shadow Palace. Naturally, come here. It's just that the three Gepingchuan, at first, stay away from the perception range. After the battle started, he approached. Because Protector can be promoted to heroic rank in terms of level and strength. But Protector is just a condensed product of magic after all, and does not have its own thinking ability. And naturally there is no fighting skill at all. If it can be in strength, it is a crushing advantage. That fighting skills can naturally be ignored. But when these protectors, who have the strength of heroic rank, face the powerhouse of heroic rank as well, if there is no cohesive person to control, then it is just to deliver food. Don't look at the treasure hall of the doll maze. Those protectors are so strong that they are simply outrageous. But that's only because these protector puppets, based on the basic attribute, crushed those players who entered the puppet maze. That's all. When people want to crush ants, do they need any tactics? Let's prepare first to prevent them from escaping. Gepingchuan watched it for a while before speaking slowly. Le Zhengye's battle strength is undoubtedly far superior to Hai Ming and Muerong Song. So as long as one more protector joins the battle, the situation will surely be reversed instantly. But the situation is reversed. Even though Hai Ming and Murong Song are not equal to Le Zenya, they are both heroic ranks, and it is not difficult to escape. However, since Gapinchwan and the others are here, they will not allow this to happen. As long as there is an absolute advantage in the number of people, they can be deployed in advance and stayed. Cloud Mist City, Luo Sheng Shop. Although Ling Ao intends to broadcast the battle this time, Luo Sheng, who knows the importance of the matter, naturally understands what Ling Ao means. This live broadcast is only for a few powerhouses, for example, Banzheng, who is intentional and powerless. Chapter 834, Bystanders. God-level store manager system. Chapter 835. So this rarely seen heroic rank battle was not played on the screen in the lobby. After all, most of the current customers in the Luo Sheng store are students from the 3 major academies, who do not mix things with upper sect. There is nothing useful to see. However, at this point, Luo Sheng kindly relayed the live broadcast to Fexu. After all, Fexu is also the disciple of Imperial Sword Sect. It is also appropriate to understand the situation of Imperial Sword Sect. What's the point of fighting and killing all day long? You can't sit down, eat a pot of small dragon shrimp, drink a cold beer, and have a good talk. Luo Sheng sits on the sofa in the deck and directly puts the screen in the small window of the New World mode. However, in the battle of heroic rank, to be honest, Luo Sheng is also the first time I have met. The previous fight with Bone Dragon is not counted. It was just a unilateral crush by Luo Sheng. However, when I look at it now, the battle of heroic rank powerhouse really broke and the situation changed. By the way, talking about this, I almost forgot, I haven't watched the special item black market today. When Luo Sheng looked a little bored, suddenly I shivered. Then I remembered it. Speaking of which, this is mainly because the probability of good things appearing on the special item black market is too low. At the very beginning, Luo Sheng also waited with great interest every day until the early morning, when the special item black market refreshed. Immediately check the refreshed products. But after a long period of time, there is no such precious commodity. So Luo Sheng almost lost confidence. It developed into what it is now. Let me see what weird products will appear in the special item black market today. Luo Sheng has long understood the character of the system. So now I never think of anything good. Skip the useless ordinary level products in front. Luo Sheng's gaze fell directly on the last grid. That golden bordered lattice border. That sparkling quality font. It is a long-lost treasure-level product. Skyling, treasure-level consumable. Skyle is the most violent power, but also the most powerful force. Pure Skyle contains unmatched destruction strength. Inject the target breath and throw tokens, which will lead the sky to judge the target. Ignore all defenses below heroic rank and below. Remarks: the Sky Thunder makes the formidable power huge. Please use it with caution. Remarks again: if you haven't reached the powerhouse level, everything is counted as heroic rank. Purchase price: 100,000 spirit crystal. Oh my god, it's either there is nothing good for half a month in 10 days, or it will come with this ultimate weapon as soon as it comes. Luo Sheng. When I saw the introduction of the attributes of this heavenly Ling, I suddenly sucked in a cold breath. Thunderling this day, although it is a one-time consumable, but the effect is surprisingly powerful. The highest, you can ignore the defense and instantly kill a heroic rank powerhouse. This is equivalent to, with 100,000 spirit crystals, in exchange for the life of a heroic rank powerhouse. Of course, this is only the purchase price of 100,000 spirit crystals. If you sell it, Luo Sheng is definitely impossible and only sells 100,000 spirit crystals. This kind of tyrannical item, as long as the effect is stated, there are countless people who want to be like Crucian Carp crossing the river. Even if Luo Sheng sells 1 million spirit crystals, there are still people who want it. Nothing else, just for the powerful deterrence of Skyling. Chapter 835, The Order of Thunder. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 836. Able to ignore all defenses and instantly kill a heroic rank powerhouse. This kind of divine object is placed in the hands of some great influence. If it is used well, the benefits it can bring can be described as countless. Even if it is put in the hands of some small forces, it can also make other forces don't dare provoke, so that you can develop your own strength at ease. Don't think that Skyling is just a one-time consumable, and it has no deterrent effect. Can cultivation to heroic rank powerhouse, which one is not piled up with countless resources, super innate talent and aptitude. Can cultivation to this kind of realm, no one is willing to take personal risks to challenge the effects of the Thunder Order. If you really meet a stunned boy, if you say Sekil, it will be Sekil. That stunned green is indeed die without regret, but the heroic rank powerhouse who was killed by a spike does not say anything about it. No, I have to think about it again. Don't rush to put it on the shelves. Luo Sheng thought for a long time before buying Tenling, but it was not immediately put on the shelf. Nothing else, just because the Sky Thunder makes this thing too lethal. Kill heroic rank in seconds. If this is really taken outside and used, then people were alarmed and everyone is at risk. And, more importantly, people who believe in the effects of the Sky Thunder Order are probably only regular customers in the store. However, it doesn't really matter. After all, there is only one piece of Skyling, first come first served, second come, you can only watch. And if Lingao knows, even if Luo Sheng sells a price of 5 million spirit crystals, I'm afraid Lingao can buy it without blinking. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng suddenly hit the palm of his hand. Yes, why should I put it on the shelf? Just go to blackmail? No. It's not enough to sell to Flame Sovereign. It's just a pity, Lingao now not in the store. Then wait until he comes back. Not to mention Luo Sheng's luck, I don't know why, it suddenly became better. Outside the Imperial Sword Sect, the Bailey Feng were confronting Dark Nine Nether also moved. With a wave of the thin sword in his hand, the sword chi surged like a rainbow. The rank of Bailey Feng were named Yu Jians. This is the Imperial Sword Sect Master, a rare rank handed down from generation to generation. Is also the origin of the name Imperial Sword Sect. Sword out. Bailey Fengwa raised his hand out of the sword, raised upwards through the air, and a sword chi flew out, slashing towards the Dark Nine Nether. Sword chi whizzed, almost smashing the void. When Dark Nine Nether saw this sword chi, she did not dare to despise it, and a strange fire suddenly appeared on the skeleton staff in her hand. Magic Barrier. This is the most commonly used defensive magic by Great Magician, and it is also one of the most practical defensive magic. The defensive barrier by Magic Condense can defend against both physical attacks and magic. And the more magic power used, the stronger the defensive power of the magic barrier. The sword chi that came whizzing hit the magic barrier. Boom. There was only one explosion, the sword chi was broken and dissipated, and a small sword mark appeared on the magic barrier. Your attack, also only this, Nine Nether said with a smile contemptuously. In the skull staff in his hand, a blue-gray fire appeared in the skull's eyes. Your magic is really weird. The blow of Bailey Fengwa, although it is a test, but it also used 7 points of strength. The destructive power of sword chi, absolutely no doubt. However, the magic barrier of Dark Nether is unexpectedly tenacious. This is the power of blood sacrifice art. Chapter 836, The Swordsman. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 837. The magic power after the sacrifice. The magic released. The formidable power is more than 30% stronger than before. This is definitely not a small number. The Battle of the Great Magician is a combination of countless magic. Each magic is 30% stronger, and the superimposed effect is not as simple as 30%. Weird, weak. Don't blame magic. Dark Nine Nether halted the skeleton staff. Obviously standing in the air, the skeleton staff seemed to hit the ground. In the air, cracks suddenly appeared. Dozens of sharp and unmatched wind blades, along with the space shock, quickly attacked Bailey Fenghua. Basic element magic and general magic are all magic that great magician can learn. Simple space magic is naturally included. However, it is very difficult to combine element magic and space magic to release, because space magic is more violent than elemental magic. Once there are some mistakes, elemental magic will be annihilated by space magic. Hong long long dash. The space oscillates a huge rumbling sound, and the terrifying fluctuation completely surrounds Bailey Fenghua. The wind blade that follows closely from behind has blocked all of Bailey Fenghua's retreat. Compared to locked magic, covering magic is obviously more headache. Dark Nine Nether's battle awareness is extremely rich, and once it is shot, it is a big move. Dare to appear at this time, and its strength is really not to be underestimated. Although it is an enemy, but Nine Nether's fighting skills, Bailey Fenghua has to admire. Screamed. Compared to Hai Ming, Dark Nether is undoubtedly much better. Hai Ming used blood sacrifice art to sacrifice his body. However, in the battle, Hai Ming did not give full play to this advantage. Or, before the armor-piercing effect, the physical advantage simply can't be used. But the Dark Nine Nether has brought the power of magic to the extreme. Covering magic, leaving no way out. But if there is only this level, then I can only tell you a word in advance: you have lost. Battle Chi in Bailey Fenghua's body began to run wildly. The roaring sound is like a river rushing. The majestic Battle Chi, which resembles the sea, is injected into the rapier, and on the blade, an unmatched sword chi is immediately emitted. Unbearable. Bang! Bailey Fenghua looked at the shock of the space that hit him, and the wind blades all over the sky. The expression on his face remained unchanged, but he just raised the thinness in his hand. Sword. In an instant, sword chi burst out, almost touching the sky. One sword, break the mountains and rivers. With a thin sword slashed down, sword chi is like the blade of the sky. So all the things blocking in front of sword chi were torn apart and then crushed into powder. Space shock and wind blade are naturally no exception. The magic of Dark Nine Nether, under the sword chi that almost divided the sky into two, did not hold on for half a second and was completely shattered. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying attack? Dark Nine Nether's face was shocked, and with a wave of his staff, he quickly flashed back in a short position. Go with. The seemingly tenacious magic barrier was shattered by sword chi at the moment the Dark Nether retreated. It's really fast to escape. Bailey Fenghua is sneaked up, he raises his sword forward, and countless sword chi swings from the rapier. This is the fighting style of the swordsman. The indestructible sword chi will destroy all enemies that stand in front of the sword keeper. Chapter 837, One Sword, Broken Mountains and Rivers. God-level store manager system. Chapter 838. Even though it is the most violent space magic known as formidable power, it can't stop the sword chi smashed by Bailey Fenghua. Maybe the previous Bailey Fenghua is not as strong as it is. Although it is called heroic rank number 1 person, in terms of real battle strength, it is far behind Lasagna. But at this moment, the strength of Bailey Fenghua has been proved. He is indeed a heroic rank number 1 person. As for the improvement of Bailey Fenghua's battle strength, part of the reason for the improvement of the basic attributes is part of the reason for staying in the Luo Sheng shop for so long. But the biggest reason is probably to be attributed to the weapons that Bailey Fenghua now holds. 7 Cardinal Sins massively improved the user's physical attack power, magic formidable power, and magic condensing speed. Sword chi is a unique application of battle chi. However, no one thought that the effect of 7 cardinal sins on improving the magic formidable power and the speed of magic condensing could also act on the cohesion of sword chi. This matter, let alone 100 miles of elegance. Luo Sheng didn't even think of it. In other words, simply did not think about it. Originally, Bailey Fenghua's idea was very simple, just wanting a powerful weapon with formidable power. And 7 cardinal sins, as the only treasure-level weapon in the Luo Sheng store for the time being. Naturally, it is the weapon that best meets the requirements of Bailey Fenghua. Although the price is a bit more expensive, for the Imperial Sword Sect Master of Bailey Fenghua, Spirit Crystal is not a problem. Moreover, as 7 Cardinal Sins is a synthetic weapon, the choice of shape can be determined by the synthesizer, whether it is blade, spear, sword, halberd, or all kinds of wands. There is no problem, because 7 Cardinal Sins can not only bless physical attacks, but also bless magic formidable power. So Bailey Fengwu naturally chose his best rapier. However, after getting 7 Cardinal Sins, when I tried the weapon, there was a surprise that no one had expected. This is the effect that 7 Cardinal Sins has to improve the magic formidable power and speed up the speed of magic condensation, which can act on the sword chi condensation. After all, the swordsman owned by Bailey Fengwu is of the battle chi rank. Usually it is impossible to use the staff to fight, so it is totally unclear about this, and it is this effect that makes the formidable power of the sword chi released by Bailey Fengwu instantly upgraded to a level. Moreover, 7 Cardinal Sins can greatly increase the user's physical attack power while increasing the magic formidable power and magic condensing speed. This is a perfect fit for the Battle Chi class. It can be said that the attributes of 7 Cardinal Sins are simply tailor-made for the rank of swordsman. Even more how? 7 Cardinal Sins has improved physical attack power, magic formidable power, and the speed of magic condensing. At the same time, it can also improve the user's powers attributes, physique attribute, agility attribute, and spirit strength. Among these 4 basic attributes, there are 3, which are required by the swordsman rank, and there are 2 additional skills, the body of 7 sins, and the barrier of evil. They are all extremely tyrannical skills. It is this weapon that directly increased Bailey Fengwu's battle strength to a higher level. It's simply shedding body, exchanging bones. It's like 2 people. It can be said that now Bailey Fengwu only needs to hold 7 Cardinal Sins. Under normal circumstances, in the heroic rank, it is absolutely invincible. Even if it is a half-step powerhouse level, don't even think about defeating Bailey Fengwu easily. After all, the upper limit of the evil barrier's defense is a half-step powerhouse level full-strength attack. Chapter 8, 7 Cardinal Sins is the most suitable rank. God-level store manager system. Chapter 839. At this moment, in this battle, it can be said that the outcome is determined. Dark Nine Nether, who has used blood sacrifice art to sacrifice its own magic power, may be among the top 3 among the ordinary heroic rank peak powerhouses. Even if it is the past 100 miles of elegance, it can also be defeated after a lot of hands and feet. But it is a pity that Dark Nether encountered 100 miles of elegance holding 7 Cardinal Sins. Then it is doomed to lose. Sword chi is vertical and horizontal, forcing it so dark that Nine Nether retreats again and again, dare not to stun its sharpness at all. The magic released in front of these sword chi is as thin as paper, completely vulnerable. Damn it. The Shadow Palace has been hidden for many years. In the Imperial Sword Sect, such a monster like heroic rank powerhouse unexpectedly appeared. Is the Shadow Palace doomed? Do you want to break the halberd again? Dark Nine Nether roared unwillingly. However, if you are not reconciled to this emotion, you cannot temporarily increase battle strength. Dark Nine Nether was defeated by Bailey Fengwu steadily, and there was no way to fight back. The evil sect like the Shadow Palace simply shouldn't appear. What's more should not be to provoke me. Imperial Sword Sect. The speed in Bailey Fengwu's hands is even faster, and the sword chi is like an unrolled bolt of white silk, slashing towards the Dark Nine Nether. It seems that we really don't need to take action. Rengoku Xiu observes the battle and feels that the situation is settled before he speaks. If you can't make a move, naturally it is the best situation. It is enough for us to stop the people in the Shadow Palace, Gapingchuan said calmly. The struggle between the sect forces, if the academy forces are mixed in, it will be very troublesome. There is still war between the Empire forces, and there are still troops available. But in the academy, except for the dean, deputy dean, and mentors at all levels, there is basically not much battle strength. Moreover, The Academy emphasizes peaceful development. Even if the Academy competes for rankings, all competitions are used. After all, if an Academy is going to get enemies everywhere, then who would dare to come to your Academy? That's not wrong. Renggong Xiu clicked nodded. If you can use Protector to come over to support you, that's already the most benevolent one. Because Gepingchuan and Renggong Xiu really want to speak, of which, the friendship between Gepingchuan and Renggong Xiu is not that deep. In other words, there is not much overlap between the Academy forces and the sect forces. Although the nature is different, both require excellent students or disciple from aptitude to supplement fresh blood. In essence, the two may still be competitors. If there are no accidents, it should be over soon. Let the Protector go out and stop people. Ling Ao at this time interjected. The current situation of the battle is very clear. Hai Ming and Muerong Song joined forces, but they fell short of Le Zhengya's hands. And Dark Nine Nether is even more defeated by Bailey Fenghua. It doesn't take long at all to tell the winner. When the time comes, Nine Nether and the others will definitely want to evacuate here, waiting for the opportunity to make a comeback. After all, for heroic rank powerhouse, most of those are left with Green Hills, and there is no need to worry about not having firewood unless it is the time of desperation. Okay, now that you are all ready, let's start. Pay attention to hiding your breath. Gepingchuan also exhorted at the end. After using the magic consensus protector, the nature of magic has actually changed. As long as the cohesive person has the heart, it can completely cover up the breath of Protector. Chapter 839, Ready to Shoot. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 840, Protector Puppet, Come Out. The three people's thoughts moved, and a strand of spirit strength was attached to their respective Protector puppets. This is to control the Protector. However, at this moment, the mutation is suddenly born. Dark Nine Nether gripped the hand of the skeleton staff. Suddenly blue veins burst, and the lines of one after another crimson appeared on the arm. That one after another bloodline snaking up, like a small snake. It is terrible. Bailey Fenghua, your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. If so, then I will let you see. Shadow Palace, what is it? Have the ability to plan all of this. The magic power was concentrated in the heart of Dark Nether's left hand, and he slapped it hard on the back of the right hand. The blood pattern on the right arm of Dark Nine Nether spreads faster. In just a few seconds, a circle of mysterious bloodlines appeared on the right side of Dark Nether's face, which quickly spread to his eye sockets. Dark Nine Nether's right eye is dyed with a weird crimson. What do you want to do? An ominous premonition flashed through Bailey Fenghua's heart. You will know soon. With a cold and strange smile on the face of Dark Nine Nether, he raised the skeleton staff in his hand. The majestic magic power burst out instantly. The blue-gray ghost fire that emerged from the skull's eye sockets suddenly turned into crimson, like a cloud of blood mist rising up and swaying indefinitely. Blood sacrifice. Big array, open. A tyrannical force burst out from Dark Nether. Like a volcano that has been silent for a long time, it suddenly revealed its terrifying true colors. The smell of blood spread in the air. Smelling the beauty of this aura, his face suddenly changed. What did you do? This matter can't help being surprised and angry. Although the blood sacrifice array is unique to the Shadow Palace, the power of many creatures is needed to start the blood sacrifice array, which is familiar to all great sects. Otherwise, the Shadow Palace would not be regarded as an evil sect. And within the gate of the Imperial Sword sect, the blood sacrifice array is opened, and it is conceivable where the power of the creature comes from. Must be the disciplines of Imperial Sword sect. What did I do? Can't you see it? Bailey Fenghua, in the Imperial Sword sect, it is really powerhouse as clouds. Imperial Sword sect disciple, they are all the best nourishment. The blood pattern on the right arm of Dark Nine Nether became brighter and more evil. Above the right eye, a blood-colored flame ignited even more. Just like the evil skull on the skeleton staff in the hands of Dark Nine Nether. The blood sacrifice array is not an array of trapped demon, nor is it a demon array of attack type. It is a magical array of augmentation. To put it more clearly, Those who set up the blood sacrifice array can use the power of the blood sacrifice array to temporarily strengthen themselves and use them to fight. You can also directly use the power of the blood sacrifice array to attack your opponent. What is consumed is the power of the creatures sacrificed in the blood sacrifice array. Whether the person being sacrificed is an ordinary person, cultivator, demonic beast, variation beast, or other races, it doesn't matter. As long as it is a species with life. And the stronger the life force is, the more life force will be gained after sacrifice. Imperial Sword Sect Disciple, more than 10,000. Even if you only sacrifice a part of the blood sacrifice array, the life force you get is a huge and unmatched force. Chapter 840. Blood Sacrifice Great Array. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 841. Damn Shadow Temple, you really shouldn't be in this world. Bailey Fengwa was really angry. But at this moment, he had to stop the attack. After the opening of the blood sacrifice array, the magic power consumed by the Dark Nether was all exchanged for the life of the Imperial Sword Sect Disciple. The more the Bailey Fengwa offensive, the more casualties of the Imperial Sword Sect Disciple. Oh, Bailey Fengwa, Imperial Sword Sect has been sitting at the head of the sect for too long. Have you all forgotten the principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace? Dark Nine Nether laughed disdainfully, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Winner is the king, loser is the villain. You are not qualified to say this to me. Dark Nine Nether's voice, the skeleton staff raised up. The crimson flames that emerged from the skull's eye sockets looked so weird and coquettish. The mist of life. A burst of red mist came out of thin air. Like a blood-colored flower blooming in the sky, it spread quickly. What is this? No, this mist can erode the battle chi. The moment when the mist of life touches the body, Bailey Fengwa's face changes drastically and he immediately retreats and use battle chi to disperse the mist of creatures contaminated on the body. Eugen, cut. Bailey Fengwa knew that even if he did not take the initiative to attack, Dark Nether would not stop. As a last resort, he repeatedly slashed out the sword chi and slashed towards the yin-red mist that spread. This mist of creatures can erode battle chi. Use battle chi to resist. It will only be gradually eroded, thereby weakening its own strength. So I can only try to disperse this red mist. However, the heavenly sword chi cuts into the mist of life, but it is like clay ox entering the sea, and there is no sound. In this case, the complexion sank is a magnificent one. This weird mist can corrode even sword chi. This situation was unexpected by Bailey Fengwa. Before there is no solution, I can only go back and avoid this red mist first. However, the avoidance of Bailey Fengwa will not stop the spread of the mist of life. The crimson flame on the skeleton staff in the hands of Dark Nine Nether also burned more violently. What's the matter with this mist? As the mist of life spread, Lezenia also noticed something wrong. It's the mist of life. It seems that Nine Nether has already started the blood sacrifice array. It's really unexpected, trifling the two. It's actually going to force us to start the blood sacrifice array. Hai Ming, who also perceives the fog of life, after the surprise and unwilling emotions passed, a strong killing intent also emerged in his eyes. Originally, this blood sacrifice array was prepared to deal with more heroic rank powerhouses. Bailey Fengwa and Lezenia dared to come to Imperial Sword Sect with only 2 people. It was Hai Ming and the others didn't expect. However, they are not pleased in the hands of these 2 people, which is the most unacceptable thing. Muerong song goes out. You haven't passed the blood sacrifice art sacrifice. You can't be contaminated with the mist of living things. Hai Ming said in a low voice. The mist of life is a kind of magic that the Dark Nether can use with the help of the blood sacrifice array. This kind of red fog is the product of the condense of magic and the power of life. It is strongly corrosive to battle chi and magic that have not been sacrificed by blood sacrifice art. Even the heroic rank powerhouse can hardly resist this corrosive force. But for cultivators who have used blood sacrifice art to sacrifice themselves, the fog of life is a good thing that can greatly strengthen its own attributes. Chapter 841, The Mist of Life. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 842. Do you still want to run? This fog of life will spread, and the Imperial Sword Sect's disciple will be gone. Dark Nine Nether looked coldly, speaking in a gloomy tone with Bailey Fengwa, who is constantly retreating. The meaning in the words, I can't tell whether it is advice or ridicule. Damn it. After hearing the words of Nine Nether, Bailey Fengwa's movements froze, but he didn't retreat anymore. Keep retreating and consume only the life of Imperial Sword Sect disciple. For the Shadow Palace, there is no loss. Instead of this, it is better to behead the Mist of Life and behead the Nine Nether, which is the way to break the game. Sect Master, what's the matter? Seeing Bailey Fengwu approached, Lezengya also realized that something was wrong. Just now Haiming also joined forces with Muerong Song to shake off Lezengya. This situation seems a bit weird. The people in the Shadow Palace opened the blood sacrifice array, and now they consume all the life force of the Imperial Sword Sect disciple. Bailey Fengwu gritted his teeth, angry, speaking of what? Lezengya's pupils contracted slightly, appearing a little surprised. The two of them rushed back all the way, just for the Imperial Sword Sect. If all the Imperial Sword Sect disciple were sacrificed, then Imperial Sword Sect would be in name only. This is definitely not the result that Bailey Fengwu and Lezengya want to see. For today's plan, only if you win the Dark Nether can you have a chance to break the game. Bailey Fengwu said in a deep voice. Sect Master, protect me to the Imperial Sword Sect. I can break through the blood sacrifice array. Lezengya looked at the rapidly spreading yin red fog and whispered to, are you sure? Bailey Fengwu took a serious look at Lezengya, with a very serious tone. This kind of time is not a time for joking. I won't make a joke about this kind of thing. Lezengya clicked, nodded, and wiped the bronze storage ring with her fingertips, faintly discernible. There is a crystal ball with broken magic. What kind of magic array can't be broken? A trifling blood sacrifice is not a cause for concern. Okay, I see. Bailey Fengwu solemnly clicked, nodded, and then rushed into the Mist of Life. Yin Red's mist instantly enveloped Bailey Fengwu in it, madly eroding battle chi in Bailey Fengwu's body. You came in after all. An unsurprising expression appeared on Dark Nine Nether's face. As the Imperial Sword Sect Master, Bailey Fengwu is impossible to give up the many disciples of Imperial Sword Sect. It is bound to step into this Mist of Life, and a heroic rank powerhouse that has eroded all battle chi, but has no power to deal with their Shadow Palace. I really dare to enter the Mist of Life. Really act recklessly. Haiming took a deep breath. His face was full of killing intent. After being blessed with various attributes by the Mist of Creatures, Haiming will not have the slightest fear in the face of the previous 100 miles of grace that has been eroding battle chi all the time. In this situation, Bailey Fengwu's strength at this time is impossible better than Haiming. Even more, how? The fog of life will corrode sword chi. This is a fatal blow to the rank of swordsman. Haiming also understood this, so when he saw Bailey Fengwu taking the initiative to enter the Mist of Life, he immediately greeted him. Really ridiculous. Heroic rank number 1 person, go die for me. Haiming raised his fist. Battle chi inside his body roared, as if he wanted to vent himself. The master's anger was average. Chapter 842, Breaking the Game. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 843. Fighting skills are only for people of the same strength. When facing a heroic rank whose battle chi is about to be completely eroded, there is simply no need to pay attention to any fighting skills. It seems that you are not only arrogant, but also stupid. Bailey Fengwu stared at Haiming, with a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth. Before you die, would you not leave a better last word? Was ridiculed by Bailey Fengwu. The speed of Haiming's punches accelerated even more. 1 point. Only by breaking this face can this noisy mouth disappear a little. Imperial Sword style. The water stops flowing. Bailey Fengwu didn't talk any more nonsense, just put his hand on the hilt of the sword and swung a sword. Sword light flashes, just like thunder flashes, accompanied by a smear of blood, and a puff of blood scattered all around. Haiming stared wide-eyed. His raised fist froze in the air. The tyrannical battle chi condensed on it, like a withered flower, gradually dissipates. A sword mark that crossed the entire chest and abdomen appeared on Hai Ming's body, and blood continuously poured out. Even in the blood flowing out of this gurgling, small visceral fragments are faintly visible. One sword, serious injury. The life force of heroic rank powerhouse is certainly strong, but this kind of injury that completely damages the internal organs can also greatly weaken the battle strength of a heroic rank powerhouse. How could you still use battle ki? This is impossible. Hai Ming covered his wound and stumbled back. The battle chi on his body collapsed and he almost fell from the air. Your battle chi? Why hasn't it been completely eroded away? Dark Nine Nether also stared wide-eyed, looking incredible at Bailey Fenghua, sending out hysterics roar. This is absolutely impossible. The effect of the mist of life is absolutely not a problem. Ignorant and inexperienced, the powerful power is not purely from battle chi. Bailey Fenghua gasped heavily and said with a sneer, the fog of life can indeed erode the battle chi, and Bailey Fenghua is not immune. But don't forget, the enhanced evil spirit body does not consume battle chi, but its own blood. If you didn't get this martial skill in the Luo Sheng store, Bailey Fenghua really has nothing to do with the mist of life. The moment when battle chi is completely eroded is the moment when Bailey Fenghua's obediently surrender. However, the enhanced evil spirit body does not care about this. As long as the user's blood is not burned out, it can continue to be used. Moreover, with Bailey Fenghua's control over power, it is much stronger than Ling Xiao. For the enhanced evil spirit body, although it is still not capable of turning on and off in seconds, but it's not far off. So even in the mist of life, Bailey Fenghua can fight with the two of Dark Nether and Hai Ming for a long time, only after burning a lot of blood. For Bailey Fenghua, there will also be many side effects. Therefore, Bailey Fenghua is before, so he will choose to withdraw. But now, Bailey Fenghua must come up and buy some time for Lasagna. In a state of consternation, Nine Nether suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and glanced in the direction of the gate of Sword Sect Mountain. No wonder you are the only one left. Did the other plan to destroy the blood sacrifice array? After sensing the breath of Lasagna, Dark Nine Nether, but I didn't want to stop it. Instead, he looked at Bailey Fenghua with a playful look. Chapter 8, Powerful Power, Not Just Battle Chi. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 844. Even Hai Ming, who was seriously injured, laughed mockingly. I actually want to destroy the blood sacrifice array. It's really overestimate one's capabilities. What do you mean? Bailey Fenghua held 7 cardinal sins tightly. The brow furrowed slightly. But when I heard the Dark Nether sneer, he slowly said, it's okay to tell you. The blood sacrifice array is not an ordinary magic array. From the outside, attacking the blood sacrifice array will only speed up the consumption of life force. In other words, you want to destroy the blood sacrifice array, but it speeds up the sacrifice speed of the Imperial Sword Sect disciple, that's all. With the Dark Nine Nether with a mocking voice, Bailey Fenghua's face became more and more ugly. He only thought about having to destroy the blood sacrifice array, but he didn't expect the blood sacrifice array to be such a vicious array. Come on, let us see what expression Lasagna will look like when he knows about this. Dark Nine Nether looked at Bailey Fenghua extremely ugly. His face smiled even more triumphantly. Let Lasagna know. Her attack to destroy the blood sacrifice array was just killing the Imperial Sword Sect disciple with her own hands. That expression should be very exciting. Unexpectedly, Imperial Sword Sect Master was so clever. But now he has to watch this happen. Hai Ming also laughed. It seems that even the pain of the wound on the chest and abdomen is lightened by 3 minutes. Damn it. Although Bailey Fenghua is angry, but he knew that Nine Nether and Hai Ming were absolutely impossible to let him tell Lasagna about this. Now, Bailey Fenghua can only pray Lasagna can find out about this sooner. However, the laughter of Dark Nether and Hai Ming didn't last long before they were replaced by surprise and horror on their faces, because they found that the fog of life is quickly dissipating, and the feeling of Dark Nine Nether is even worse than that of Dark Nether. The power of the blood sacrifice array is fading fast. How could this happen? Is the blood sacrifice array destroyed? But this is impossible, except for the Palace of Shadows. Impossible. Someone knows how to get rid of the blood sacrifice array. Dark Nine Nether's shocked roar came out. Standing on the side, Hai Ming suddenly showed unbelievable eyes. The strength of the blood sacrifice array is impossible for the people of the Shadow Palace to know. The impossible was destroyed by brute force before the life force in the blood sacrifice array was exhausted. But the speed at which the blood sacrifice array dissipates is absolutely impossible because the power of life is exhausted and it is destroyed. Because the power of life is exhausted, there will be a gradual weakening process. However, the speed at which this power disappears now is more like the blood sacrifice array disappearing directly. Sect Master, fortunately not humiliating. Lasagna quickly returned to the sky after destroying the blood sacrifice array with the crystal ball. Thanks for your hard work, you did a good job. Bailey Fengwu glanced at the Imperial Sword Sect. After a sneer, coldly said, "It seems that the situation has been reversed. The number of disciples brought by the attack on the Imperial Sword Sect this time in the Shadow Palace is not actually counted. Many. The reason for suppressing all the disciples of the entire Imperial Sword Sect is entirely dependent on the deterrence of the 3 heroic rank powerhouses. All under the heroic rank are ants." After Yukifeng fled the Imperial Sword Sect, the remaining Imperial Sword Sect disciple was no longer able to resist. However, when the heroic rank of the Shadow Palace was restrained, the remaining Shadow Palace disciple is absolutely impossible to defeat the Imperial Sword Sect disciple. Chapter 844, Shock Dark Nine Nether. God-level store manager system. Chapter 845. Really finished apprenticeship is not good. Nine Nether can naturally think of this. The Shadow Palace spreads such a large net. The number of disciples that can be used to deal with the Imperial Sword Sect will definitely not be much. But as long as there is a heroic rank powerhouse, trifling some low-level cultivators will not be able to overcome many storms. However, Nine Nether and the others are completely unexpected. Even if there are only 2 heroic rank powerhouses left in Imperial Sword Sect, they can be so vigorous. This is completely beyond their expectations. Whether it is the strength of Bailey Fengwu and Lasagna, it is still Lasagna's method of destroying the blood sacrifice array. These all are unexpected things, especially the means of destroying the blood sacrifice array. If it were not for personal experience, Nine Nether would simply not believe it. This is also the biggest reversal of the raid this time. If the blood sacrifice is not broken, no matter how strong Bailey Fengwu and Lasagna are, they will all be consumed by the mist of life. It's a pity that things are counterproductive. Luo Sheng's temporary intention, the devil-breaking crystal ball sold to Lasagna, played the most critical role. Also let the plan of the Shadow Palace come to nothing. Withdraw. Our Shadow Palace has been dormant for so many years. As long as we don't die, we still have a chance. Dark Nine Nether decisively made a decision. Hai Ming and Muerong Song also immediately prepared to escape here. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of not having firewood. As long as the heroic rank powerhouse is still the foundation of the Shadow Palace will not be destroyed. Losing some disciple, what's the problem? It's just a pity that the 13 years of planning was destroyed because of unexpected circumstances at this time. You guys, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. But at this moment, 3 heroic rank imposing manas rose up at the same time. The majestic imposing mana formed a siege, sealing the Nine Nether and the others. The 3 protector puppets also revealed their figures from the dark. The protector puppet from the magic condom is not as rigid as the protector puppet in the treasure hall of the doll labyrinth. On the contrary, because of wearing armor, it appears uncommon martial heroism. The weapons in his hands, or swords or guns, also appear imposing manner. There is no magician among protector couples, so there is no protector couple holding a wand. How come? There are 3 heroic rank powerhouses again. Nine Nether is really silly. Where did this heroic rank powerhouse come from? Why did you come to Imperial Sword Sect? Hai Ming and Muerong Song became more panicked. Their faces the above are all shocking. The faces of these 3 protector puppets, although strange. However, The imposing manner of the heroic rank that came out was untrue. When did heroic rank powerhouse become so flooded? The Imperial Sword sect fought the Shadow Palace for a long time. Only 5 heroic ranks, and now there are 3 at once. Could it be that the Shadow Palace has been dormant for 14 years, and the entire eastern wilderness has changed? Many thanks the 3 shots. Leaving behind the people of the Shadow Palace, Bailey Fengwu quickly thanked him. At this time, of course it is impossible to directly call Gepingchuan and the others by their names and identities. Wouldn't it be meaningless to use this protector as a cover? You are welcome. These evil sects are self-defeating for everyone. This action of Bailey Sect Master is also a righteous move. One of the protectors. I bowed his hands in return. His voice was a little dull. Although the protector itself does not have the ability to think, as long as the concentrator controls it, there is no problem in letting the protector speak. Chapter 845, You guys, I'm afraid I can't leave. God-level store manager system. Chapter 846. I will remember the charitable deeds of the 3 people. Bailey Fengwu went on to say politely. Gepingchuan and the others did not make any moves before, but they were actually discussed beforehand. There is no need to show all your strengths at once. If Nine Nether and the others know that they are invincible, they will jump over the wall and sacrifice all the Imperial Sword Sect disciple. That Bailey Fengwu can't even cry. And now, the blood sacrifice array is broken. The Imperial Sword Sect disciple was rescued and blew the horn to counterattack the Shadow Palace. At this time, even if Nine Nether and the others want to jump over the wall in a hurry, there is no wall for them to jump. Damn it, are we really going to be left here today? Hai Ming looked a little panicked. The great cause of the Shadow Palace is unachievable. Die here? I am not willing to. Dark Nine Nether roared unwillingly, but the blood on his arm slowly disappeared. This represents the power of the blood sacrifice array, in this brief moment, has completely disappeared. There is nothing unwilling. Winner is the king. Loser is the villain. This is what you said. Since you have lost, then be prepared and accept that you should be sanctioned. Bailey Fengwu spits out one mouthful of impure air, and said blankly, I have to say that the plan of the Shadow Palace is indeed exquisite. The strength of Nine Nether and the others is indeed not weak. Without the help of Gepingchuan and the others this time, even if Bailey Fengwu can repel the Dark Nether and the others, it would be a tragic victory. It is almost impossible to want to keep their 3 people. Moreover, even if it destroys the blood sacrifice array in time. But in the fog of creatures before, it also exhausted the glamorous battle chi. The situation of Lasagna is also not much better. It just means that the situation of Nine Nether and the others is also like birds of a feather, which makes it appear that Bailey Fengwu and Lasagna are not that miserable. Since Bailey Sect Master has spoken, let us do it for them and capture them. Gepingchuan saw the situation of Bailey Fengwu and Lasagna, knowing that their battle chi is almost exhausted. They no longer have the power to fight. Then I controlled the protector and talked about it. Then trouble the 3. At this time, Bailey Fengwu will not be successful. It's a good thing to be able to capture Nether and the others. It doesn't matter who gets it. No effort at all. Protector even clicked nodded. Then he raised the weapon in his hand and walked towards Nine Nether and the others. The imposing manners of the 3 protectors overlapped and echoed each other, blocking all possible escape routes around. The so-called centipede is dead but not stiff. Even the magic of Dark Nether and the others and battle chi is almost exhausted. But in order to guard against the unexpected, where the guards should be guarded, guards still need to be guarded. Bailey Fengwu, who stayed behind, also took out a few chi recovery pills from his arms and put them in his mouth. Ordinary level medicine pill. For heroic rank powerhouse, the medicine efficacy that can be produced can be said to be minimal. But chi recovery pill can speed up the recovery speed of battle chi somewhat. 1 piece is not good. Eat a few more pieces. It will be somewhat effective anyway. This matter can be regarded as over. Lasagna looked at the 3 protector couples that surrounded them, also sighed in relief. Wu Kai, just addicted to martial Dao. Instead of indulging in fighting. This kind of battle involving the entire sect is not something La Zhenya wants to see. After this event is over, the inside of the sect also needs to be cleaned up. 84th Chapter 16, Capture Them. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 847. After this incident is over, the remaining disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect also needs a thorough cleaning. I don't want it. I see this again. The traitor appeared. Bailey Fengwu looked at Murong Song, who was surrounded by 3 protector puppets, with a decisive expression on his face. Within sect, no one can pick the majesty of sect masters on. All traitors, cuts without mercy. Hong long long dash. Auhu dash. However, at this moment, under the gate of Sword Sect Mountain, suddenly there was a huge roar. If you look around, you can see the smoke that covers the sky and the sun is raised. In the smoke and dust that suddenly rises, there are countless demonic beasts rushing towards the Imperial Sword Sect in the roar. Here, what's going on? Bailey Fengwu is eating chi recovery pill and recovering battle chi. Seeing this scene, my heart is shocked. It's a demonic beast. Why are there so many demonic beasts? La Zhenya also saw the situation under the sky full of smoke and dust. Such a huge movement naturally shocked the besieged Nine Nether and the others, and Gepingchuan and the others who were left on the edge of the battle. Even the actions of Protector are stagnant. This is the demonic beast group. Is it coming? Dark Nine Nether looked at the roaring demonic beast group. After a moment, his face, a look of surprise appeared on it. Is it really it? The panic on Hai Ming's face also turned into surprise. If it is really the reinforcement they want, then they will be saved. Dare to attack with so many heroic rank powerhouses on the court with demonic beasts. It shouldn't be someone else. Murong Chan's face, which had lost one's head out of fear, also became calm. A trace of excitement that cannot be hidden also surfaced on his face. There is a very powerful breath hidden in the demonic beast group. Gepingchuan's perception can be regarded as the strongest among the people present. I immediately felt that faintly discernible breath. Can you judge the strength? Rengong Xiu brows slightly wrinkle, asked aloud. Roughly, its strength is not below me. Gepingchuan said, slightly frowned. His face solemnly said, Dingu, are you sure there is no perception error? Ling Ao hearing this, asked with some suspicion. You know, Gepingchuan is a half-step powerhouse level of genuine. Its realm is really beyond heroic rank. If the breath of the incoming person is not under Gepingchuan, wouldn't it be another half-step powerhouse level power? I'm not too confused yet. Although the Toro is intentionally hidden, the power level of the breath cannot be faked. Gepingchuan answered very positively. For a magician powerhouse, perception is definitely more important than its own strength. Only one can clearly perceive the change of magic power, the condensation of magic. Only then can you better control your own power. This is terrible. Ling Ao's face also became a little ugly. Just when a few people discussed it, among the crowd of demonic beasts, a huge demon wolf walked out of it. This demon wolf is covered in crimson fur, which looks like blood dyed and looks fierce and violent. The huge wolf body is only 3 meters tall at the height of the shoulders. Standing there, like a high wall, the sharp wolf teeth flash with cold light, like a dagger, letting people have one's hair stand on end. Chapter 847, Sudden Demonic Beast Group. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 848. The most fierce ones are the beast pupils of this demon wolf. It was red as blood, but the blood streaks in the pupils were faintly visible, which looked fierce and strange. Sure enough, it's you, Scarlet Moon Wolf King. Dark Nine Nether stared at the demon wolf who came out of the demonic beast group, and a light touch appeared on his face. Look, Scarlet Moon Wolf King. That is a demonic beast of the half-step powerhouse level of genuine. Your movements are too slow, so this king comes over and take a look. The Red Moon Wolf King's voice was low and solemn. Stepped on the volley, directly passed through the 3 protector puppets, and came to the Dark Nine Nether. It's not that our movements are too slow, but there are too many accidents. The strength of Imperial Sword Sect is much stronger than we thought. Dark Nine Nether retorted a few words. At the end, it was sighed, clenching one's teeth and said, "This is my negligence and lack of strength. After I return, I will plead with the Palace Lord. This kind of thing is not under the control of this king." Scarlet Moon Wolf King said lightly. The cooperation between the Scarlet Moon Wolf King and the Shadow Palace is entirely based on the general outline of the beast control technique. That's why Zaoziki's status can be so high that he can sit in the same room with Nine Nether and the others. In the general outline of the beast control technique, there are several ways to control the demonic beast. The effect of the use of human race is far inferior to that of the demonic beast, because demonic beasts have inherent hierarchical suppression and bloodline suppression. This method is also recorded in the master outline of the beast control technique. But it is to strengthen and use the natural level suppression and bloodline suppression between the demonic beasts to control the demonic beasts to fight for themselves. After all, it is pure level suppression and bloodline suppression. Only the weak demonic beast will be scared, but the demonic beast will not be able to fight. Special means must be used to control it. Back then, Beast Taming Sect wanted to use this method to control a huge number of demonic beasts. Only then will the idea be directed to heroic rank demonic beast. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. However, after this matter was known to the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, he used the means of cooperating with the Shadow Palace to obtain this method of strengthening his own bloodline suppression. The purpose is to control the beasts for your own use. However, the goal at this time is the Imperial Sword Sect. Now that the king is here, we have to end this mission. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King uses a deep. The voice spoke slowly. Don't talk big. Your opponent is not as weak as you think. Dark Nine Nether looked at the Scarlet Moon Wolf King and kindly warned. Even if the Scarlet Moon Wolf King is a genuine half-step powerhouse demonic beast, when facing 3 heroic rank powerhouses at the same time, he can't get much benefit. Then keep your eyes open and watch it carefully. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King sneered contemptuously, then turned around and looked towards the surrounding 3 protectors. Your Excellency, do you want to help the Shadow Palace in front of you? Bailey Fengwu knows that he needs to stand up and speak at this time. Demonic beast and human race have always been at odds. Even the demonic beast of heroic rank has developed spiritual wisdom and has its own ideas. For human race, it is also difficult to get close. But for some reason, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King wanted to help the Shadow Palace at this critical moment. Simply does not make sense. Helping the devil is abuse. Shadow Palace and I are just a cooperative relationship. There is nothing to help. The devil is abuse. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King was grinned, showing its white fangs. Chapter 848. Scarlet Moon Wolf King. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 849. Even more. How? The more chaotic your human race, the happier I will be. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King snarled his teeth, and the sharp teeth of Bai Sensen seemed a bit oozing. On this point, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King is definitely not telling lies. The human race is in chaos, and the happiest one is the demonic beast. And secondly, it is the other races. Otherwise, why would the Scarlet Moon Wolf King want to control the beasts for his own use? Isn't it just to strengthen oneself? And human race is the biggest obstacle to demonic beast. Do you know what you have to face, but the 3 heroic ranks? Do you really want to intervene in this matter? Bailey Fengwu can't negotiate, only warning. HMPH. It's just a heroic rank that none of the 3 powers have mastered. Scarlet Moon Wolf King snarled. Immediately afterwards, the bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl suddenly opened, revealing sharp teeth with cold light flashing. Wolf King Xiaoyu, a sharp wolf howl erupted from the Scarlet Moon Wolf King's mouth, like a huge storm, instantly swept everyone present. Bailey Fengwu was transported immediately and just recovered a little. The Fu Battle Chi, which has become a bodyguard Battle Chi. Lazengya also transported Battle Chi to protect her body. The three protector couples were shocked by the sudden burst of energy and backed away again and again. But at this moment, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King moved. A bloody phantom came in an instant, and a paw slapped on the head of one of the protector puppets. Boom! The protector was shot and flew out suddenly. The violent power caused obvious cracks on the protector puppet's head. After repelling a protector puppet, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King did not stop, and the Scarlet Phantom was still crashing frantically. After a few breaths, the remaining two protectors were all shot out. And the Scarlet Moon Wolf King has returned to the Dark Nine there again. Your strength is not enough. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King stared at Bailey Fenghua, and Crimson's eyes flashed with playfulness. This kind of power is by no means an ordinary heroic rank powerhouse. Can it be said no? It's not right. It should be a half-step powerhouse. Battle Chi collapsed in a sudden. His pale complexion became particularly ugly. How come? It turned out to be a demonic beast of the half-step powerhouse. Lasagna's face also changed again and again. At the very beginning, Lasagna's battle chi and physical strength are still in peak state, and he can indeed fight the Red Moon Wolf King. But at this moment, it is helpless. As for Gapinchuan and the others, who are guarding the edge of the battlefield, their faces are not pretty. They simply never thought that at this last moment, there will be a demonic beast of powerhouse level. And look at the huge demonic beast group. Gapinchuan and the others, if you want to help, you have to think twice. Unlike human race, most of the races are different. Demonic beasts are promoted to realm without any trial crystals. Gapinchuan is certainly a half-step powerhouse. But if there is no powerhouse level trial crystal, then Gapinchuan can only be a half-step powerhouse level in his entire life, and cannot make progress. However, the demonic beast of the half-step powerhouse level is different. This kind of demonic beast, which has already reached the threshold of the powerhouse level, may be promoted to the powerhouse level at any time. At that time, it is not comparable to heroic rank. Moreover, even the powerhouse level that has not been promoted, it's just a half-step demonic beast at the powerhouse level. Being able to lead such a large demonic beast group is not so easy to provoke. Chapter 849, Strong God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 850, whether it is Desolate Origin Empire, Brilliance Academy, or Precipice Academy, they will not want to provoke such a huge demonic beast group. If these demonic beast groups turn their spearheads, under the leadership of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, they will attack Desolate Origin Empire, Brilliance Academy, or Precipice Academy. That is simply impossible to stop it. When it comes to demonic beasts of this level, it is no longer a question of friendship or unfriendliness. Even more, how? 3 protectors. Simply impossible to block a powerhouse level demonic beast. The first point is that Protector can keep up with its level and realm. However, martial skill and magic are absolute shortcomings. Evenly matched, it can indeed enhance a lot of battle strength. But in the face of basic attributes, it can even be said that, in terms of basic attributes, when it can completely crush the demonic beast of human race, Protector has no advantage at all. And this second point is fighting skills. What a terrifying battle instinct a powerhouse level demonic beast possesses is self-evident. But Protector, even if it is controlled by the aggregator, in terms of combat skills, it is not brilliant. Because a person who can use Protector magic must be of the magician rank. And Protector, indeed, does close combat. Let a magician rank to control a Protector in close combat. How strong can you expect his fighting skills? Is everyone really a freak like Liu Osheng? Moreover, this Scarlet Moon Wolf King is, strictly speaking, even if Ren Gongxiu and Ling Ao played in person, they may not be its opponents. Even Gapinchuan, who is also a half-step powerhouse class, has to weigh in. After all, the magician rank does not have the advantage when facing this kind of agile demonic beast. So when the Scarlet Moon Wolf King appeared, Gapinchuan and the others would be so embarrassed. Damn it, why did it happen at this time? Ling Ao gritted his teeth, growled somewhat angry. This is really troublesome, and I didn't expect it to be a demonic beast with a half-step powerhouse level. Gapingchun had perceived this aura before, but I didn't expect this. Because of the collaboration between demonic beast and human race, it is unlikely to appear. What should we do now? This time, even if we go into battle personally, even if we can defeat the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, I am afraid we can't keep it. Rengoku Xiu's face is also some sorrow. If it is said that the reinforcements at this time are a half-step powerhouse level human race supreme, then Gapingchun and the others will join the battle and they will definitely stay. But facing the demonic beast of the powerhouse class, it's easy to repel but difficult to stay. No matter how strong the human race supreme is, the basic attribute is basically impossible better than demonic beast at the same level. Therefore, even if he loses, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King struggles to get injured, he can still escape. After escaping, Gapingchun and the others must be careful. Demonic beast's revenge, unless you can kill the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. Otherwise, it is endless. The impact of the demonic beast tide is definitely not a joke. This is where Gapingchun and the others really make trouble. And the people who are worried about this matter are not just the few heroic ranks present. There are also a few people in the Luo Sheng shop. Master Fexu clenched his fists tightly. His fingernails pierced and bleeds from the palm of his hand, without noticing it. The appearance of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King made Fexu feel like a huge boulder was crushed in his heart. Chapter 850, Concerns. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 851. Fexu's fist is clenched tightly. Even if the nails punctured the palms of the hands, I didn't notice it. The appearance of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King made Fexu's heart like being crushed by a huge boulder. Out of breath. The soft conversation between live broadcasters Ling Yao and the others let Fexu know that this is a demonic beast at the powerhouse level. If it is not resolved, today is the day when the Imperial Sword Sect disappears. How can a powerhouse level demonic beast suddenly appear? Banzheng also looked at the live broadcast with a look of astonishment. Normally, aren't these heroic rank demonic beasts staying in their own territory and not going out to walk around? Why do you walk around now? It is a demonic beast of this level. What's the matter? Why did such a thing suddenly appear? Luo Sheng, who was watching the live broadcast, was also quite surprised. After this battle, it was really twists and turns. Seeing that he was about to win, there was another guy who saved the field. Really epic blockbusters are not so exciting. System, host, a temporary task is triggered. Do you need to take hit? I'm watching a blockbuster. How can you see the stitches in such a way? Luo Sheng stared at the screen, worrying. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Luo Sheng suddenly complained with dissatisfaction. However, the system remains unmoved, and the faint voice of each minding their own business resounded in Luo Sheng's mind again. System, host, I just asked you, a temporary task was triggered. Do you need to take hit? Please decide quickly. At the end of the day, system urged one sentence. DSK, you are really troublesome. Take it. Let's take it. Luo Sheng said with dissatisfaction. Once the system has this kind of urging tone, to a large extent, it is to let Luo Sheng take over the task. And this kind of urging tone will also appear in the process of completing the task after receiving the task. For example, the task of collecting the blood of the giant dragon, the bones of the giant dragon, and the soul of the giant dragon. This means that the system has a demand. It also means that Luo Sheng can lion's big mouth, squeezing some benefits from the system. That's why Luo Sheng was so dissatisfied. So that you can wait a while and speak better. System, received the task. Powerful demonic beast. System, task content, please collect a unit as soon as possible by the host, no less than heroic rank realm, the blood of the demonic beast, the skeleton of the demonic beast, the soul of the demonic beast. System, task rewards, 1 chance to draw snacks and 1 chance to draw drinks. About the task, the prompt sound immediately rang in Luo Sheng's mind. Luo Sheng immediately understood why this temporary task of the Irby system came about. I saw the Scarlet Moon Wolf King and released it on a whim. What a powerful demonic beast. What is not lower than the heroic rank realm? The blood of the demonic beast, the skeleton of the demonic beast, the soul of the demonic beast. Isn't it the Scarlet Moon Wolf King? Co-authoring this Irby system is to see this half-step powerhouse level demonic beast, and it can also be called a temporary task. System, I have a question. What is a unit? Luo Sheng resisted the urge to complain and asked a little doubt. System, a unit refers to a demonic beast. The demonic beast does not differ in size. Good. As expected. This Irby system just named the name and surname, saying that the target of this temporary mission is the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. Chapter 851, Another Temporary Task. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 852. System, don't you think? Let me deal with the demonic beast of heroic rank now. Is it a little bit too weak to catch it? Luo Sheng tried his best to make complaints hidden in my heart, and then hinted, I really hope that this Irby system has a little bit of IQ. You can understand that this kind of simply is an explicit hint. Let Luo Sheng use the strength of Grandmaster rank to go outside the Gate of Sword Sect Mountain to deal with the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. That's really full. However, Luo Sheng still underestimates the system and pretends to be crazy and cheeky. System, since the host has taken over the task, please find a way for the host. Don't always hit the system's idea. What do you mean by hitting you? Thoughts, words are really ugly. Facing system's cheeks, Luo Sheng can only deal with it with a thicker cheeks. I am not afraid of delaying the completion of the task. I am afraid that you will have to wait in a hurry. If you are not in a hurry, it is better to wait for another 2 years. Is the strength strong enough to complete this task? Luo Sheng asked with a smile, retreating to advance. System, no. The eager voice sounded 2 words, and it stopped abruptly. Then there was an awkward silence. System, host, what are your requirements? Just say it. If the requirements are reasonable, this system will consider it. Luo Sheng hearing this, you know that the system is taking talk to him. If it is unreasonable, it is not the system that has the final say. I really don't know why, but the system, which usually doesn't seem very smart, is how I can get on this problem all at once. But if you want to plot against Luo Sheng, this Irby system is still a bit short. What can I ask for is just because I am too low in strength and I am afraid of delaying the task. Luo Sheng pretended to laugh at himself. Never mention what you want. Such things must be told by the system. In this case, no matter how many rewards the system adds, Luo Sheng will be able to bargain easily. And it can also figure out where the bottom line of the system is. 1 move, 2 gains. Why not do it? System, temporary mission, a powerful demonic beast. The reward after completion will be increased by 1. After the mission is completed, the New World Mode 4th map can be opened at any time. No, as Luo Sheng expected, system was really anxious. I directly offered my price. Luo Sheng tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, secretly calculating the gains and losses. To be honest, the summer carnival of the Doll Maze has only ended within a few days. Even if a new big map is to be opened, it is not in a hurry for this period of time. After all, Krypton Gold activities have to rest for a while. Let those players return to the blood. So, this new task reward is not as cost-effective as the previous snacks and drinks. System, although I really want to complete the task as soon as possible, but I am helpless with low strength and powerlessness. Even if I lay down my life, I am afraid that I will let the target escape. Luo Sheng is also unclear, said that the reward was not enough. It's just that the problem of not being able to complete the task is blocking the system. Talking about this thing, no matter how the system's IQ rises, there is still a big gap compared to Luo Sheng. System, host, are you deliberately deceiving the confused and ignorant system? Oh, This Toput system really refutes it. How could there be such a thing? Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows and said with a sad expression on his face, I really share my worries for you. After all, I am not strong enough to let the target escape. That is also helpless. You even said that I deceived you. Chapter 852, Don't do anything if the reward is not enough. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 853. I'm really sharing your worries for you, but it's a pity that my strength is not good. If accidentally, let the target escape, it would be helpless. I also said that I lied to you. At this point, Luo Sheng looked sad and angry. Forget it, this task, don't do it. This acting is blushed with shame for those movie stars who see it. System, wait, the host, this system still feels a bit wrong. System, however, for mission rewards, this system can be the master and add another piece of equipment. Synthetic blueprint. This sentence has a feeling of gnashing teeth. Equipment synthesis blueprint. Luo Sheng's heart moved. This equipment synthesizes blueprint. It is almost equal to a treasure-level equipment. The subconsciously ignored system has a painful tone. Luo Sheng knows that task rewards are pitted to such an extent. If you continue to pit it, you may be cut off from the system. Since this task is so urgent, then I should surrender my life to accompany it. Even if I fight my life, I won't let the task target escape. Luo Sheng patted his chest to express his determination. Then he got up and shouted at Xia. Xia, I need to go out and take care of something. The store will ask you for the time being. Well, okay, store manager, please go slowly. Xia smiled and responded with a very clever manner. The gate of Sword Sect Mountain. At the foot of the mountain. Although the disciple of the Shadow Palace has all been down, but the huge demonic beast group once again surrounded the dilapidated Imperial Sword Sect. Only waiting for the Red Moon Wolf King in the sky to give an order, this dilapidated Imperial Sword Sect and the Imperial Sword Sect disciple guarded in the sect will all be flattened. This king has said a long time ago, if you want to use these three heroic ranks that do not fully grasp the power to scare this king, that would be too naive. Scarlet Moon Wolf King slightly narrowed his eyes, and bloodthirsty rays of light flashed in the beast's eyes. The three protectors are now riddled with scars. The few battle chi that Bailey Fengwa relied on chi recovery pill to recover were all exhausted at this time. Sect Master, this time, but I'm really in trouble. Lu Zhengyu touched the bronze storage ring on his finger. Inside, there is also a bottle of Mei Dong vitamin functional drink, which can instantly restore all battle chi. However, at this time, even if Lu Zhengyu can restore battle chi, it will not help, as long as there is no solution to the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. Lu Zhengyu, don't hold back a little bit. The demonic beast group guarding the foot of the mountain can step on the Imperial Sword Sect at any time, unless Gepingchuan and the others can shoot. Old Gu, what should we do now? Are we going to take action? Rengong Xiu, who was on the edge of the battlefield, also saw the situation clearly and couldn't help but ask aloud. Since Gepingchuan was promoted to the half-step powerhouse level, he has vaguely felt like something is going on. Rengong Xiu and the others often ask Gepingchuan's opinions unconsciously. We take action, unless we can keep the Scarlet Moon Wolf King here forever, otherwise, the gain is not worth the loss. Gepingchuan said calmly. For the Imperial Sword Sect, to provoke a powerhouse-level demonic beast, putting his power in danger, is it worthwhile? This is the biggest problem now. Whether or not the Scarlet Moon Wolf King can be left is the key. And Gepingchuan and the others also knew that if the Scarlet Moon Wolf King deliberately avoided fighting, they really couldn't keep it forcibly. Let the three magicians leave a demonic beast of the agile attack system. Isn't that a joke? Chapter 853. Even if you die, you must accompany you. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 854. No, I feel that Bailey Sect Master and Lezing Elder should have a back move. We can try to take action. Ling Ao interrupted suddenly. Desolate Origin Empire is the main battle, Academy is the peace. If it is really a misjudgment, I can't be responsible for the lives of that many students. Gepingchuan sighed. When the two people next to them looked down, the conversation turned. But if you want to be a powerhouse, how can you not experience danger? They have been cultivating in the Chi Store Manager store for such a long time. If it weren't for these demonic, the opponent of Beast, that too failed the Academy's expectations of them. Gapingchuan said that he has already taken out his staff. I knew. How could Dean Ge be the kind of colded person? Ling Ao carefree smiled and took out the fire element staff from the bronze storage ring. Gapingchuan shrugged. Indifferent expression. If it weren't for the student's ability, Gapingchuan would not dare to make such a decision if they had been greatly improved during such a long cultivation. Even more, how? Even if his strength is not good. There is also pet body protection with the same battle strength. If the demonic beast group dares to come, then wait to become a pile of magic core. Then it was taken to the store of Chi Store Manager, and it became the battle strength of the students. Renggong Xiu also took out his staff, ready to take action, leaving the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. But at this moment, the look on Gapingchuan's face suddenly changed, and he said, "Wait, I feel it. There is a familiar space fluctuation." "No way, is it possible?" It's when reminded by Gapingchuan. A strange expression appeared on Renggong Xiu's face. If you have no other means, then the Imperial Sword Sect will disappear forever today. The demonic beast. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King let out a sky-shaking wolf howl. Roar. The demonic beasts who surrounded the gate of the Imperial Sword Sect Mountain, as if responding to this wolf howl, issued a roar that resounded across the sky. The deafening roar of the beast made the complexion of the many Imperial Sword Sect disciples guarding the Imperial Sword Sect incredibly pale. But even though I am afraid, my legs are soft and my hands are shaking. No one backs away from Imperial Sword Sect disciple. Fear of death is instinct, but the will and faith are the will and the faith. Tap the Imperial Sword Sect for this king. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King once again let out a wolf howl, causing all demonic beasts to riot. Damn it. Bailey Fenghua almost crushed his teeth, ready to burn blood and open the enhanced evil spirit body. La Zhengya also took out the Mei Dong vitamin functional drink. I just want to be able to resist for a period of time. Wait a minute. A slow voice appeared suddenly. Who? Scarlet Moon Wolf King roared violently. It's me, Luo Sheng, a very ordinary store manager. Luo Sheng unleashed the power of his boots and walked out of the space gate. Looking at the fierce Scarlet Moon Wolf King, he introduced himself in a flat and natural tone. However, Luo Sheng can be calm. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King couldn't calm down. Because of Luo Sheng's way of playing, it is too weird. Walk straight out of Space Gate. Is this guy a powerful space magician? Unlike other magicians, the strange and powerful spatial magician, even if it is the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, is extremely jealous. Just a locked space magic. No matter how fast the Scarlet Moon Wolf King is, it is impossible to avoid space magician attacks. Chapter 854, Wait a minute. God-level store manager system. Chapter 855. How is it possible? Why did he intervene in this matter? After seeing Luo Sheng, Muerong Song showed a look of shock, even a little frightened inside. By the strength of oneself, Muerong Song can still vividly remember the scene of the 7 heroic rank powerhouse. Originally, this time in the Imperial Sword Sect battle, Muerong Song was most worried about whether this mysterious powerhouse would make a move. I didn't expect to hide past the first day of the first year, not the 15th. After all, he came over. Chi Store Manager. Why are you here? Bailey Fenghua also looked at Luo Sheng in shock. When facing the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, Bailey Fenghua had hopes on the 3 Gapingchuan, hoping that they could take action. But I never thought that Luo Sheng would come over. Chi Store Manager, we shouldn't be in debt. La Zhengya also looked at Luo Sheng, who appeared suddenly with a look of surprise, and asked a little surprised. It's okay, you haven't owed the debt. I just passed by. Luo Sheng waved his hand, quite confused. Why does La Zhengya feel that she is here to collect the bills when she sees herself? You know, in the Luo Sheng shop, there is no credit. Your Excellency suddenly appeared here, I don't know what's the matter, Scarlet Moon Wolf King asked quite jealously. There is no major event. The main thing is to come over and see if there is a chance to do something bravely. Luo Sheng shrugged. He said casually, you can't just say that. I took a task, and I came here this time to take your dog's life. It felt like a hooligan. There is no place for you to act bravely. If your excellency is fine, please leave this place. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King was grinned, showing his sharp wolf teeth. The tone seemed to be warning, but also threatening. Whether you can see righteousness and bravery, that's not your decision. Luo Sheng half squinted, with a questioning gaze, looked towards Bailey Fenghua. This is self-explanatory. There must be some excuses for the shot. Chief Store Manager, please help me Imperial Sword Sect, and destroy the strong enemy. I am willing to pay you a reward that satisfies you. Bailey was stunned for a moment. Before I had time to speak, Le Zhenya spoke first. On the topic of how strong Luo Sheng is, the longer you are in the store, the deeper the feeling. People like Le Zhenya who have personally experienced Luo Sheng's imposing manner, know it even more deeply. So after seeing Luo Sheng's eyes, Le Zhenya reacted much faster than Bailey Fenghua. Look, this opportunity to act bravely, isn't it here? Luo Sheng immediately looked towards the Scarlet Wolf King after listening to Le Zhenya's words. Yes, in addition to looking for the name of the shot. Another purpose of Luo Sheng is to take advantage of Imperial Sword Sect, by the way. Otherwise, thanks. This time, we don't need to take action. Rengong Xiu somehow sighed in relief inexplicably. Chi Store Manager came really in time. I doubt he came in a hurry. The look on Gapingchuan's face is also a lot lighter. When they were preparing to take action against the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, they were really not sure. But after Luo Sheng appeared, this worry disappeared. For nothing else, just look at Luo Sheng's past record. This one is just torn the Bone Dragon by hand. Also still in the heroic rank, even if the Scarlet Moon Wolf King is a half-step powerhouse, its strength and that of the Bone Dragon are almost on par. Chapter 855, I'm here to see righteousness and courage. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 856. Since Luo Sheng can tear the Bone Dragon by hand, then tearing a Red Moon Wolf King by hand is not a big problem. Your Excellency, are you insisting on going against this king? Scarlet Moon Wolf King asked angrily. Although afraid of Luo Sheng's bizarre way of appearance, afraid of Luo Sheng may be a space magician. But this does not mean that Scarlet Moon Wolf King is afraid. I am more interested in chanting poems, and it is not good to be right, Luo Sheng said with a smile. The tone did not fluctuate at all because of the anger of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. Courting death, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King roared, and his body suddenly turned into a bloody phantom, attacking Luo Sheng. The speed was so fast that Luo Sheng was blasted off after only hearing the splitting the air sound. This scene made Bailey Fenghua heart startled. Chi Store Manager, I was shocked. Knowing how powerful Luo Sheng is, Le Zhenya is full of consternation. Is this Scarlet Moon Wolf King stronger than Bone Dragon? How is this possible? Gapingchuan and on the edge of the battlefield the others are also stunned. You must know that Luo Sheng was able to shake the Bone Dragon without losing the wind, but this time, it was even more shocked by the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. This is incredible. Your Excellency came to see righteousness and bravery. It's just this kind of strength. I am afraid that powerless to defend himself. After the Scarlet Moon Wolf King tried Luo Sheng's strength, he couldn't help but ridicule. 2. Not even this kind of tentative attack can be sustained. This kind of opponent is nothing to worry about. With the Scarlet Moon Wolf King here, the Imperial Sword Sect will definitely be broken today. Dark Nine there also shouted. In the demonic beast group surrounding the Imperial Sword Sect, the beast roars that shook the sky, echoing the ridicule of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. Ha, you are really good. After a long time, Luo Sheng was relieved. With the strength of the Grand Master rank, heading to catch the attack of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. Even relying on Dragon Bone Armor's terrifying defensive power, Luo Sheng is proud enough. However, you will immediately know how stupid your arrogance is. Luo Sheng stood up straight and said coldly, HMPH. This kind of big talk is simply ridiculous. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King was snared, and the eyes of the beast were full of contempt. Everyone can say big things, but without the corresponding power, that's all. Dark Nine Nether and Hai Ming also expressed disdain on the side. Laughter. I don't care about Luo Sheng's words at all. Hey. Luo Sheng just chuckled, then reached out his right hand and waved gently. Tenling. A palm-sized token was thrown out by Luo Sheng and instantly turned into fragments. In an instant, the situation changed. In the sky, suddenly there appeared a thundercloud covering the sky and the sun. One after another thunder dragon surging in the dark clouds, making a thunderous sound that resounds through heaven and earth, which is intriguing. How is this possible? Scarlet Moon Wolf King stared at the thunderclouds in the sky with horror, but it happened to see a sky thunder that looked like a pillar of heaven, and moved towards. I hacked it down. The majestic coercion locked the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, making it impossible to move at all. This is the real heaven and earth coercion. Power of heavenly lightning is power of heaven and earth. As long as you have not achieved the powerhouse level, under this heavenly thunder, there is nothing wrong. Boom. The dazzling white light illuminates the faces of everyone present when the sky thunder strikes. It also showed the incredible in the eyes of everyone present. System, ready to receive the blood of demonic beasts that are no less than heroic rank, the skeleton of demonic beasts, and the soul of demonic beasts. Chapter 856. Under the thunder, all are false. God-level store manager system. Chapter 857. System, ready to receive what you want. Luo Sheng looked at Tenle expressionlessly, and shouted in his head. In the sky thunder, who knows whether the Scarlet Moon Wolf King will be annihilated and turned into fly ash. Sky thunder order. You need to inject the breath of the target in order to lock the target. The reason why Luo Sheng would take the attack of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King head was to collect the aura of Scarlet Moon Wolf King and inject it into the Sky Thunder order system. The task item is submitted successfully, and the temporary task Powerful Demonic Beast is completed. The reward will be issued after the host returns to the store. Reminded in Luo Sheng after one sentence. The action of the system is much faster than imagined. When the Sky Thunder fell, it directly obliterated the vitality of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. Even the demonic beast of the half-step powerhouse class, under the order of the Sky Thunder, is like a trivial ant, without resistance. This is the terrifying power. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King has disappeared. In this thunder, it has disappeared. 9 Nether closest Tenrai dark and deep black and the others just to feel chills. The blood in the whole body is almost half cold. This is the Sky Thunder. What a terrifying power this is. It can actually annihilate a half-step powerhouse level demonic beast in an instant. If you smash yourself, I am afraid it will also turn into flying ash. Chi Store Manager. What is this? Heaven. Danlai. Chi Store Manager. The power displayed every time can be amazing and shocking. Gapingchuan, Rengong Xiu, Lingao and the three looked at each other in blank dismay. There is an undisguised shock on his face. Previously, they were still wondering if Luo Sheng would tear the bone dragon by hand last time, and then come to tear the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. At least if they are psychologically prepared, they are not surprised. But who can think of it? Luo Sheng this time simply didn't come to melee, and directly struck the Scarlet Moon Wolf King to death with a Sky Thunder. This move almost subverted the three people's worldview. Magic and martial dual cultivation? No, impossible. Battle chi and magic cannot coexist in the same human body. The iron rule to break. It is also the rule of this plane. That means. Gapingchuan looked at Rengong Xiu and Lingao. The expressions of the three were equally solemn, combining the previous Luo Sheng's hard-shaking bone dragon battle, plus this time, directly summon the actions of the Sky Thunder smashing the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. That proves one point. Luo Sheng is based on a magician ranks, tempering fleshy body to the extent that it can harden bone dragon. As soon as this idea came out, It was completely unstoppable. Because apart from this, there is no better explanation. At this moment, the three of them thought of another rank, which was the most difficult rank under the arena of battle strength promotion. Battle Mage. Battle Mage is really feasible to do. Energy cultivation to such a degree as Store Manager Chi Battle Mage, that is how evildoer are. Regardless of how shocking Pinchwan and the others are. After the Sky Thunder passed, it was discovered that the Scarlet Moon Wolf King had completely disappeared, and Bailey Fenghua, who had lost his breath, was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth. Is this the strength of Chi Store Manager? Although Bailey Fenghua had heard of Luo Sheng's strength when he was in Luo Sheng Store, how powerful it is. But that is a rumor after all. As the Imperial Sword Sect Master, Bailey Fenghua naturally doesn't believe in such rumors. Chapter 857, The Shock Brought by Thunder. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 858. However, today, after seeing the power of Luo Sheng with my own eyes, Bailey Fenghua only discovered that the rumors in the store seemed to be missing. The strength of this Chi Store Manager is much stronger than the rumors. Dignified a powerhouse-level demonic beast, in the hands of Luo Sheng, can't even do a single trick. The powerhouse of this level is simply the existence of Xing Wuji in the eastern wilderness. I would actually be nestled in a small cloud mist city, opened a magical shop, and apart from being principled, there is not even the slightest powerhouse shelf. This is really admirable. I didn't provoke Chi Store Manager at the beginning, but it was really good. La Zhengya also wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Then, as if thinking of something, I made a decision in my heart. In the future, I won't find the Store Manager to compete with the outside world, just go to the New World mode to compete. La Zhengya praised his decision. Okay, I have done it bravely. You should solve the rest by yourself. There should be no problem. Luo Sheng is here. After getting the reminder that the task was completed, I felt a little painful. In order to complete this temporary task, Luo Sheng reluctantly consumed a Celestial Thunder Order. The purchase price is all 100,000 Spirit Crystal Sky Thunder Orders. If you put it on the shelf for sale, the price of 500,000 Spirit Crystals would be a low price. Many thanks to Chi Store Manager's righteous action. If we can't solve the next thing, wouldn't it be too disappointing for Chi Store Manager's help this time? Bailey Fenghua bows his hands to thank you. The look in Luo Sheng's eyes is full of awe. Sect Master Bailey is polite. Since it is all right, then I will leave first. Luo Sheng also cupped the hands in a polite manner. Although Luo Sheng is very painful with the Sky Thunder, although La Zhengya said before that he would pay Luo Sheng satisfied. But this kind of thing, Luo Sheng itself is not easy to mention. Dignified a powerhouse that can even behead a demonic beast with a half-step powerhouse level. After the battle, he blatantly asked for a reward. Then Luo Sheng doesn't need face anymore. The high cold image built for a long time collapses in an instant. Chi Store Manager, go slowly. Imperial Sword Sect has a lot of things left now. After I finish processing, I will go to the store to thank Chi Store Manager. Bailey Fenghua. Obviously, I didn't forget the reward. For this powerhouse, if Spirit Crystal can be used to make friends, Bailey Fenghua will definitely be desired. Let's talk about it. Luo Sheng slightly nodded, and didn't expect much. The empty boots opened the space gate. Luo Sheng stepped in and disappeared in front of Bailey Fenghua. In this trip of Chi Store Manager, I really came to see the righteousness and bravely, and I didn't even mention any remuneration. It's really a role model in Powerhouse, and a powerful one. Role model. Bailey Fenghua looked at the place where Luo Sheng disappeared, and couldn't help but sigh. If every powerhouse can be as charitable and righteous as Chi Store Manager, how can there be so many things? The Scarlet Moon Wolf King has been eliminated, so please trouble the three to take action and help me capture the three remnants of the Shadow Palace. After Bailey Fenghua sighed with emotion, he did not forget what to do next. Nine Nether and the others, it is better to be able to catch alive than to kill on the spot. If you can interrogate the secrets and future plans of the Shadow Palace from the mouth of Nine Nether and the others, that would be a great thing. No effort at all. You are welcome to Bailey Sect Master. Staying aside, The protector of Riddled with Scars even clicked, nodded, cupped his hands and said. Chapter 858, Retirement. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 859. Although Protector sometimes loses to the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, it's no problem to win the Dark Nine Nether and the others that have long been exhausted by Battle Chi. This is also one of the advantages of Protector, because the Protector is a fighter machine formed by magic. So there is no such thing as Battle Chi and magic. The basic attributes that are comparable to the heroic rank powerhouse are all owned by the Protector itself and do not require the blessing of Battle Chi. As long as the Protector is not broken, the battle strength will hardly be weakened. Nine Nether and the others felt ashamed after seeing Luo Sheng's move and killing the Scarlet Moon Wolf King in seconds. In the hands of the three protectors, they had no resistance at all, so they were captured alive. Imperial Sword Sect. It won't be easier. Shadow Palace is by no means as simple as you think. Dark Nine Nether was doubled by Protector after the capture. He was sent to Bailey Fenghua, with an extremely cold expression in his eyes. No matter how powerful the Shadow Palace is, you can't see it anymore. Bailey Fenghua said coldly. Regarding Nine Nether, although I have some concerns in my heart, I also know that this matter must be established. The Imperial Sword Sect suffered this catastrophe. Whether it can be reborn from the ashes, mostly depends on the prestige of the sect master. Break the seal of trial and be imprisoned. Bailey Fenghua didn't say anything to Nine Nether, but he left this sentence in a cold voice and returned to it. Go to the Gate of Sword Sect Mountain. The seal of trial is the source of power of the cultivator. If the seal of trial is broken, it will lose the recognition of power of heaven and earth. The skills once embedded in the seal of trial will disappear, and the Battle Chi and magic will also disappear. Dealing with cultivators and breaking the seal of trial is more painful than killing them. Once you have strength, you will never want to become weak again. It's just that if you want to break the seal of trial, unless you have no resistance to deal with, you lose control of the seal of trial. Otherwise, it's really hard to handle. So in many cases, it is much more convenient to kill directly than to break the seal of trial. Only this time, there is indeed too much hidden in the mist about the Shadow Palace. Bailey Fenghua had to leave the life of Nine Nether and the others. As for the three heroic ranks of Nine Nether, Hai Ming, and Muerong Song, if they don't break the seal of trial, Bailey Fenghua really dare not imprison them in the Imperial Sword Sect. I was shattered by the test mark, and lost the Nine Nether and the others of Battle Chi. The remaining power is absolutely no better than a professional rank. Even though the Imperial Sword Sect is mostly broken, I still want to find a dungeon with no difficulty. The iron chain made of steel with the thickness of the thumb is enough for the three people of Nine Nether to extinguish their thoughts of escape. Today's matter, many thanks. The three helped each other. Before Imperial Sword Sect, Bailey Fenghua once again thanked Gapinchuan and the others. The demonic beast group gathered at the foot of the mountain was already scared away by the terrifying thunder. Bailey Sect Master is polite. If I really want to thank you, Chi Store Manager has done much more than us. Gapinchuan has no greed. Sometimes, seeking truth from facts is more important. No. What the three have done is no less than that of Store Manager. When this happens, there will be a big report. Bailey Fenghua insisted. Regarding the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, Bailey Fenghua understands the difficulties of the Gapinchuan trio. In fact, drawing them into the sect dispute is already wrong. Even if there is an overlap between the great influences, it is in the general trend and the catastrophe is approaching. Otherwise, the East Desolation would be really messed up. Chapter 859, Breaking the Seal of Trial. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 860. Imperial Sword Sect encounters this catastrophe. Without destruction there can be no construction. It will be able to reborn from the ashes in the future. At the time of Xingshi, Bailey Sect Master said that it's better to talk about it in the future. Now, Imperial Sword Sect needs you to take charge of the overall situation. Lingao stepped forward. Very sincere. Speaking of, if Imperial Sword Sect returns to its former glory, then Desolate Origin Empire can be considered as one more powerful ally. Ling Ao can't do the job of drawing salary from the bottom of the tank. Yes, we don't have to entertain us anymore. Now is not the time. Since the people of the Shadow Palace have already fallen, then I will leave first. Ren Gongxiu also said, speaking aloud before. Bailey Fenghua nodded, and did not speak out to stay. Now the entire Imperial Sword sect is in a half-destroyed state, which is really not a good place to entertain people. And after that, there will be an interrogation of 9 Nether, Hai Ming, and to clean up all the disciples that exist in the heart of betrayal in the Imperial Sword sect, especially Murong Song lineage. Moreover, the most important thing is that the Dark Child buried in the Shadow Palace must notify all sects. Otherwise, when the Dark Child of the Shadow Palace is in trouble, not every sect has the power of Imperial Sword sect. Not every sect can find so many helpers. Sect Master Zhao Ziki has disappeared. Lazenya, who went to clean up the disciple of Murong Song lineage, came to Sect Master Great Palace and said in a deep voice, Zhao Ziki is Murong Song's direct disciple. If Zhao Ziki is no problem, Bailey Fenghua would not believe it. Disappeared. He has seen more opportunities than his master. Bailey Fenghua frowned, but after all, he didn't say much. If Zhao Ziki had to leave, I am afraid he would have left long ago, and looking for it now will not help. Compared with Murong Song, Zhao Ziki knew that he only had the strength of Grandmaster rank, and he couldn't help at all in the battle of the Imperial Sword sect attack on the Shadow Palace at night. So when it happened, I left Imperial Sword sect overnight. Be worldly wise and play safe. This is not fear of death, but self-knowledge. I am optimistic about 9 Nether and Hai Ming. I am worried that things will change. I know. Luo Sheng left the shop in just 1 or 2 hours. There are empty booths, which saves time on the road. In fact, the battle can't miss much time. Store manager, welcome back. Xia greeted Luo Sheng with a smile. It's still comfortable in the store. Luo Sheng laughed at Xia, and then each minding their own business took a bottle of cold beer to quench their thirst. It's been here, and it will probably be clean for a while. After Bailey Fenghua finishes handling the Imperial Sword sect, there will probably be more customers in the store. The entire Imperial Sword sect disciple is more than tens of thousands. The number of decks in the shop is only 5,000, which may not be enough. In a few days, the store will probably be crowded again. Luo Sheng leaned on the sofa and looked at the situation in the store. Although the students from the 3 major academies often come to the store, the academy still accounts for the majority. But even so, the battle strength upgrades the training room area, and there is no empty seat. There are often people hanging out in the shelf area. The male students look at the equipment, while the female students look at the accessories. Medicine Pill is a bestseller. Then there are the members of the Pet Card Research Guild who gathered next to the pet card swap machine and talked freely. I heard that. I don't know who came out. It is said that the card is drawn next to the pet card changing machine. The high quality probability of the pet card will be higher. Chapter 860, The Disappeared Suozi Period. God-level store manager system. Chapter 861. Luo Sheng, who heard the rumors for the first time, also subconsciously asked about system. Then I immediately thought of how this kind of thing could happen. Isn't that taking the system as a fool? However, who can explain this metaphysical event of card drawing clearly? The lobby of the shop has also been enlarged several times at the request of Luo Sheng, and also added a lot of long leather sofas and benches. Because sometimes there are too many customers in the store, they have to wait in the lobby as a last resort. However, now this hall is more like a restaurant. Those customers who are waiting for the card seat, one hand barreled instant noodles, and the other hand Sprite, eat better than anyone else. The sales of other snacks and beverages are also not bad. In this peacetime, drinks and snacks are sold much better than equipment and medicine pills. Store manager, for so long, I haven't noticed that your accomplishments on the magic path are much deeper than Martial Dao. Seeing that the live broadcast is over, Ban Zheng looked into Luo Sheng's eyes, with surprise and awe in half. I admire Luo Sheng's strength even more. This is probably also thought of with the 3 Gapingchuan. I think Luo Sheng's rank is magician. After all, in the New World mode, Luo Sheng's rank is Great Magician, which cannot be concealed. However, with the rank of magician, the fleshy body can be tempered to the extent that it can harden the bone dragon, which completely exceeds the level of extraordinary natural talent. It is simply the evildoer rarely seen in thousands of years. I admire this evildoer and don't be ashamed. Why did Dean Ban say this? Luo Sheng felt a little strange when he heard this. I am using a Sky Thunder for free to make me feel distressed. How can this guy come to say such things? Then this is not a waste of Sky Thunder. It has not yet played a role in publicity. I knew it a long time ago, but I really should make it clear and tell the story of Tanling. Chi store manager does not need to be self-conceited. To have such strength, it can be regarded as the Eastern Wilderness #1 person. Ban Zheng said solemnly. As for the issue of Tanling, let alone Ban Zheng who is watching the live broadcast, I didn't even see the Bailey Feng were in the vicinity. Furthermore, even if they saw Luo Sheng using the Sky Thunder order, in their opinion, they would only find Luo Sheng's weapons strange. Simply impossible. I thought that the effect of the Sky Ling would be so amazing. No way. After all, Luo Sheng's strength. It is really evil to spread in the store. Simply no one will doubt. Night is coming soon. After closing the store door, Luo Sheng naturally urged system in his mind. For temporary tasks at this time, the rewards are not too much, but not too much. But as long as he can get more rewards from system, Luo Sheng is always happy. System, don't hide it. The rewards are ready. Luo Sheng took the towel and walked into the bathroom. System, the host can receive task rewards at any time. Bathing is the most important ceremony before receiving rewards. I should have agreed to the system before and received the holiday benefits of Tomb Sweeping Day. Maybe I can burn incense and clean my hands now. Luo Sheng thought of it as he wiped the drops of water on his body. System, let's start. First snack. Putting a towel around his neck, Luo Sheng sat on the edge of the bed and shouted in his head. System, snacks extraction is ready. Please draw rewards for the host. Chapter 861, One in Rarely Seen Evildoer. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 862. What appeared in front of Luo Sheng was a very familiar lamp. It feels like the one from which the drink was drawn last time. This is not a good memory. Don't give me another sign of the level of black coffee. Luo Sheng took a deep breath as soon as he grasped the swatch, and then began to shake. Stand up. The sign in the pickup tube swayed, collided, and made a crash bang sound. It sounds a bit intoxicating. Fuck. Soon, a lottery was shaken out of the lottery. Luo Sheng has eyesight and quick hands. Before the sign landed, he picked up the sign and took a closer look. There are a lot of characters this time. 7 small characters. Colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Luo Sheng this time has no more doubts, and has started to have a headache. The snacks that are drawn out now are less and less like snacks. It's like a regular meal. Are these two systems seeking transformation? I feel that the current industrial structure of the store is not profitable enough. So do you want to become a fast food restaurant? The area of the store lobby may not be enough now. System, I have a small suggestion. Luo Sheng said in his mind while thinking. System, host, please tell me. After having tasted the sweetness a few times, system will not refute Luo Sheng's proposal under normal circumstances. As long as you can earn spirit crystal, you can say anything. I suggest to enlarge the store lobby again, then remove most of the sofas, add benches and chairs, and add a sufficient number of small round tables. Luo Sheng sighed, speaking, while conceiving in my mind. Slowly outline the layout of the expanded store lobby. Luo Sheng knows that system can see his thoughts. This also saves Luo Sheng from drawing design drawings. The long leather sofa actually takes up a lot of space. At least 3 can be placed in a bench. After removing a large number of long leather sofas, you can save a lot of space for small round tables. Just arrange it. Luo Sheng, this is not turning the shop lobby into a restaurant, but into a fast food area. Bacon sandwich, fried chicken wings, double cheese beef burger, vanilla ice cream cone, and now another colorful fruit-flavored pizza, enough to open a fast food restaurant. There is a small round table, which is also convenient for customers. The most important thing is that it can generate income. The reason is very simple. If there is no table, it is not convenient to buy more snacks. But after having a small round table, it is natural to have all you can eat. And with the current number of customers, those customers who wait in the lobby every day do not worry about the revenue of the fast food area. It can also attract the group of guys who study guild with pet cards. It's better to have a small round table, buy a bunch of snacks and drinks, and have a little chat, rather than just squatting around and chatting. Luo Sheng talked about the benefits. System agreed immediately. Although these two systems are a bit greedy for money, they are still swift and decisive. After agreeing to Luo Sheng, he quickly renovated the lobby on the first floor as Luo Sheng envisioned. The layout is completely an enlarged version of a fast food restaurant. The only difference is that there is no ordering table. If you want to eat, just go to the snack vending machine and drink vending machine to buy it yourself. As long as it talks about Spirit Crystal, these two systems are faster than anyone else. Luo Sheng was deeply moved. Then I clicked on the detailed attributes of the colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Chapter 862, Proposal to open a fast food restaurant. God-level store manager system. Chapter 863, Colorful fruit-flavored pizza, colorful fruits, delicious cheese, and endless deliciousness, bringing the most extreme enjoyment. Long-term consumption of colorful fruit-flavored pizza can increase the eater's affinity for all elements to a small extent. Price: 50 spirit crystals each. Full element affinity. It is another top-grade attribute. Compared with vanilla ice cream cones, which can only increase the affinity of ice elements, the special effects of colorful fruit-flavored pizza are much stronger. Full element affinity means it is useful for all magician ranks. It is simply the food of all magician ranks yearn for something even in dreams. Special effects. Although, the price of a colorful fruit-flavored pizza is the same as the price of a double cheese beef burger, but 50 spirit crystals, for most cultivators, can still be taken out by clenching their teeth. After all, a brave rank magic core is worth 100 spirit crystals. With this powerful special effect, my confidence in the fast food area is even stronger. Luo Sheng rubs his chin, still thinking about it. Make suggestions. Even if you don't earn spirit crystal, at least you can't lose money. Otherwise, there is no way to convince this greedy Irby system. I want to draw a new drink. Luo Sheng thought while looking at the stick in his hand. By the way, guess what method the system is going to use to draw drinks? Host, the drink is ready to be drawn. Please continue to draw the drink. What? Luo Sheng was taken aback, then a little suddenly raised the forehead in his hand. What you mean? It's not like letting me continue to use this pick tube to draw drinks. Exactly. Luo Sheng, the expression on his face disappeared instantly. Even if it is to save costs, you should at least behave. This perfunctory approach really makes Luo Sheng a headache. It looks quite like a black box operation. Okay, let's use this to draw. Luo Sheng rubbed the temple, did not shake the stick in his hand, and directly reached out and took a lottery from it. The cards come out. Glancing at the words on it, the three big characters simply blinded Luo Sheng's titanium alloy dog eyes. Mineral water. Pa pa pa. Luo Sheng couldn't help putting down what he was holding, and clapped for the system intently. In the past, Luo Sheng could also say that although the system's definition of snacks is somewhat different, at least the drink is still that drink. But now, Luo Sheng really wants to give himself a mouth. When can mineral water be considered a drink? This Irby system used to have only a sober understanding of snacks. But at least Luo Sheng's wise decision can be transformed into fast food. However, now the Irby system is getting better and better. Have you directly used mineral water to insult your IQ? I may need an explanation. After Luo Sheng applauded, he suddenly felt some toothache. By the way, I also got a headache because of a toothache. However, System is probably at a loss. After Luo Sheng asked, simply did not intend to show up. After waiting for a while, Luo Sheng sighed faintly. Suddenly I felt that it was really tiring to care about an Irby system with insufficient IQ. Is it because of being with this guy with a serious lack of IQ for a long time, leading to my IQ also following the surrender, yes or no? Is there really any law of conservation of IQ? Luo Sheng is unknown. You can only open the detailed attributes of the mineral water silently. Chapter 863, Is mineral water also a drink? God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 864, Mineral water, the purest water source, brings the purest power, and brings the purest sweetness. Drinking mineral water for a long time can wash the impurities in the drinker's body and slightly improve the drinker's cultivation aptitude. Price: a bottle of 30 spirit crystals! What? Luo Sheng almost suspected that he was wrong. This mineral water has actually improved the cultivation aptitude of the drinker. Cultivation aptitude, this thing, that is a destined thing by nature. Otherwise, there will not be that many people who will never be able to step into the threshold of a cultivator in their entire lives. Aren't those rich and powerful merchants and nobles in the enemy's country powerless? Can't you find heavenly materials and earthly treasures? However, even so, it cannot change its own cultivation aptitude, whether it can be cultivation or not as a destined thing from birth. But, in this brief moment, this iron rule changed by a bottle of mineral water, let alone authentic mineral water, with this special effect, even horse urine. There are people rushing to drink it, and let alone the price of 30 spirit crystals. Even if it is 300 spirit crystals, 3,000 spirit crystals, there are still people grabbing. And it's the kind of grabbing method where demand exceeds supply. Luo Sheng now only feels that the pricing of this mineral water is really low. Although I don't agree that mineral water is a beverage, I very much agree with the special effects of mineral water. Luo Sheng thought to himself in his heart, whether it can be called a drink is a matter of principle, but the special effects are different. This is the only bright spot of mineral water, and it is enough to crush all the shortcomings. After all, Luo Sheng doesn't think that a bottle of mineral water can taste good. Since you can't make a good drink, you can only make a good product. Luo Sheng, who had cares in his mind, didn't bother to think about it anymore. He put the bucket by the bed and was taken back by the system. By the way, I remember there is another blueprint for equipment synthesis. Show me. Luo Sheng recalled the rewards previously pitted in the hands of system, and suddenly said, snacks and drinks are what Luo Sheng wants. Food can always be the sustenance of the soul. In this foreign land, I cherish the longing that is deep in memory. As for the equipment synthesis blueprint, if the attribute is good enough, it can become another best-selling product. I just hope that it will not be the equipment that everyone can use like 7 cardinal sins again. System, equipment synthesis blueprint, 4 seasons rotation, has been issued. Please pay attention to the host. When the prompt sound fell, a spar appeared in front of Luo Sheng. Same as the last time 7 cardinal sins synthesized blueprint. You have to load it in the equipment synthesizer below before you can see the specific attributes. Just go down and see how the fast food area is arranged. Luo Sheng put on loose clothing and came to the first floor. Widened. Say, there are a lot of small round tables in the shop lobby, which has twice the area. Around the small round table, there are chairs or benches. The distance between the 2 small round tables is also just right, which neither makes people feel crowded nor wastes a little space. Although the design proposal was proposed by Luo Sheng, but for space utilization, system is still more powerful. After all, if you put a small round table, you can earn an extra spirit crystal. As a system that is greedy for money, it will naturally make the most of the space. In this way, the whole shop is from left to right. It becomes the shelf area, the fast food area, and the battle strength training room area. Chapter 864, What does it matter if it's not a drink? God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 865. And between these 3 areas, There are two smaller areas. One is the snack vending machine next to the counter and the drink vending machine. This place is adjacent to the fast food area, and there are usually a lot of customers in line. The other one is the pet card swap machine area next to the store. This is also close to the fast food area. This is what Luo Sheng deliberately did. After all, a lot of people, all squatting in front of the store, even if they are not blocked, are not so beautiful. It's better to put a few tables and some stools for them to sit on. Next to the pet card swap machine, is equipped with a synthesizer. Although this thing looks full of technology, it is one of the few high-end merchandise outlets in the store. There are very few customers who can come here, mainly because there are not many customers who can use treasure-level equipment. And in the current equipment synthesizer, there is only the 7 cardinal sins this synthesis scheme. After all, not everyone is at the rank of swordsman, nor is everyone at the heroic rank. Unless it is greedy by 7 cardinal sins high attack power, no one will synthesize this kind of weapon with no outstanding attributes. Make sure to load the 4 seasons rotation equipment to synthesize blueprint. Luo Sheng put the spar in his hand into the screen equipped with the synthesizer with a palm. This kind of extremely magical loading method appears on this kind of machine with full sense of science and technology. It is really impossible not to complain. Seeing the second synthesis scheme appeared on the screen, Luo Sheng immediately clicked on it. Synthesis scheme, 4 seasons rotation, equipment required for synthesis, helmet spring run, armor summer lie, leg armor autumn's abundance, boots winter's cold. Synthesis cost, 12,000 spirit crystals. 4 seasons rotation treasure level, a large amount of physical defensive power and magic defensive power of the user are improved, and all physical and magical attacks below the professional rank are immune. Massively enhance the user's power, physique attribute. Secondary skill, the Song of 4 Seasons. Song of the 4 Seasons, active skill. After entering the battle, 4 groups of energy will be generated in the 4 seasons cycling armor, which can freely change the form according to the user's mind. When a certain kind of energy is exhausted, in this battle, it will not be able to transform into that form. The Song of 4 Seasons, the power of spring, converts half of the damage the user has suffered into a guardian barrier. During the existence of the guardian barrier, it will continue to heal the user's injuries and continue to restore the user's battle chi or magic power. The Song of the 4 Seasons, the power of summer. Half of the damage the user suffers is converted into fire element magic and reflected back to the attacker. The Song of 4 Seasons, the power of autumn, focus on the user, open the harvest field, and continue to restore the battle chi and magic power of all friendly troops in the field. The upper limit of the number of friendly troops is 10,000. The Song of the 4 Seasons, the power of winter, focusing on the user, open the severe cold field and reduce the basic attribute of all enemy forces in the field by 10%. The upper limit of the number of enemy forces is 10,000. Restrictions on use. Grandmaster rank peak realm, all fighters, Knight rank. Good stuff. Luo Sheng's eyes straightened. Although I have known it for a long time, this 4 seasons cycle is definitely a new treasure level equipment. But Luo Sheng definitely didn't expect that the attributes of the 4 seasons will turn out to be so good. The appearance of 4 seasons rotation is a piece of armor. The basic attributes it possesses are quite satisfactory. It increases a large number of double resistances. By the way, it is immune to all physical attacks and magical attacks below the professional rank. Chapter 865, 4 Seasons Cycle Armor. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 866. The shape of the 4 seasons is a sculpted bust armor. The basic attributes possessed are quite satisfactory, while raising a large number of dual resistance. By the way, I am immune to all physical attacks and magic attacks below professional rank. This is nothing. You must know that Luo Sheng's Dragon Bone Armor, even if it is a heroic rank attack, is immune to most of them. For Grandmaster rank peak, the professional rank attack is harmful, but it is definitely not much higher. The 4 seasons cycling armor comes with this attribute, which is to prevent a large number of professional ranks from besieging the Grandmaster rank, thus making the Grandmaster rank invincible. After all, the gap between Grandmaster rank and professional rank is not as insurmountable as heroic rank and Grandmaster rank. Heroic rank powerhouse, it is already regarded as shedding body, exchanging bones, which has improved the power level. Therefore, these basic attributes of the Four Seasons cycle armor can only be said to be quite satisfactory. However, the skill attached to the Four Seasons cycling armor, Song of the Four Seasons, is an extremely supermodel active skill. Among them, the power of spring and the power of summer are used for single-player combat, and the power of autumn and the power of winter are quasi-magical skills for army combat. This domain-style skill has appeared after the wind-walking domain activated by the White Horse. The wind-treading field is used to strengthen the marching speed. The power of autumn in the Song of Four Seasons can greatly strengthen the team's ability to continue combat. The power of winter in the Song of Four Seasons can weaken the enemy's basic attribute by a full 10%. Don't underestimate this 10% basic attribute. When the two armies are fighting and the battle strength is equal, the 10% basic attribute is what determines victory or defeat, life and death. And, most importantly, the restrictions on the use of the Four Seasons cycle armor. Just Grandmaster rank peak. Among the great influence, more or less one can find a few, or even a dozen. Moreover, even if the number is small, this Grandmaster rank peak is not a heroic rank. As long as there is this potential and this aptitude, just take the resource heap. Although Grandmaster rank trial crystals are rare, they are nothing to great influence. It is not a heroic rank trial crystal. Furthermore, the restrictions on the rank of the Four Seasons rotation armor are also very common for all fighters. The Knight rank. After all, there is no magician who wears armor to fight against the enemy. The attributes of the Four Seasons of cycling armor are much stronger than 7 cardinal sins. Luo Sheng said to himself with emotion. Compared to the former 7 cardinal sins, which was almost unattended, Luo Sheng is sure that the Four Seasons cycling armor is definitely the best seller. Synthesis equipment requires 4 air-level armors, a total of 16,000 spirit crystals, plus 12,000 spirit crystal synthesis costs. Then, the total price of a Four Season armor is 28,000 spirit crystals. Compared to the total price of 7 cardinal sins, 19,800 spirit crystals. Although it is indeed a lot more expensive. But in terms of cost performance, it is definitely the Four Season cycling armor that wins. And it's still a win. However, if you talk about the shortcomings of the Four Seasons cycle armor, there is indeed one. Is the energy of the Song of the Four Seasons. The description of the skill Song of the Four Seasons is very clear. After entering the battle, 4 groups of energy will be generated in the armor of the Four Seasons cycle. And when a certain kind of energy is exhausted, in this battle, it will not be able to transform into that form. This is probably the only shortcoming of the Four Seasons cycling armor. Chapter 866, Supermodels Four Seasons Song Skill. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 867. There, 4 forms of spring, summer, autumn, and winter are limited by the energy of these 4 groups. Therefore, it will be a compulsory course to learn how to change the shape of the Four Seasons cycle armor reasonably for a long time. But this does not need Luo Sheng to worry about. Although there are such small shortcomings, but the flaws do not hide the advantages. In Luo Sheng's view, the Four Seasons cycle armor is still the armor of the attribute supermodel in the treasure level equipment. Very well, system, you finally have a conscience once. But you didn't fool me with the treasure-like weapons like 7 cardinal sins. Luo Sheng took a picture. Clapping. I am very happy to talk about it. Even if you make a pit, you can earn it. Originally, Luo Sheng was thinking of pitting Bauble out, and didn't expect directly to the big guy. Probably because of System's embarrassment with the mineral water that appeared before. Putting it that way, The system's understanding of beverages hasn't been particularly deviated. It can be saved. Luo Sheng, why are you on the first floor? Hey, how did the lobby on this floor become like this? Just as Chi Wenla thought and sighed, a milky voice came from the corridor. Little X, it's so late. Are you coming down all night? Luo Sheng doesn't need to turn his head to know who this voice is. Xuang Xu, who slept for a whole day, got up in the middle of the night, and was definitely full of sleep. Hey, the summer carnival has been over for many days. I have to look at the market more now. Xuang Xu seems to be an explanation, but also a complaint. After the opening of the guild warehouse and the expansion of the character backpack, Xuang Xu immediately expanded his backpack to 200 squares. But because Little Kitty Guild is engaged in the great job of game merchant, only Xuang Xu and there are really not many members in the Little Kitty Guild, so the opening of the guild warehouse was temporarily put on hold. However, Xuang Xu still has to pay attention to the ups and downs in the trading system. By the way, you come down now. Won't the New World mode be updated again? Xuang Xu proficiently bought a bottle from the beverage vending machine black coffee, then squatted on the small round table, looking at Luo Sheng very vigilantly. Although Xuang Xu was surprised by the changes in the store lobby, she didn't really care. Now I might eat well and sleep well, so I don't have to worry about it. And there are a lot of spirit crystal urns. For Xuang Xu, this is a very satisfying life. For devouring civet, whose ancestors have been alone for generations, this kind of day, although I dare not say that there will be no one behind, but at least it can be regarded as unprecedented. You want to get information from me again? Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows. Xuang Xu can have such a big face in the businessman guild. Luo Sheng can be said to be indispensable. How could it really not updated? Xuang Xu took a sip of black coffee, stretched out her little pink tongue and licked the fluff around her mouth, and said with a smile too, "Okay, you go first. I will find you later." Luo Sheng waved his hand. Not to update, you have to look at it first. After all, there hasn't been much activity recently, so I have to let the customers take a moment. Oh, is it really not updated? Xuang Xu was quite disappointed, but still did not give up. Hey, don't be so eager to speculate. Luo Sheng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Lifting the nape of Xuang Xu, soft white Mao grasped it in his hand and felt extremely comfortable. With the other hand, he grabbed the black coffee, and then carried Xuang Xu to a deck. Chapter 867, You Want to Set Information Again. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 868. Why can't I move anymore? Luo Sheng, let me go. You can't treat a poor little kitty like this. Xuang Xu was lifted by Luo Sheng on the nape of his neck, and suddenly felt his whole body stiff. When catching a cat, lifting the nape is one of the most suitable methods. It can stop all the cat's movements in an instant without hurting the little kitty. Of course, this method is limited to cats that can be lifted up by one hand. If bitten by a big cat, Luo Sheng says he can't help. Throwing Xuang Xu into the deck, Luo Sheng returned to the lobby and brought a colorful fruit-flavored pizza and mineral water. Finally, it smells like a fast food restaurant. Luo Sheng sat at the small round table and said with a little nostalgia, I used to sit in a fast food restaurant like this, eating those unhealthy fried foods and drinking soda drinks that are high in calories and sugar, running around for a living. It's not like it is now. You can easily mix and eat and wait for death. Luo Sheng thought of this, and felt that he might be lucky. The packaging of the colorful fruit-flavored pizza is a flat square cardboard box. After punching in, the pizza inside is revealed. 9 inches in size, enough for an adult to eat. No wonder you dare to sell 50 spirit crystals. The portion is not bad. Luo Sheng took a look at the colorful fruit-flavored pizza in the box, which is thick cheese. And under the cheese, there are colorful fruit flesh, pineapple, mangosteen, coconut, apple, cantaloupe, kiwi, etc. There are so many. Luo Sheng is very suspicious that these messy fruits can really be eaten together. With a skeptical and sophisticated attitude, Luo Sheng divided the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Take a bite. In a short time, the sweetness of various fruits burst out in Liu Sheng's mouth, and instantly swept Liu Sheng's taste buds. With the rich taste of cheese and cheese, the fruity flavor of that first fused together broke out and gradually separated, layers on top of each other, while being sweet and fragrant, without interfering with each other. At that moment, Liu Sheng seemed to have entered a fruit garden. The breeze is blowing on the face, and the fragrance of fruits comes in, making people involuntarily intoxicated. It's worthy of the colorful fruit flavor. It really refreshed my understanding of fruit flavor. Liu Sheng let out a long sigh. It is full of the fragrance of fruits. I have to say that although these messy fruits are added together, the color is really pleasing to the eye. But Liu Sheng, who recognized these fruits, looked very sad. However, in terms of taste, it has subverted Liu Sheng's imagination. However, this kind of general practice of mix-up can make this magical system more famous. Ordinary person is better not to imitate pizza with mineral water. Okay. After eating the colorful fruit-flavored pizza, Liu Sheng picked up the mineral water at hand. As always, a 500 milliliters glass bottle. Open the bottle cap and pour mineral water into your mouth. The while drinking method is suitable for mineral water. This tasty it seems to be a bit sweet. Liu Sheng slammed his mouth, and an ad word suddenly appeared in his mind. To be honest, the taste of this mineral water is similar to ordinary boiled water, but unexpectedly there is a hint of sweetness. Make people relaxed and joyful. You can click collection below to record this time. Chapter 868, Colorful Fruits, A Little Sweet, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 869. But apart from this, there is no other flavor. It seems that even if it is system, there is no way to make mineral water delicious. However, it is this sweet and delicious taste that is the essence of mineral water. Liu Sheng put down the glass bottle in his hand. My heart became much quieter. The purest sweetness. Wash the impurities in the drinker's body. It seems that the taste of this mineral water is not as plain as imagined. Although it's not a drink, it has a special flavor. It's good. Liu Sheng admired the glass bottle in his hand and drank it in one fell swoop. And after eating supper, Liu Sheng also entered the New World mode. At any rate, there is one last reward that I didn't claim. The fourth big map of the New World mode can be opened at any time. System, introduce the fourth big map, and then help me open it alone. I will explore the way first. Liu Sheng said in his mind. System, host, please wait. System, the fourth big map has been opened. Please enter the New World mode and explore by yourself. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the system's voice rang again. System hint, after defeating the protector of the 4th floor, 5th floor, and 6th floor of the Doll Labyrinth, there will be a chance to drop transmission formation fragments. A total of 20 after 8 pieces of transmission formation fragments. You can open the A New Way transmission formation leading to the fourth big map. Transmission formation fragments. Liu Sheng suddenly remembered the one in his backpack. That piece of transmission formation fragments. That was the first time I defeated the 6th floor protector of the Doll Labyrinth. When I dropped the item, Liu Sheng immediately opened the backpack. Then I discovered that the introduction of the transmission formation fragments has changed. Transmission formation fragments. After collecting 28 transmission formation fragments, a new way transmission formation leading to the Shadow of the Assassin portal will be opened. Boy, don't you really want to walk the fourth big map? The Shadowy Assassin entrance. It turns out that this is the transmission formation that has completed the fourth map. Liu Sheng looked at the fragment of transmission formation with amazement on his face. Feelings at that time, the system had already thought about the content of the fourth big map. It's a pity that in the introduction of the transmission formation fragments at that time, it only said that it would open a transmission formation that didn't know where to go. So Liu Sheng didn't care too much. And the drop rate of this thing is really touching. It's so low that it's outrageous. 28 slices. Liu Sheng rubbed his chin, and then resolutely contacted Zhuang Xu. Little X, there is business. Do you not do it? What business? You? Xuang Xu's reply was quick, almost in seconds back. If you respond to this kind of thing in a second, or the other person is interested in you, either the other party has nothing to do now. So, it seems that at this time, Xuang Xu should be still scanning the goods in the trading system, and did not go to the picture. Yes, it's me. Transmission formation fragments. Do you have any? Luo Sheng asked immediately. Yes, but not many, because I don't know what it is for, so I didn't dare to stock up. Xuang Xu opened his backpack and searched for it, and then he replied. Before Luo Sheng did not let the system announce the information of the fourth big map, the introduction of the transmission formation fragments in the hands of others will not change. It still opens a transmission formation that does not know where it leads. Wait. You suddenly want this thing. Could it be that? Xuang Xu turned halfway and saw it suddenly. Divine light flashed. Chapter 869. The purpose of transmission formation fragments. God-level store manager system. Chapter 870. I have to say that the game merchant has a keen sense of smell. Yes, this thing is useful, and it is a necessity for the next stage. You can stock up a little. Luo Sheng reluctantly returned. At this time, there is no way to hide Xuang Xu. It's a little bit easier to sell personal affection directly. This is a big business opportunity. How many transmission formation fragments do you want? If the number is not large, I will give it to you for free. Xuang Xu's eyes lit up, and the beard on his lips turned. It's one of a kind. 25 pieces are enough. Luo Sheng has also brushed the doll maze so many times. Although the burst rate of transmission formation fragments is touching, it is not zero after all. 25 tablets. Forget it. Such a big news. I'll send you. Xuang Xu resisted the pain and sent it to Luo Sheng. A private person. Trading window request. Although the purpose of transmission formation fragments is unknown, but this touching burst rate also keeps the price of transmission formation fragments never falling. 25 transmission formation fragments are at least worth thousands of spirit crystals. It's strange that Xuang Xu doesn't hurt. I can't thank you. Don't show up in such a pitiful way. Luo Sheng looked rather helpless after accepting the private transaction window. Let's do it. I have to continue to scan the goods. I only know the news tonight, and tomorrow I have to discuss with the Merchant Guild. Xuang Xu will shard the legend after sending it. The connection was immediately disconnected so as not to touch the scene. Little Xu is much more generous than system. Luo Sheng thought silently in his heart, and then clicked to synthesize the transmission formation fragments, turning it into a new way transmission formation. A new way transmission formation, one-time item, open the new way transmission formation leading to the fourth big map, the Shadow of the Assassin Porch. This is a trip that is unlikely to return. Are you ready? If this kind of content is similar, Luo Sheng is used to it. After leading to the next big map, under normal circumstances, there is no way to return to the previous big map. After all, in the New World mode, level is still very important, regardless of whether you can gain experience after returning to a low-level map. At least in the matter of bringing people through the dungeon, there will indeed be a great advantage after the level is high. So this approach is also to prevent this from happening. Of course, another intention is to prevent higher-rank players from bullying low-rank players. Although it is not possible to fight in the safety sector, but it is difficult to guarantee that after the safety sector is released, it will not be blocked outside the copy. Confirm the use. Luo Sheng clicked on the new way transmission formation in the backpack. The magic array pattern belonging to the new way transmission formation immediately appeared at Luo Sheng's feet, and then bright rays of light rose up. This teleportation is an irreversible process. Please be prepared for the player. The teleportation begins. White light flashed. Luo Sheng instantly plunged into darkness. Immediately afterwards, the surroundings slowly became brighter, and a huge purple golden gate appeared in front of Luo Sheng. On the purple golden gate, there is a huge plaque. There are 6 characters carved on it. Shadow Assassin entrance. Then, There was information about this big map that passed into Luo Sheng's mind. Entering the purple golden gate, a wide road will appear. In front is the shadowy assassin entrance. Here, it belongs to the realm of the shadow assassin. The more you go in, the higher the level of the shadow assassin that haunts, and the stronger the shadow assassination technique you have. Chapter 870, Shadow Assassin Entrance, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 871. There. Shadow of the Assassin Portal is the realm of the shadow assassin. The further you go in, the higher the level of the shadow assassin that appears. And the shadow assassination technique possessed by the shadow assassin is stronger. So after walking through the purple golden gate, never take it lightly, because no one knows when the shadow assassin will appear. No one knows how the shadow assassin will appear. And the most worth mentioning is that in the fourth big map, the shadow of the assassin entrance, there is no absolute safety sector. Unlike the first three sublodge maps, there will be an absolute safety sector. For example, the small village at the foot of Goblin Mountain Range, the frontline city of evil spirit fighters, the adventurer town of the Doll Maze. In the absolute safety sector, no monsters will enter. Fighting between players is also not allowed. Actually, fighting is not allowed, but in the absolute safety sector, there is no way to cause damage. However, there is no such place in the shadow of the assassin entrance. System's explanation for this is because the assassination of assassin does not distinguish the location or location. As long as the spirit of the target relaxes, there is a chance. Then the shadow assassin will shoot. This fourth big map really deserves to be called the shadow assassin entrance. Even the absence of a safety sector seems to be justified and convincing. Luo Sheng spreading out. The interpretation of the system is in different expression. Whoever believes in such nonsense is stupid. Who knows what the system is thinking about? If there is no safety sector in a normal online game, the designer must not be scolded by the players. It's a pity that the New World mode is designed by the system based on Luo Sheng's memory, adhering to the spirit of having fun and not having fun. The reputation so far has been pretty good. After all, there is no harm without comparison. The New World mode is unique and has a monopoly advantage. No one really can say anything. How else should I say? Is the Evil Spirit Body skill book no longer available? Or is the Protector skill book not fragrant? Let's go ahead and have a look. Luo Sheng looked at the purple golden door. This is the entrance to the shadowy assassin hallway. As long as you don't walk in, the shadow assassin will not attack you. But even if you don't walk in, it's not a safety sector. Other players can still cause damage to you. Guardian Barrier. Luo Sheng took out his wand, released a translucent shield on himself, and stepped into the purple golden vigilantly. Door. You can't prevent it. Luo Sheng is confident in his battle awareness and fighting skills. But in the face of system, it is better to be careful. After all, in the trial space opened up in the trial room, Luo Sheng didn't please. Every trial mission can be regarded as a nightmare. This is enough to prove that in this regard, even Luo Sheng's fighting skills and battle awareness are far beyond ordinary people. Even heroic rank powerhouse can crush. But in front of the system, it is still not enough. Swish. The purple golden gate is like a formation. The moment Luo Sheng stepped in, a black shadow rushed over. The cold light flashing dagger, as if telling its sharpness. Ice thorn. Fireball. Wind blade. Luo Sheng's response is naturally not slow. The moment the black shadow appeared, the staff was raised. The magic power converges and turns into three magics in an instant. Blocked all the offensive directions of Sombra. Boom. Chapter 871. There is no safety sector here. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 872. Boom! Exclamation mark. The black shadow from the raid was too late to avoid it, and was hit by three magic spells. The blood was emptied instantly and fell to the ground. After falling down, Luo Sheng could see the dark shadow clearly. A night suit and a black mask, only a pair of cold eyes were exposed. But now, the gaze has turned into a void. Is this the Shadow Assassin, first rank Shadow Assassin? Luo Sheng looked at the appearance of the fallen man. His eyes suddenly fell on the dagger in his hand. On the handle of the knife, there is a squiggly one. It seems that the shadow assassin is indeed hierarchical. Luo Sheng just wanted to go over and take a closer look. The shadow assassin that was killed turned into a black light, and then disappeared. This is being refreshed. However, before Luo Sheng was surprised, 2 more shadows appeared. Attacked Luo Sheng. As the message passed into Luo Sheng's mind said, as long as the player's spirit is relaxed, there is a chance the shadow assassin will be shot without the slightest hesitation. DSK, it's really troublesome. Luo Sheng understands. In the big map of the shadow assassin entrance, there is no copy like the doll labyrinth. Only wild monsters. Compared with the puppet maze, the level of danger is much higher. It is indeed the honorary product of Battle Strength Promotion Training Room. One big map is more difficult than the other. Zhang and Zhang are all rushing to improve the battle strength. Luo Sheng, after exploring not far forward, thought about going back. It is not to say how strong the level of assassin becomes after the upgrade. This is nothing to Luo Sheng. However, as long as the spirit is slightly relaxed, the shadow assassin will appear and perform the assassination, which makes Luo Sheng feel extremely difficult. It's not a simple thing to strain your nerves all the time. After killing a shadow assassin again, an item similar in appearance to torch attracted Luo Sheng's attention. Camping bonfire, one-time supplies. Light up a torch, forming a temporary safety sector, which lasts for 24 hours. Within the range illuminated by the torch, the shadow assassin will not make an assassination. So that's how it is. Luo Sheng suddenly realized after looking at the campfire in his hand. The terrain of the shadow of the assassin entrance, when viewed from the sky, is a road with no end in sight. Luo Sheng has been walking on this path for several hours, but he still hasn't seen the end. Moreover, the rank of the shadow assassin has just been promoted to the 3rd rank. In other words, if you want to walk through the shadow assassin entrance in 4 hours, you are simply dreaming. That's why this campfire will appear. It is to take care of those players who need to go offline in the shadow of the assassin entrance after the 4 hours a day is used up. Before going offline, light a campfire to ensure that you will not be attacked. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng no longer has the mind to continue exploring. Because the shadow of the assassin entrance can be used as a big map, the length of this path can never be completed overnight. Even without the interference of the shadow assassin, it is impossible to walk in one night. It's almost time to discover so much information tonight. For the rest, wait for the 4th big map to open, and then continue to explore when there are more people. Let's go to bed. Luo Sheng put the campfire in his backpack. Then I turned around and ran out of the purple golden gate. Chapter 872, Camping Bonfire. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 873. There. Next day, Luo Sheng, who slept for a while, seemed to be in good spirits because he gave up all night. After getting up in the morning, when I came downstairs, I ran into Xia with a surprised look. Store manager, is this the lobby? Xia pointed to the small round tables, thinking he was in the restaurant. It's nothing. It's just that the lobby is decorated as a fast food area. Luo Sheng waved his hand, casually said. This is no surprise. Anyway, the Luo Sheng store has never fixed what type of goods it sells, and naturally there is no fixed direction for its development. By the way, 2 new products were added last night. If someone asks, please remember to introduce them. Luo Sheng's words were paused, and then he said aloud, one is colorful fruit-flavored pizza, one is mineral water. As for the 4-season cycling armor, it must be discovered by the customers who use the equipped synthesizer. After all, in the equipment synthesizer, the attributes of synthesizing equipment are introduced very clearly. Well, good. Improve cultivation aptitude. Store manager, is what you said true? Xia at first is still as usual, remembering Luo Sheng's words, and at the same time responding nicely. But after listening to the introduction of mineral water, Xia just finished nodding when suddenly she was shivered. There seems to be something wrong. Improve cultivation aptitude. Recalling this sentence, after Xia repeatedly confirmed that he had not heard it wrong, He looked at Luo Sheng with astonishment, completely unable to believe this sentence. That's right, it is to improve the cultivation aptitude, the special effect of mineral water. Luo Sheng clicked, nodded and helped Xia confirm it again. This is too precious. Is it really good to sell this mineral water? Xia was shocked to the point of stammering, and even felt a little distressed for Luo Sheng. This is precious mineral water that can enhance the cultivation aptitude. Whoever gets this thing is not hiding it, for fear that others will know it. Otherwise, just use it directly. But Luo Sheng even put out this rare and precious item directly and sold it publicly. What's bad? It's not a good thing. Luo Sheng spread his hands and said lightly, this is so natural, even Xia has such a moment, feel that the special effects of mineral water, it is only this. But soon, Xia woke up. The look in Luo Sheng's eyes has also become particularly complicated. Not a good thing? If even the things that can improve the cultivation aptitude are not good things, then there is really nothing that can be called good things in this world. Precious items that no one else can dream of. Luo Sheng still has this indifferent attitude. But it's really so that Xia doesn't know what to say. Okay, don't look at me like that. If you want to drink, you can get it yourself. But you can only drink 1 bottle a day. Luo Sheng was stared at by Xia all over, and after leaving this sentence, he went to open the store door. Boss, good morning. Morning, Huxiu. Luo Sheng only opened the store and saw Huxiu strode walked in. Then I went to the snack vending machine and bought a double cheese beef burger. Eating meat has always been something to enjoy. Hey, boss. When did you change this lobby? Chapter 873. This is not a good thing. God-level store manager system. Chapter 874. It is very good to have a table while drinking. Holding a cold beer, Huxiu casually searched for a small round table and sat down. Looking at the surrounding environment, I can't help but admire, although there were sofas and benches before. But for things like breakfast in the store, it is always inconvenient to have no table. Huxiu, you eat meat every day, haven't you thought about eating some fruit? Luo Sheng also sat next to the small round table and suddenly asked, fruits? Fruits are not delicious with meat. Besides, those fruits are all sweet, I can't eat them. Huxiu waved his hand and laughed. Speaking of, for most mercenaries, fruits and vegetables are generally not eaten unless necessary. Drinking and eating meat is a normal life. Isn't fruit not delicious? What's delicious about meat? Store manager, is there a new delicacy in the store? Lan, who walked into the store, heard Huxiu's words and asked in passing. For Lan Yi and the others, they don't drink much meat and drink. After all, Zhao Didi's sister is different from a rough man. Even if you become a mercenary and your personality becomes a lot more bold, it doesn't mean that your taste will change. There are indeed new delicacies. It's in the snack vending machine. Luo Sheng just asked me before. Now that someone asks, it is natural to sell it. What is it? Colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Lan Yi just asked for his name, so he went to the snack vending machine to buy one. Take it out. Opening the box, a rich fruit fragrance came out. It smells so good. No, it's still delicious with double cheese and beef burgers. Huxiu sighed involuntarily after smelling the fragrance, but it was very quickly reacted. Since you feel fragrant, do you want to have a piece? Under the guidance of Luo Sheng, Lan Yi divided the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8 triangles of the same block size. However, Orchid Leaf Group has only 7 people in total, so it doesn't matter if you give Huxiu a piece. Otherwise, this last piece is probably for Nalan Kinky, the youngest little Lalai. I am not used to eating sweet fruits, but since you are willing to invite me to eat, then deference is no substitute for obedience. Huxiu twitched nose. Then I took a sip of cold beer. The fragrance of fruit has been tempting him. So after making an excuse for himself, Huxiu immediately took the pizza that Lan Yi handed over, and then took a big bite unceremoniously. After this bite, the sweetness of various fruits burst out in Huxiu's mouth instantly. In an instant, it swept Huxiu's taste buds and filled Huxiu's entire mouth. Immediately afterwards, with the rich taste of cheese and cheese, The colorful fruit flavors are fused together gradually separate. A variety of sweet fruits burst out one by one. While being sweet and depressed, they don't interfere with each other. Compared to meat, it is a different kind of delicacy. It's delicious. It's delicious. No, it's not. Forget it. It's important to eat pizza. Husio took a bite. After that big bite of colorful fruit-flavored pizza, I couldn't help feeling for a while, and then reacted. The feeling of slapping himself in the face on the spot made Husio feel a little weird. It's not a blushing feeling. After all, the people present are so familiar with each other, and at most they are teased. However, the colorful fruit-flavored pizza is really delicious. Chapter 874, This pizza is really fragrant. God-level store manager system. Chapter 875, Cheese store manager. Good morning. While Husio was indulging in the deliciousness of colorful fruit-flavored pizza, several people came in one after another outside the store. Customers. Dingu, Flame Sovereign, Dinren. You are all back. After Luo Sheng heard the voice, he glanced at the store door subconsciously and saw a familiar face. It seems that I should have rushed back from Imperial Sword Sect overnight in order to catch a breakfast. Luo Sheng Pingchuan looked deep after one. He only laughed when it comes. Although Luo Sheng and Imperial Sword Sect display their means, does make Pingchuan and the others are extremely shocked. But after the shock, Pingchuan and the others also want to understand. The strength of Luo Sheng, from the very beginning, is deep and unmeasurable. After tearing the Bone Dragon by one person outside Cloud Mist City, Luo Sheng was marked with the heroic rank Invincible sign. It's just a show this time. The power of is a bit unexpected. From martial doubt to magic, it can be said to be within the heroic rank, absolutely invincible. This is a bit terrifying. However, even if it is terrifying, Luo Sheng still opens a store in this Cloud Mist City. From the usual behavior, the slightest I can't see that it is a powerhouse invincible in a heroic rank. As a model in powerhouse, a model in power, an excellent model in cultivator, a hidden model in the world. Luo Sheng has never been a domineering person, nor is it a person who takes advantage of one's position to bully people. So, neither did Pingchuan and the others. The reason is to be afraid of Luo Sheng, just as usual. Of course, the necessary awe is still necessary. This is also the respect for powerhouse. Is that so? Come in and get what you want. Luo Sheng nodded, did not ask, but turned around and looked towards the counter. Happened to see lying on the counter Lan Xia. Come, say hello to Xia. Hey, Sister Xia, what are you drinking? Lan Xia quite curious. Staring glass Xia hand. Although Lan Xia carnivore standard, but for the beverage, also love to drink. After all, Lan Xia is only a little loli, so drinking or anything, whether it is Lan Yi, Lan Kinga and the others, or Luo Sheng, will not be allowed. Yes, this is called mineral water. Drinking it often can improve the cultivation aptitude. Xia followed, looked at the hands of the glass, only to introduce aloud that this mineral water good. Lan Xia lay on the counter, and then asked, it's sweeter than ordinary water, like it can wash people's anxiety. Xia a serious answer to. Speaker has no intention, however, the listener interested. Lan Xia for cultivation aptitude things and not particularly concerned. After all, Lan Xia, who owns Dragon Clan bloodlines, can be regarded as peak in the cultivation aptitude, looking at all races. Especially there is another one. Xinglian concluded a top-spirit contract with her. The Tutotuo edition makes Lan Xia not very concerned about cultivation aptitude. However, Lan Xia may be because the cultivation aptitude is too powerful. I don't care. Others can't. Even Pingchuan and the others who just entered the store are all looking shocked. On the counter, the glass bottle in Xia's hand. Then I couldn't wait to ask Luo Sheng. Chi store manager, what kind of mineral water, long-term drinking, can it really improve the cultivation aptitude? Pingchuan trying to make his voice becomes calmer. Were the others? His face with shocked eyes with the expectation of watching Li Chi. I am afraid that a negative answer will appear from Luo Sheng's mouth. Chapter 875, that mineral water is real, is it? God Level Store Manager System Chapter 876. Of course it is true, drinking mineral water for a long time can wash away impurities in the body, thereby enhancing the effective cultivation aptitude. Luo Sheng is very serious about it. Although the tone is a little flat, it really makes the people in the store full of surprises at this moment. Someone even couldn't help but rush directly to the beverage vending machine. I'm afraid that it will be gone after a step too late. Cultivation aptitude is a good thing. People who don't have one want to have. And some people want to be better. Even if it is a powerhouse that has been promoted to heroic rank, I dare not say that my cultivation aptitude is enough. Innate talent. Of course, the stronger the better. The higher the potential, the better. And these things are linked to the cultivation aptitude. So it's no wonder these people are so excited that they disregard their image. Big brother, is mineral water really so good to drink? Lan Zaya, who walked over from the counter, saw the people in the store rushing to drink. Vending machine. Can't wait to choose to buy mineral water. Can't help but ask aloud. This question made Luo Sheng dumb feelings when Lan Zaya asked Xia about the taste of mineral water. He was simply subconsciously asking. It's not because your cultivation aptitude is top-notch, so don't you care. The idea of eating goods is a little different from that of normal people. In fact, drinking mineral water is mainly beneficial to your health. Luo Sheng thought for a while before answering aloud. If it really compares the taste, among the beverages, mineral water must be the most dull one. Of course, if Luo Sheng really luck that goes against heaven's will in the future, he has not said this. But apart from special effects, the biggest effect of mineral water is to quench thirst. So I won't talk about it for the time being. That's not good for Luo Sheng. His reaction and the keenness of food made Lan Zaya easily understand it. Meaning. So Lan Zaya immediately gave up the mineral water and ran to buy a pair of fried chicken wings. Carnivores do not need colorful fruit-flavored pizza. The non-meat food that can attract this little ally with Dragon Clan bloodlines, currently only vanilla ice cream cones. Dessert. Luo Sheng is thinking about this issue in his heart. Obviously, compared to fast food, desserts are obviously more in line with the definition of snacks. However, the system's perception of snacks, except for the potato chips and jelly at the beginning, has already deviated from the instant noodles in barrels. And so far it has not recovered. I think this is useless now. I can't save it anymore. In this situation, Luo Sheng has no other methods besides showing his helplessness. Little X, haven't you gone to bed yet? Luo Sheng after eating breakfast, in the battle strength upgrade training room area, I saw fighting all night Xuang Xu, still sitting in front of the crystal ball, looked excited. Luo Sheng, why are you here? Xuang Xu glanced at Luo Sheng, then stretched out on the table. The Snow-White cat is elongated, showing a slender and well-proportioned body. Then he yawned. I have to say that the appearance of a little kitty yawning is really cute. Come and see why you are so energetic. Luo Sheng glanced at the 2 glass bottles beside the crystal ball. The node will pass the 12 o'clock all night. It is normal for Xuang Xu to drink 2 bottles of black coffee in one night. Chapter 876. Ideas for Food. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 877. Fortunately, the linking lion cat is completely white with no variegated color. If Xuang Xu is an orange cat, with this way of eating, I really don't know if I can keep this small body shape. I cleared the inventory for half a night last night, and contacted the Merchant Guild's people to see how many transmission formation fragments they had in their hands. Xuang Xu explained. The first requirement of game merchants is to clear the goods in their hands. Otherwise, when someone asks, you go to the warehouse. Isn't that a low price? That's it. Luo Sheng nodded, and then glanced at the newly remodeled fast food area. The number of people in the shop has gradually increased. After knowing the special effects of mineral water, the shock is the same as the previous customers. It's even worse. After waiting in line, I used the guild communication system to call friends and tell them the news. As a result, the news of mineral water spreads at an extremely fast speed, allowing more customers to rush to the store. If it is not for the purchase of mineral water, one person can only buy one bottle a day. Luo Sheng believes that many people are now estimated to be able to eat mineral water as a meal, and rely on drinking water for 3 meals a day. You must know that among the store's customers, cultivation aptitude is still mediocre, especially those students from wealthy backgrounds, or pampered young masters like Han Ming. The degree of desire for cultivation aptitude has almost become a kind of obsession. Just take advantage of this momentum. System, when the deck is full, release a world announcement and open the 4th big map. Luo Sheng said in his head. System, received. It is terrifying to be able to increase the appeal of cultivation aptitude. Mineral water has also quickly become the best-selling product in the store so far. Not one of them. It is different from other products. Cultivation aptitude is something that everyone can use, and a thing that is also very eager for. As a result, the beverage vending machine was surrounded by water, and many other beverages and snacks were sold by the way. Make fast food areas crowded, so many customers can't even find a seat and can only stand by to eat breakfast. And come one step earlier, customers who bought mineral water are also satisfied to find a deck in the battle strength training room area, and start a day of life. World announcement, 4th big map, Shadow Assassin entrance, officially opened, killing the doll maze 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor protector. There is a chance to drop transmission formation fragments. Transmission formation fragments can be used to synthesize a new way transmission formation leading to the Shadow Assassin entrance. World announcement, 4th big map, Shadow Assassin entrance, officially opened, kill the doll maze 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor protector. There is a chance to drop transmission formation fragments. The transmission formation fragments can be used to synthesize the new way transmission formation leading to the Shadow Assassin portal. World announcement, 4th big map, Shadow Assassin portal, officially opened. Under the attraction of mineral water, the card seats in the store were soon full. System also released a world announcement in Yun. Suddenly, it makes the new world mode lively. The update of the big map and various activities have always been the source of motivation for online games. Since the new world mode refers to the online game model, updating the big map can naturally drive the enthusiasm of the players. Chapter 877, New Map Open. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 878. Becoming stronger has always been a constant topic in the New World mode. Powerful equipment, rare skill books, and levels are all factors that become stronger. It is a pity that the experience suppression that appears after each big map reaches a certain level is equivalent to indirectly locking the upper limit of the level. There is now a new big map. That is, a new level cap has been opened, and you can get stronger equipment and burst out better skill books. It's strange if you don't get excited. So that's how it is. No wonder you said transmission formation fragments can be stored. After hearing the world announcement, Xuang Xu glanced at Luo Sheng suddenly. When did I lie to you? Luo Sheng lowered his eyes and returned faintly. It doesn't seem to be there. Xuang Xu thought about it seriously. To say that Xuang Xu inquired about the news from Luo Sheng, that is really a lot, such as what equipment is strong and what medicine is easy to use. In short, Xuang Xu can get news immediately for various minor version updates, then profit from it. Last night, how many transmission formation fragments did you stock up? Luo Sheng asked another key question. I only have a few hundred pieces here, and there are probably a few thousand pieces on the Merchant Guild's side. That's the whole amount that has been hoarded for so long. Xuang Xu flipped through it. Trading System Public Channel. The trading system has been on for such a long time, and the number of items in it is 100,000. Looking through these items, it has almost become Xuang Xu's daily routine. That's not bad. I can earn a little. If Luo Sheng opens the 4th map a few days later, Xuang Xu can earn more. But in this case, Luo Sheng will lose out. So just think about this kind of thing. If you really want to do it, Luo Sheng won't be able to do it. After all, Whoever loses is not a loss. Why should I lose myself? Even more, how Xuang Xu did not lose. At most, it made a little less. Big Cat, you are right. Collecting transmission formation fragments can really make a lot of money. At least double the price this time and sell it. Fortunately, I came here early today, and I went to the trading system to scan the goods. Leave a few sets of transmission formation fragments and send some brothers to the new map. We must be the first set up a consumables stall over there. The merchant guild also cheered inside. Many people have expressed their gratitude to Xuang Xu for the news and arranging the next step. At this moment, those who sell transmission formation fragments at a low price have to beat their chests and regret it. What is the burst rate of transmission formation fragments? People who have been refreshing the map these days can't understand it better. Chances are very metaphysical. Sometimes it does not produce a single piece after dozens of times. Sometimes it comes out once or twice. Moreover, the most important thing is that only the 4th floor, 5th floor, and 6th floor of the puppet maze will explode the transmission formation fragments. This is a very important dividing line. Players who can go to these 3 levels are considered small experts, especially on the 6th floor. Even with Luo Sheng's instructional video, not many people can pass it. The opening time of the big map of the doll maze is not short. There are also many players who have reached level 45. Who have experienced suppression levels. So for some players who have enough levels and are eager to go to the new big map, buying transmission formation fragments is the best choice. If you really want to fight by yourself, that's really sad. So for a while, players who want to buy transmission formation fragments abound. It is true that Xuang Xu and Businessman Guild made a lot of money. Chapter 878, Earn a Fortune First. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 879. However, changing the big map is a special case, and it is the most profitable. After that, no one should take out the transmission formation fragments again. But after the transmission formation fragments in the hands of Xuang Xu and Businessman Guild were shipped out, hundreds of players also passed through the New Way transmission formation and came to the shadowy assassin porch. What is going on without a safety sector? No way. There is no pharmacy store or equipment store. Wow, this one is the sublodge map abandoned? After these players came to the shadow of the assassin entrance, they soon discovered something wrong. The first problem is that there is no safety sector, and secondly, there is no consumable store. But this is also a question that can be thought of. After all, there is no safety sector, so how can there be equipment shops and pharmacy shops? At this moment, all players who came to the new big map suddenly felt that they were pitted. Spend a lot of spirit crystal bought transmission formation fragments. The result came to such a desolate land. The introductory information of the Shadow Assassin entrance is even more so that players of the magician level are in the back. As everyone knows, assassin will always be the crusty nemesis. If you are outside, you have to add a premise of the same level. But in the new world mode, since you can stay on this big map, the level of the monsters in this big map will definitely be equal to or even higher than the player of. However, there is a saying that the Shadow Assassin portal may be really unfriendly to players of the magician level, but for game merchants, it is simply too friendly. There is no consumable shop, no equipment shop. What is the game merchant used for? Isn't it the exchange of existence? Since the system does not arrange stores, let us game merchants arrange it. This discovery made the Businessman Guild the first to enter the Dark Assassin entrance and seized the opportunity to cheering excitedly. However, Luo Sheng is not very concerned about these things. After all, those shadow assassins are not such tricky monsters for Luo Sheng. But other players want to go to where Luo Sheng is now. Without a week of exploration, it is impossible. And there is only one rebirth point in the shadow of the assassin entrance, just outside the purple golden gate. In other words, if you can't go all the way to the end of the shadow of the assassin entrance, you will definitely be sent back to the spawn point by the shadow assassin, unless you have countless campfires with you. But the only advantage is that even if killed by wild monsters, it will only lose experience, not level. Otherwise, These shadow assassins are enough to crash the magician players. Back to the New World mode. The place where Luo Sheng appeared was in the shadow of the assassin entrance, within the lighting range of the campfire. Although the surrounding area is not completely dark, the dark scene is not very visible. The shadow assassin will not show up before it is shot. Even the breath will not appear. Except for some keen players, there is no other movement. This makes the entire shadow assassin hall seem extremely silent. But Luo Sheng knows that this is just an illusion. As long as he walks out of the campfire lighting range unsuspectingly, Luo Sheng can guarantee that at least 3 shadow assassins will shoot at the same time. Chapter 809, Cheering Excitedly Game Merchant. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 880. Let's go back first. Luo Sheng glanced forward. There is no end in sight. The shadow assassin entrance is not a map that can be passed by one person, and at least 2 people must take turns on guard. Otherwise, a person has been kept on alert, and the consumption of spirit strength is too fast. Once there is any negligence, the shadow assassin will not keep his hands going back. The strength of the shadow assassin will gradually weaken. It's much easier than going forward. It took 4 hours to advance last night, and now it takes only 2 hours to go back. After Luo Sheng walked out of the purple golden gate, he just saw the rays of light flash, and one silhouette appeared above the rebirth point. Dingu, are you here? Luo Sheng looked at the silhouette of the rebirth point. After thinking about it, he said hello. Chi Store Manager, are you here? Are you? Gepingchuan was walking out of the rebirth point with a depressed expression, and heard the voice saying hello to himself. I looked up and saw Luo Sheng Shi Shiren walking out of the purple golden gate. The road is too long. Halfway through, I found that the consumables are not enough. Come out and add a bit, Luo Sheng said lightly. This is also the truth. To enter the shadowy assassin entrance, you must not only prepare enough campfires, but also prepare enough consumables. Maybe you have to prepare a few sets of replacement equipment to prevent the durability from being unsupported, in case you need it. Not enough consumables. Gepingchuan stared, suddenly speechless. Gepingchuan is one of those people who are eager to enter the new map. Because the summer carnival has ended, there is nothing to do if you continue to stay in the doll maze. However, what Gepingchuan absolutely didn't expect was that the new big map, Shadow Assassin Entrance, would be so unfriendly to the magician rank. Don't worry about how powerful Gepingchuan is in the outside world. But in the shadow of the Assassin Entrance, as long as you are a magician, you have to kneel. The only exception is Luo Sheng. This is really a good comparison. People are more deadly than people. Gepingchuan advanced only 500 meters before being sent out by the shadow assassin. As a result, Luo Sheng walked out of it and said that the consumables were not enough. In the case of insufficient consumables, you can walk out of the shadow of the assassin entrance. How strong fighting skills can you do? I'm taking it, Chi Store Manager. Gepingchuan didn't care about the image, and just sat on the ground. I now find that rushing to the new map is not the right choice. At least for the magician rank, it is not a good choice. At that time, Gepingchuan seemed quite depressed. In the summer carnival of the Doll Labyrinth, the magician players can be regarded as exuberant. The Protector skill book, it really makes the players of the Battle Chi class envious. As a result, we arrived at the new map, was beaten back to his original shape instantly. Then the times changed, and it was the turn of the fighters and knights to exhale again. Shadow Assassin's crackling is indeed restraint. But facing those warriors and knights whose skin is rough and flesh is thick, it won't work. I really met a heavy loaded warrior with top-grade equipment. Don't even think about the assassination of those shadow assassins if they are exhausted. In the end, you still have to fight positively. Of course, this is only based on the normal level and rank of the shadow assassin. After all, in the New World mode, boss level monsters and ordinary monsters have the same level of battle strength as different as heaven and earth. Chapter 880, I don't have enough consumables. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 881, Don't worry, just find a few suitable players. Luo Sheng comforted. Entering the shadowy assassin hallway, the players are still very important. After all, those dark assassins are very slippery. Though skin is rough, flesh is thick, ranks can also be hit and controlled, and the damage resistance is okay, but for the output, you have to hit the magician rank. I know this too, but this teammate wait a little longer. Gepingchuan took a look at Luo Sheng. The two magician ranks entered the shadowy assassin portal, and in the end they were sent out by the shadow assassin. It must be Gepingchuan. Then Luo Sheng will once again wander out because of consumables. By the way, Chi Store Manager, don't you have enough consumables? I just didn't prepare much. Let's go together. Gepingchuan thought of consumables and suddenly thought of himself did not prepare many consumables. After all, before coming to the shadowy assassin entrance, no one could think of it. In this big map, there will be no consumables shop. If there is not enough blood medicine, blue medicine, and those medicines that relieve the abnormal state, even Luo Sheng will be sent to the rebirth point due to the limitation of the blue amount. The Merchant Guild is definitely one of the first players to enter the shadow of the assassin portal. Several consumables stalls with a large area were set up in the most conspicuous place outside the purple golden gate. Some players are bargaining with vendors. Is there any blue medicine here? I need a unit at the 15th level. Gepingchuan also came to the stall and said to the stall owner, a unit in the New World mode is not a unit in the system. This is a common saying among players. A unit refers to the maximum stacking quantity of a grid, which is 99. Yes, wait a minute. Hey, isn't this Dingu? Why did you come to the shadowy assassin entrance? Since it is you, then these blue medicines I'll give you a 10% discount. The stall owner saw the students in the three major academies. The attitude towards Gepingchuan is completely different from the attitude towards other players. Although the 10% discount is not much, but it is also a kind of heart. This makes Gepingchuan very useful. Chi Store Manager, you see, although this discount is not much, but it can save a little. Even after buying the blue medicine, Gepingchuan still has a look coming to Luo Sheng provocatively. He seemed to want to show off. TSK. Luo Sheng is very uncomfortable with this behavior. But no way. Isn't it normal for students to get a discount when they see the dean? Go ahead and fill up the consumables first. Is there any blue medicine here? I need 3 units, no level limit. Luo Sheng's demand for consumables is blue medicine. The magician rank in front of the shadow assassin is basically the share of the spike, or else there is a trace of blood. This thing about blood medicine, the demand is really not big. Hey, isn't this Chi Store Manager? The stall owner looked up and found that it was Luo Sheng. Not only his attitude, but also his tone of voice. You know, Luo Sheng is in the store. That's a living legend. It's me. Luo Sheng nodded, and then looked towards the stall owner with questioning eyes. Yes, of course there is. Our president said, and the cat senior also said that if you buy consumables, no matter what, within 5 units, all orders are free. The vendor's tone was very excited. When it comes to free orders, he doesn't feel at all at a loss. On the contrary, it seems to have made a profit. Chapter 881, What's the discount? I'm free. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 882. But this is also normal. Merchants Guild and Zhuang Xu can't remember how much spirit crystal they earned from the gossip they got from Luo Sheng. But if the consumables of these 5 units are sent out, you can get a good impression. That is, no loss. That's too sorry. Luo Sheng was also surprised. Didn't expect this kind of thing. But he did not refuse this kindness either. After all, these are all small things compared to what the Businessman Guild earns. Dingu, I'm free here. Luo Sheng returned to Gepingchuan, as if replied to what happened a few minutes ago, and said with a smile on his face too. Gepingchuan was speechless for a while. Well, this businessman is all chasing profit. Between Gepingchuan and Gepingchuan, that is friendship. A discount is a small problem. But between Luo Sheng and Luo Sheng, that is a real benefit. It is also normal for people from the Merchant Guild to sell Xuang Xu's face. The name of a little kitty is not small among the Merchant Guild. Isn't it a free order? A trivial matter. Sigh. Gapingchuan is sighed faintly. Looking at the stall owner's eyes, it was obviously a little melancholy. Luo Sheng is to fight back Gapingchuan courteously. It is impossible for the two of them to feel stunned by this kind of thing. But depression is always inevitable. After the sigh, the shadow of the assassin entrance still has to be entered. Next, there are still depressed places. Imperial Sword Sect. Sect Master Great Palace. This area is the first place to be rebuilt. Bailey Fenghua stayed in the Sect Master Great Palace, dealing with the things that happened in this period of time. The fact that the Shadow Palace buried the Dark Children in each sect, after the Imperial Sword Sect was suddenly attacked and then recovered, it has been fermented. After being informed of this by Imperial Sword Sect, many sects began to clean up the Dark Children buried in the sect in the Shadow Palace. However, the effect is not very satisfactory. The reason why Anzi is called Anzi is because no one would simply think of it before it broke out. Just like Muerong Song before the rebellion, no one would have thought of it. Muerong Song turned out to be from the Shadow Palace. It's a big deal to let a heroic rank powerhouse be the hidden child. Therefore, in Imperial Sword Sect, the disciple belonging to Muerong Song lineage are all key interrogators. Sect Master, Muerong Song lineage's disciple, all have been checked. Now within the sect, all the remaining disciples can be checked for calendar and family history. Otherwise, it is the disciple, not from the Shadow Palace. Yu Chaifeng came to the Sect Master Great Palace and put a lot of papers on the table. These are all the disciple data of Imperial Sword Sect. Yukifeng and Yukifeng have already dealt with it, only waiting for Bailey Fenghua to pass the file. After all, Le Zhengya does not do these things. As a martial idiot, seeing these dossiers has a headache. It's okay to let Le Zhengya deal with the traitors and the Dark Sons. As for dealing with these materials, it's really a big one. Fortunately, with the help of medicine pill from Luo Sheng's shop, while eating the healing pill and intermittent pill, Yukifeng's injury still recovered quite well. So now I can return to Imperial Sword Sect to help Bailey Fenghua share part of the affairs. I can probably guess that other people should have no problem. Shadow Palace wants to take the Imperial Sword Sect. It is impossible not to use all the Dark Children. But the situation of other sects is not optimistic. Chapter 8, Some are depressed. God-level store manager system. Chapter 883. Shadow Palace wants to take the Imperial Sword Sect. It is impossible not to use all the hidden children buried in the Imperial Sword Sect. But the Imperial Sword Sect can support it. Got it. The situation of other sects is not optimistic. Bailey Fenghua flipped through the papers sent by other sects. Although there are many hidden children in the Shadow Palace that have been cleared out, but no one knows if there are other hidden sons who have not been caught. This is like a volcano that may erupt at any time. If it breaks out at a critical moment, it is very likely that the entire sect will be buried. This is what makes most sect panic all day long. A trifling Shadow Palace can actually put everyone in danger in the sect of the Eastern Wilderness. This ambition, which has been laid out for decades, is really too great. The wind is also sighed. Although the Shadow Palace was wiped out by many sects 14 years ago, but the time to actually start the layout is definitely more than 14 years, because the Shadow Palace had thought of this scene a long time ago, and it might even be the thing they laid out, to make all sects take lightly, so as to bury the Dark Child in each sect. And after the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace was exposed, many of small sects' Dark Children may have received new orders. They all began to take the initiative to show up, causing turbulence in the small sect. It can be said that a large number of sects have fallen into war in the entire Eastern Desolation. Gunsmoke is everywhere. Imperial Sword Sect is being rebuilt, and other sects ask for help. We can't separate people. Even more, how? We will come to ask for help at this time. If it is hidden, the Shadow Palace in the dark has really surfaced. What can these sects do? Bailey Fenghua picked up a paper asking for help. After taking a look, he lost it again. It seems that those sects have forgotten how to fight through the easy days of these years. Just a few dark children who normally dare not show up can stir the whole sect into turmoil. But I really lost the face of the sect forces. If there is any more news of this kind of help in the future, don't worry about it. This kind of guy who relies on the sign of sect and bluffs everywhere will be gone. Bailey Fengwa said with a sneer. Sect is not a group of any cat or dog characters. Just find a place and you can build something. The forces that can be called sect, if they don't have their own background, that simply does not deserve to be called sect. Yes, sect master, I understand. Yakifeng nodded. Since the disappearance of the Shadow Palace, these self-proclaimed sects may have expanded. Beat your fame, and then just focus on making money. I really think that if you don't work hard or work hard, Realm will be promoted by itself. For these sects, Yu Chifeng is equally disdainful. Sect master, something went wrong. Just when Bailey Fengwa and Yakifeng were about to continue discussing the volume, Lezengya hurriedly walked into Sect Master Great Palace. What happened? Bailey Fengwa raised his eyes and found that Lezengya's face was a little serious. This kind of expression does not often appear on Lezengya's face. 9 Nether, Hai Ming, Murong Song, dead. Lezengya explained the matter concisely. What? Bailey Fengwa, hearing this, immediately stood up. Astonishment appeared on Bailey Fengwa's face, as well as on Yakifeng's face. What's the matter? Yu Chifeng hurriedly asked. Chapter 8, Sect Master, something went wrong. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 884. 9 Nether, Hai Ming, and Murong Song were all smashed with the Mark of Trial and imprisoned in the dungeon. In addition to the dungeon, there are 3 teams of elite disciples taking turns on duty. Make sure there are no patrol slots, under normal circumstances, unless 3 people commit suicide. Otherwise, no outsider can reach them at all. But if the 3 of 9 Nether want to commit suicide, there is no need to wait until now. Compared with humiliating self-destruct in the dungeon, self-destruct directly when captured alive is even more heroic. It should not be suicide. Lezengya naturally knew what the 2 were thinking, so immediately denied this probability. I checked. All 3 of them died after exhaustion of blood energy. It looks more like being sacrificed to all life force by the blood sacrifice array. It's just that I can't think of anyone who can lay a blood sacrifice array in the dungeon without us noticing it. Lezengya glanced at the 2 and continued. This eliminates the probability of Imperial Sword Sect disciple, because no one knows how the blood sacrifice array is arranged except the people in the Shadow Palace. Damn it, the Shadow Palace has not been tortured yet. This is really a miscalculation. Bailey Fengwa said annoyedly. Dark 9 Nether is dead or alive, but Bailey Fengwa doesn't really care. What Bailey Fengwa cares about is the news about the Shadow Palace. If the enemy is dark, I know, after all, I suffer. This is the end of the matter, and it's useless to talk about it, but the Guardian Array of the Imperial Sword Sect must be rebuilt as soon as possible. In addition, prepare to bring the Imperial Sword Sect disciple, go to the store manager to train. Since you can't grasp the enemy's information, the best way to deal with it is to strengthen yourself. This is also something that Bailey Fengwa and Lezengya had discussed before. Divide all the disciples of the entire Imperial Sword Sect into 3 parts. In each round, a heroic rank in the clan leads a part of the disciple to Cloud Mist City for a period of intensive training. Only when the overall strength of the entire Imperial Sword Sect is up, can it cope with all changes unchanged. It is ready. The first batch of disciple, led by me, to Cloud Mist City. Lezengya immediately said aloud. Then I will work hard for you. This is my job. It's not hard. 4th big map. After the Shadow Assassin entrance is opened, it makes many players cheering excitedly, and it also makes many players frown and complain. However, when I came to the Shadowy Assassin entrance, there was no turning back. So those players who came to the new map early can only brace oneself to explore and advance inside the Shadowy Assassin hallway. This really makes those merchant players happy. Shadow Assassin is a standard high sensitivity, high attack, blood-thin and crispy wild monster. Except for the more mobile fighters and knight, other ranks are very troublesome. The consumption of blood medicine and blue medicine is naturally huge. But the advantage is that the improvement of battle awareness and the improvement of perception are also huge. No way, if the perception is worse, or the action is a little slower, those dark assassins will not show mercy. Little X, are you really not coming to a new map? Luo Sheng is calling Xuang Xu in the guild communication system. After the players who have been tortured by the shadow assassin for a day, because the closing time is approaching, they have been offline one after another. In the entire Shadow Assassin hallway map, only Luo Sheng is left. Chapter 8, Miscalculation. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 885. Don't come? Do you really think I haven't understood the situation? What's like in the Shadowy Assassin hallway? The guild communication system has long been spread. Xuang Xu glanced Luo Sheng. I just continue to be a supplier of consumables. Xuang Xu's beard on his lips trembled. Luo Sheng's proposal was rejected on the spot. Xuang Xu knew exactly what was going on in the Shadow of the Assassin entrance. It is precisely because these impatient players enter the new map one step in advance that more players are spared. Before I was ready, I didn't plan to go to the Shadow of the Assassin entrance. Obediently and honestly, isn't it good to stay in the puppet maze? You have to go to a map that doesn't even have a safety sector to find abuse. Moreover, due to the fragmentation of the transmission formation, Xuang Xu made the businessman Gildo his personal love. So Xuang Xu took the opportunity to ask for a few people from the merchant guild, and sent them to the Shadowy Assassin entrance as a downstream shipper. And Xuang Xu himself stays in the doll maze to scan the goods. For your self-willing little kitty, I have nothing to say. Luo Sheng spread his hands. Let me persuade you again. Although the Shadowy Assassin portal has discouraged many players, but it has also attracted many players who are brave enough to challenge themselves and eager to become stronger. So the Shadow of the Assassin entrance is really going to speak of which, but there is no shortage of players. What is self-willed depravity? I want to become stronger without relying on it. Earning more spirit crystal is more important than anything else. Xuang Xu argue with the courage of one's convictions. Speaking of, for devouring civet, it is true that you cannot rely on your own cultivation if you want to become stronger. Devouring a large number of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and various divine artifact treasures, can also achieve the purpose of becoming stronger. Well, I can't tell you. Luo Sheng shrugged, lit a campfire under his feet, and then went underground. Xuang Xu is willing to spend the night, but Luo Sheng is not willing. If there are no special circumstances, Luo Sheng would rather go to sleep. Not because of tiredness, but because of the feeling of sleeping. Back to the master bedroom on the second floor. As soon as Luo Sheng sat on the bed, the voice of System rang in his mind. System, host, there is a good thing. Do you want to know? Can you tell me anything good? Let me hear it first. Luo Sheng, half lying leaning against the head of the bed, reached out and scratched the back of his head, and answered casually. System, according to calculations, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon, so this system has specially prepared a Dragon Boat Festival benefit. Do you need to receive it? What? Dragon Boat Festival benefits? Luo Sheng hearing this, and sat up. After such a long time, Luo Sheng almost forgot about the holiday benefits. After all, this world, there is no such thing as Dragon Boat Festival. Luo Sheng is really going to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival, that is, to spend it in private. Quain is just a memorial. What is this benefit? Forget it. I want it no matter what it is. After Luo Sheng subconsciously asked, he immediately went on to say something. System, Dragon Boat Festival benefits, the new world mode, new activity, let's eat Zongcai together. System, Dragon Boat Festival activities, start time, the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, duration, 7 days. System, during the Dragon Boat Festival event, in the New World mode, all dungeons and the big map, killing monsters has a very small probability of dropping task items. System, task items include, rice dumplings, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish, seafood, bean paste, and green water. You can click favorites below. Record this time. Chapter 885, Dragon Boat Festival Welfare. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 886, System. Task items include rice dumplings, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish, seafood, bean paste, plant ash and water. Among them, zong leaves and glutinous rice are required items, and the other 5 the species is optional item. System. During the Dragon Boat Festival event, the Dragon Boat Festival chef will appear on all the big maps. After the players gather the task items, they can go to find the Dragon Boat Festival chef and synthesize the Dragon Boat Festival limit prop, Zongtsai. System. 10 Zongtsai can be combined into a Zongtsai exchange card. Players who have a Zongtsai exchange card can exchange for 1 corresponding Zongtsai with Store Manager. Wait. Luo Sheng listened carefully to the long list of system descriptions. But at the last sentence, Luo Sheng suddenly felt something wrong. The content of the Dragon Boat Festival activity is very simple. That is, collect task items to synthesize Zongtsai, then synthesize Zongtsai to exchange cards, and finally redeem edible Zongtsai. But the key question is, why are you looking for Store Manager to redeem? System. Where did I get the rice dumplings? And I don't have the material to make the rice dumplings. Luo Sheng knocked on the head of the bed and said seriously, customers go to Store Manager to redeem rice dumplings. Is this the Dragon Boat Festival benefit of the customer or the Dragon Boat Festival benefit of Store Manager? Luo Sheng thought angrily in his heart. System. Host. Please rest assured, all Zongtsai are provided by this system. By the way, during the Dragon Boat Festival, how many Zongtsai you want to eat for the host will be provided free of charge by this system. Luo Sheng was silent. So this is the real Dragon Boat Festival welfare. Unlimited supply of Zongtsai. Do you really eat rice dumplings? Although it is said that Zongtsai is made of glutinous rice, it can be eaten as rice. But the problem is that too much glutinous rice is not easy to digest. By the way, system. This time's Dragon Boat Festival activities, there are 7 kinds of task items, except for zong leaves and glutinous rice. Do the remaining materials represent the 5 flavors of Zongtsai? Luo Sheng suddenly remembered this question. If you keep eating rice dumplings with the same flavor, it is easy to get bored. If there are more flavors, it might be considered a benefit. System. Yes. This Dragon Boat Festival welfare provides a total of 5 flavors of Zongtsai, and the host can go to the Store Manager backstage to check it. For this kind of food, Zongtsai, with the character of system, it is undoubtedly classified as snacks. And it is also a limited snack for the Dragon Boat Festival. After Luo Sheng wanted to understand the problem, he silently opened the Store Manager background. Fresh meat dumplings. Limited delicacies for the Dragon Boat Festival, delicious and fragrant. After eating, it will increase the power of the eater to a small extent. Chestnut rice dumplings, Dragon Boat Festival limited delicacies, fragrant and delicious. After eating, a minimal increase in the physique of the eater. Seafood rice dumplings, Dragon Boat Festival limited delicacies, delicious and rich. After eating, the eater's agility is very small. Bean paste dumpling, a limited delicacy for the Dragon Boat Festival, sweet and fragrant. After eating, it will increase the spirit strength of the eater to a small extent. Grey water rice dumplings, the Dragon Boat Festival is a limited delicacy, and it tastes better with sugar. After eating, it will greatly improve the martial skill or magic proficiency of the eater. Note: for all flavors of Zongtsai, the edible effect will gradually decrease until it disappears. 5 flavors of Zongtsai, 5 different special effects. And unlike other snacks, it needs to be consumed for a long time. All the special effects of Zongtsai can be exerted by only eating 1 Zongtsai. It really is the Dragon Boat Festival welfare. Chapter 886. The Taste of Zongtsai. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 887. But unfortunately, this is a customer benefit. This Dragon Boat Festival welfare is issued but it is really irritating. Luo Sheng stared with resentment on his face. However, system did not show up because of Luo Sheng's grievances. Instead, it seemed to have disappeared without saying a word. That's all. I also earned unlimited Zongzai, although only these 7 days. Luo Sheng faintly sighed, and then lie down on the bed, planning the Dragon Boat Festival activities in my heart. Thinking about it, I fell asleep. In the morning of second day, a white light just appeared on the horizon. The sleepy Luo Sheng remembered the Dragon Boat Festival and jumped out of bed. If you count by time, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Then this Dragon Boat Festival activity, it is also time to warm up. For such a grand festival, the stand-up is a must. Since there is no Dragon Boat Festival in this world, let's start with my shop. Luo Sheng looked at the stand designed and produced by combining the power of himself and the system. Satisfied with nodded. The background above the standing card is a lonely back figure, standing under a huge wave that seems to have the power of the sky, looking rebellious, but able to support both heaven and earth. And in this context, it is about the Dragon Boat Festival activities are matters of attention. Store manager. Do you have a new pet card? Xia came down from the second floor, and after seeing the new standing card, he asked aloud, because there have been several stand-ups in the store. They were all when new pet cards were updated. No, this time is a new event. Dragon Boat Festival event. Luo Sheng looked at the stand. Has several points of nostalgia. Speaking of Dragon Boat Festival, Xia looked at Luo Sheng with a puzzled face, repeating the name in his mouth. Yes, it's a festival in my hometown. Luo Sheng's eyes drooped slightly, seeming to sink into memory. Store manager's hometown isn't store manager from Dongwang. Xia was a little surprised. Although the Eastern Desolation is vast, Xia has never heard of the Dragon Boat Festival. Takes part or not, it's not important anymore. Luo Sheng shook the head. There is no interface to the topic of hometown. For Luo Sheng, hometown only exists in memory after all. I want to go back, but I don't know if it is possible to exhaust my life. Big brother, are the fresh meat dumplings delicious? The store is open. The first person to come here today is from Orchid Leaf Group. Lan Xia's focus is slightly different from others. Lan Xia simply doesn't care about festivals or something. What she cares more about is whether the fresh meat dumplings are good or not, because of the word meat in it. In this way, Lan Xia must belong to the salty rice dumpling school. After all, sweet rice dumplings are impossible with meat. Of course it's delicious. Although Luo Sheng hasn't tasted the taste of Zongzai, the snacks produced by System have no need to worry about it. Luo Sheng also dared to endorse System. Store manager, you just said that Dragon Boat Festival is a festival in your hometown, right? Lan Yi asked after entering the store. Lan Yi is very curious about Luo Sheng's identity. Such a powerful powerhouse is willing to hide in the alleys of Cloud Mist City to open a shop. What is the secret of it? I am afraid that most customers are curious about it. The hometown of Chi Store Manager. It seems that we have come at the right time. After all the people from Orchid Leaf Group came into the store, Gapingchuan and the others followed closely from behind. Walked into the store. As soon as I entered the store, I heard this sentence. Suddenly he came over curiously. Chapter 887, Hometown of Store Manager. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 888. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the hometown of Boss Xlang and Husu also happened to be in the store early in the morning? Seeing so many people gathered together, I followed along. Although everyone is not particularly concerned about the question of where Luo Sheng's hometown is, but I will definitely be curious. Store manager, where is your hometown? If you don't mind, can you tell us about it? Everyone looked at Luo Sheng with expectation in their eyes. My hometown? Luo Sheng blinked and was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about something, and as if he was remembering something. It took a while before slowly opening the mouth and said, my hometown is a very far away place. Even if you say it, you shouldn't know it. It's a beautiful and prosperous place. Although it's for me, not all of them are good memories, but they can always occupy a corner of my memory. However, since I have come to Cloud Mist City, I don't want to mention the past. Now, the Dragon Boat Festival activities are a commemoration of this. Luo Sheng thought a lot, but in the end he still didn't say where his hometown is. After all, this kind of thing is too shocking. It is better to leave a little mysterious veil, not to say it. Fortunately, although everyone in the store was curious, they were reasonable. Knowing that Luo Sheng didn't want to say it, they didn't ask any more questions. In fact, it is also because Luo Sheng is unwilling to say it. They have nothing to think of. Then Store Manager, why did you choose to hold the Dragon Boat Festival? Is it because of the special meaning of the Dragon Boat Festival? Lan Yi asked in a different direction. There are also various festivals in this world. It's just that most of them are commemorative days in each great influence, and they are their own holidays. Few festivals are truly accepted by most forces. So in the end, this thing on holiday, although there is, but most of the celebrations are gone. And festivals celebrated with fanfare like Luo Sheng are really rare. It doesn't have any special meaning. Luo Sheng half turned his head, then took a look at the standing sign of the Dragon Boat Festival event, and then spoke. But about the Dragon Boat Festival, there is a legend in my hometown. What legend? Everyone's interest was immediately given by Luo Sheng hung up. Generally speaking, festivals are days with great commemorative significance or various major events. Therefore, everyone is also very interested in the legend, Luo Sheng said. This is a good way to understand Luo Sheng's life background and hometown. Are you also interested? It doesn't matter if you tell it to you. Luo Sheng saw that everyone was so interested, so naturally he said. It is said that in ancient era, there are two great influences competing. The strength of one great influence is relatively weak, but the other great influence also needs to consume a lot of power if it wants to eat this relatively weak force. So, another relatively more powerful great influence, in order to save power, used crafty plots and machinations. And a powerhouse in this weak force has seen through the tricks of a strong great influence. But because the leader of the weak forces questioned the judgment of the powerhouse, he lost the opportunity. In the end, there is no doubt that the weak forces have been destroyed. Chapter 888. The Legend of Hometown, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 889. However, the weak forces have been destroyed. But this powerhouse, who had clearly seen through the tricks of a strong great influence, did not leave after being questioned. Instead, he chose to fight with the weaker forces to the end. Even the destruction of this weak force is a foregone conclusion, nor does it change its ambitions. In the end, this powerhouse did not give in, but died for his own power with Battle Chi self-destruct. Later, in order to commemorate the loyalty of this powerhouse, the day of his death in battle was designated as the Dragon Boat Festival. And Zongcai is a unique food for the Dragon Boat Festival. Luo Sheng talked about the origin of this magical revision of the Dragon Boat Festival, and also added the details of Battle Chi and magic, which made everyone heard as if drunk and stupefied. This powerhouse is indeed a loyal man. He knows certain death situation but can regard death as home. I can't wait. Gepingchuan could not help but sigh after hearing this legend. I said before, for heroic rank powerhouse, keep the green hills here, and don't worry about not having firewood is what most people think. As long as you survive, you have a chance to make a comeback. However, as Luo Sheng said, that powerhouse, you can be a person who sees death as home, especially heroic rank powerhouse. It is too few. Other people also look respectful. Even if they know that this may be just a legend, it does not prevent them from admiring this kind of loyal man. It turns out that this is the case. No wonder Chi Store Manager will hold the Dragon Boat Festival. Maybe it is a tribute to such loyal people. Chi Store Manager is also a role model in Powerhouse, and a role model among cultivation people. For this kind of loyal and righteous person who regards death as home, he should also hold the feeling of sympathy and sympathy. Everyone began to guess Luo Sheng's intention to hold the Dragon Boat Festival. In the end, even Luo Sheng himself became such a person of noble character and integrity. If Desolate Origin Empire can have such a loyal person, Why not worry about Desolate Origin Empire? Unhappy. Ling Ao looked at the standing sign of the Dragon Boat Festival. The silhouette above as the background, the lonely and lonely back, should be the powerhouse that regards death as home. That huge wave is the unmatched power of that strong great influence. Such a spirit of death. This kind of laughter is against the will of life and death. It is really convincing, and I have to admire it. By the way, these rice dumplings, like medicine pill, have special effects and can permanently increase some basic attributes. Luo Sheng reached out and knocked on the standing card. Then he said the news that was not on the stand. The special effects of the 5 flavors of Zongcai will be displayed in the detailed content after the Dragon Boat Festival starts tomorrow. After all, I just went to eat rice dumplings purely for delicious food. That is not very attractive. In the event content, it is quite difficult to collect all the task materials and then collect a Zongcai exchange card. Without any attractive item, how can you fully mobilize the player's vitality? Oh, when does the Dragon Boat Festival start? Ling Ao, hearing this, immediately stopped sighing and asked aloud. Before coming to the store, Ling Ao is not only for obtaining the Protector skill book, but also for medicine pill that can permanently increase the attribute. It's a pity that the number of customers in the Luo Sheng shop is increasing day by day. It is very difficult for Ling Ao to snap up the medicine pill, which is already scarce in quantity. Chapter 889, Legend of the Magic Revised Edition. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 890. It's just that the number of customers in the Luo Sheng store is increasing day by day. It is very difficult for Ling Ao to snap up those medicine pills that are already scarce in quantity and can permanently increase the attributes. Therefore, Ling Ao usually eats more snacks and drinks. And now, there is a rice dumpling that is similar to the pill efficacy that can permanently increase the attribute. Ling Ao will naturally be excited. In fact, several other people also want to ask this question. It's just not as fast as Ling Ao. So after Ling Ao asked, others followed Luo Sheng. Start tomorrow. Luo Sheng answered, as long as someone asks, the purpose of this propaganda will be achieved. In the case of guilds' communication system, these news will soon spread among guilds. As for those who don't have a membership card, it's out of Luo Sheng's consideration. After all, the Dragon Boat Festival activity is originally an activity to give benefits to customers. It's not a Krypton Gold event. Luo Sheng made a special promotion, because the Dragon Boat Festival has its own commemorative significance. As for how many people can know, that is another matter. And the next thing is not beyond Luo Sheng's expectation. The guild communication system was quickly filled with news about the Dragon Boat Festival activities. It also includes the legend. Luo Sheng said, the origin of the Dragon Boat Festival of the magic revamp. The loyalty of this nameless powerhouse moved a group of customers very much. The spirit of seeing death at home has also made many students still in the academy excited. Let Desolate Origin Empire select them and send them to Cloud Mist City to train the elites overwhelmed by emotions. This kind of behavior is rather die than submit for the power to which you belong. It is exactly what they admire for those in the army. So, before the Dragon Boat Festival activities started, the public screen of the entire guild communication system was full of news about this matter. This is what I want to see. If the publicity is ineffective, how can it be called publicity? In the evening, Luo Sheng took the membership card and refreshed guild's communication information in the system. The Dragon Boat Festival activities can have a day of fermentation time, which is enough. In fact, the main reason is that when system talked about this, it was a little too late. You know, the world before Luo Sheng lived. Any big event, at least half a week in advance to start the promotion. If this event can particularly stimulate sales, it must be promoted 10 days in advance, half a month. System, how about we discuss something? Luo Sheng said suddenly while lying on the bed. System, what's the matter? If the host can make reasonable suggestions, this system will consider it as appropriate. This speed is almost a second. From this point of view, sometimes the system does not speak, simply pretending to be dead on purpose. It's this holiday benefit, and there will definitely be the later. So, can you tell me this kind of thing at least 3 days in advance, or how to promote. Luo Sheng proposed very seriously. But then there was a moment of silence. The system does not have a second response. It is either pretending to be dead or thinking, if there is no more movement, then you are pretending to be dead. This kind of behavior is better. It is called refusal. If you say it is not good, just ignore it. Fortunately, Luo Sheng didn't wait a few minutes before the system made a sound. System, the proposal of the host seems to have several points of truth. Chapter 890, Promotion Time. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 891. System, hosting your proposal, it sounds like it has several points of truth. System, however, holiday benefits are the distribution of benefits, and advance promotion does not seem to be what good is it? When did this guy become so smart? Luo Sheng was asked by the system for a while. But this is indeed the truth. Just like the Dragon Boat Festival event this time, it is not a Krypton Gold event, but a welfare event for the distribution of Zongcai. And there is no level restriction, no map restriction. The only difficulty is that the Zongcai exchange card is more difficult to exchange. But this kind of small problem, how can it be difficult to get? Luo Sheng? Increase passenger flow. Do you understand? Passenger flow. The store's passenger flow has moved forward, and the store's turnover has not moved forward. The promotion of welfare activities is to increase passenger flow. Luo Sheng flicked it very seriously. Actually, it's not a fool. Passenger flow is a very important indicator of increasing turnover. It's just that, for Luo Sheng's shops, the current passenger flow is a bit too much. Unless the battle strength increases the number of decks in the training room area, it can be increased. Just then, system, host, I feel you are thinking about something very constructive. ? I just thought, what's up? Luo Sheng suddenly looked confused when he heard these words. System, this system has decided to accept the host's suggestion. The battle strength increases the number of decks in the training room by 3,000. Luo Sheng looked dull after hearing system's decision. This is really unintentional positive outcomes. I wanted to know in advance what the holiday welfare goals were, but in a blink of an eye, I got the 3,000 decks of the battle strength improvement training room. Now there are a total of 8,000 decks in the entire store. Fortunately, all the customers who come to the store are self-service. The function of the counter is to activate the membership card. Whatever snacks, packaging, bags and glass bottles after drinking beverages, they are all thrown away by the customer. Several places in the store have set up trash bins with unlimited capacity. These packaging bags, glass bottles, etc., I don't know what the system will recycle for. Otherwise, a full 8,000 decks. Even if you hire 10 more store assistants, I'm afraid I will be too busy. System, host, the 3,000 decks have been added. Regarding holiday welfare issues, this system does not accept your proposal so well. Luo Sheng found himself seemed to keep up with the idea of the system. However, now that you have received a benefit, you should just accept it. The issue of holiday welfare can only be discussed next time. And system clearly does not accept this proposal, then this question is worth pondering. However, Luo Sheng has never done this kind of brain waste. Anyway, I don't get any benefit if I want to understand it. Let the system fly into a rage out of humiliation by taking this matter again. Since then, the two have cut off their kindness and parted ways. Of course, this is just for fun. After all, system and Luo Sheng have been sincerely cooperating for so long, so they can be considered emotional. By the way, I remember, try the crystal. After discussing this with system, Luo Sheng just closed his eyes and remembered something important things. That is the trial crystal produced by the auxiliary function of the trial room. Chapter 891, Planting Flowers with Heart. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 892. The matter discussed with system, that's probably it. So Luo Sheng didn't think much about it, and thought it was more realistic to sleep. However, as soon as Luo Sheng closed his eyes, he remembered an important thing. That is the trial crystal produced by the auxiliary function of the trial room. After the store manager level was upgraded previously, The auxiliary functions of the trial room were also upgraded along with it. The production capacity of the trial room has become 10 Brave rank trial crystals every day, and 1 professional rank trial crystal is produced. 1 Grandmaster rank trial crystal is produced every week, and 1 heroic rank trial crystal is produced every 2 months. It's been such a long time now. There should have been a lot of trial crystals accumulated. It's time to put it on the shelves. Luo Sheng thought of this, and when he was not drowsy, he got up and went to the trial room. The trial crystals produced by the auxiliary function are all randomly stacked in a corner of the trial room. This way of stacking, if someone else sees it, you might scold Luo Sheng as a wastrel. It looks like there are a lot of them. Luo Sheng squatted in the corner of the trial room, counting the piles of trial crystals. The trial room is the place where Luo Sheng has the most tragic memories. Every time you enter trial space to challenge a trial mission, it is the beginning of a nightmare. However, at this moment, the trial room finally brought Luo Sheng a little fond memory. Huge piles of trial crystals. That is a bigger hill made of spirit crystal. 7 Grandmaster rank trial crystals, 50 professional rank trial crystals, and 500 Brave rank trial crystals. If you wait another week, there may be a heroic rank trial crystal. But Luo Sheng is too lazy to wait. More than 500 trial crystals, put on the shelf. There is no problem at all. Although in terms of quality, it may not work well. After all, Brave rank trial crystals are not rare. But in terms of quantity, it is completely the scale that a large trading company can only appear. Brave rank trials crystals, even if they are not rare. But after all, it is necessary to hunt variation beast of Brave rank to get it. Not like spirit crystal, you can dig it out directly. As a saying goes, well, if you are lucky enough to mine a spirit crystal vein, you can spend a few lifetimes without worry. And in the past few lifetimes, you can also splurge at will. After all, the power that can hold a spirit crystal vein is not simple in itself. As for the heroic rank trial crystal, Luo Sheng feels that it is still not waiting. This kind of thing that can only be produced in 2 months must be advertised and promoted in order to sell a high price. Auction is the best choice. Yes, it's the auction. Luo Sheng nodded in agreement, and praised his idea. However, soon there was a voice that shattered Luo Sheng's illusions. System, host, this system must remind you that since your store manager level is still insufficient, the pricing of the trial crystal is still based on the previous pricing. System, in order to prevent the host from forgetting, this system has decided to help you review it again. Brave rank trial crystal, 500 spirit crystals. Professional rank trial crystal, 5,000 spirit crystals. Grandmaster rank trial crystal, 50,000 spirit crystals. Heroic rank trial crystal, 500,000 spirit crystals. Oh, how did I forget about this? Luo Sheng was taken aback, and then suddenly remembered the matter. Chapter 892, That Pile of Trial Crystals. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 893. Well, how did I forget this? Luo Sheng was taken aback for a while before he suddenly remembered the matter. Maybe it's been a long time since Luo Sheng has forgotten the original situation. Now that I think about it, at the beginning, the system did say that its store manager level was not enough, and Luo Sheng was disappointed for a while. But then Luo Sheng's store manager level was upgraded to level 1. Didn't expect, still not enough. These two systems sometimes look greedy for money and sometimes look at black hearts. But why is it so conscientious at this critical time? This heroic rank trial crystal, if it is put to auction, not to mention 500,000 spirit crystals, even 5 million spirit crystals, it is not impossible. Before Ying Yuan came to the store to purchase equipment and medicine pill, he was worth 5 million spirit crystals in one breath, and it will increase in the future. Moreover, those elites who are specially selected for the formation of a sharp knife team, The daily expenses in the Luosheng shop are not a small amount. These countless sums up are more than tens of millions of spirit crystals. However, the deterrence of these things is really not as great as the deterrence of a heroic rank powerhouse. The heroic rank powerhouse, known as the cornerstone of a great influence, is by no means a joke. The more heroic rank powerhouse is in a power, the greater the deterrence. Even if the backbone of this force is insufficient, it will not affect its deterrence. After all, although Grandmaster rank trial crystals are rare, they are not completely unavailable like heroic rank trial crystals. If you want heroic rank to test the crystal, you can only rely on luck, and in the general great influence. Although there are few crystals in the Grandmaster rank trial, it is absolutely impossible. As long as there are potential and suitable candidates for aptitude, it is very simple to train several Grandmaster ranks. Heroic rank, that is the realm that really wants aptitude for trial space who are promoted to Grandmaster rank, unless it is a pot of medicine that is built entirely on heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There will be basically no promotion failure. If you want to be promoted to heroic rank, you only need to prepare enough. Then the failure rate is not low. This is why, when selecting candidates for promotion to the heroic rank, the Grandmaster rank must be carefully selected. Because of a bad one, this precious heroic rank trial crystal was wasted. This kind of loss, no matter which force it is unbearable. Damn store manager level. There are so many restrictions, Luosheng said bitterly. But there is no alternative. Forget it, put it on the shelf. Luosheng came to the first floor holding a lot of trial crystals with a dejected look. Although you can't make a lot of money, it's okay to make a small profit. The 3 trial crystals were soon separated and put on the shelves. Then on the shelf below, the price is marked. Second day. Because the Dragon Boat Festival activities were spread in the guild communication system. So early in the morning, the outside of the shop was full of people. I waited to enter the store immediately, buy a bottle of mineral water, and then enter the New World mode to collect his Ongtsai exchange card. Chi store manager, morning. The old man rushed early today. Gapingchuan laughed and said hello. Those who follow closely from behind are Ling Ao, Rengong Xiu and Banzheng. These 4 heroic rank powerhouses, under normal circumstances, all came to the store together. Unless someone has something to do, there are exceptions. Chapter 893, What a Pity. God-level store manager system. Chapter 894. This has caused the students of the 3 major academies to run to Cloud Mist City in a little free time. The reason is also very simple. Even the deans of the 3 major academies come to this store every day. We are trying to improve ourselves with the dean as an example, especially the students of Mother Earth Academy. Because of the existence of Taowei transmission magic array, it is convenient to come and go. So now the students of Mother Earth Academy have replaced the former Brilliance Academy students, and they have become the group of customers who spend the longest time every day in the Luosheng shop. You guys are early too. Luosheng slightly nodded, chanted in return. But when his eyes fell on Ling Ao, Luosheng felt a little strange. Isn't this guy Desolate Origin Empire now Flame Sovereign? How can he stay in Cloud Mist City every day? Is there no need to deal with the affairs of Desolate Origin Empire? Gapingchuan, Rengong Xiu, and Banzheng. These 3 are just the deans of the academy, and they don't even need to stay in Cloud Mist City every day. After all, the affairs of an academy are that many, even more how? And the deputy dean and many mentors are helping to handle it. But Ling Ao dared to delegate the affairs of Desolate Origin Empire to the ministers below. Then, Desolate Origin Empire, don't want it anymore. Your Majesty, Chi store manager, and 3 deans, you came really early. But before Luosheng's doubts disappeared, the store was again pushed away. The one who walked in this time was Ying Yuang, who hadn't seen him for a long time. However, the grandson Ying Feng and granddaughter Ying Zhu of Ying Yuang Old Master often come to Luosheng's shop. It should be Old Master, long time no see. Luosheng still has quite a lot of money for this Old Master who can bring huge transaction amount every time he comes over. Several points of good impression. It's really long time no see. For this period of time, I have been training the elites who have been selected. Now I also saw the news in Guild and came here temporarily. Ying Yuang's hearty said with a smile. Although Desolate Origin Empire selects elites from various guards and border guards, they will be sent to Cloud Mist City and then go to Luo Sheng shop for training. But Desolate Origin Empire is a big one, and the number of elites selected is at least tens of thousands. The Luo Sheng shop is definitely endless, so it can only be delivered to Cloud Mist City in batches. The rest is trained by the generals conquered from the battlefield that year. To maximize the power of these elite teams, is it for the rice dumplings? Luo Sheng asked a little curiously. For the rice dumplings, and also for the legendary Nameless Powerhouse. Ying Yuang answered truthfully. The Nameless Powerhouse, after being demolished by Luo Sheng, the rather die than submit, the spirit of seeing death as home, but it is very appetizing for Ying Yuang, the war veteran. Even Ying Yuang feels that the legend about the Dragon Boat Festival should be promoted in various guards and border guards. This loyalty is worthy of all soldiers. As an example, it should be Old Master. Luo Sheng knew what Ying Yuang said. This is also one of Luo Sheng's purposes, because Luo Sheng feels that since he has brought the Dragon Boat Festival to this world, he has the obligation to carry forward this festival. And using a popular legend to promote this festival is a good choice. Loyalty and righteousness is the spirit respected by all decent people. Luo Sheng also magnified this point, and let the magic change the content of the whole legend in order to achieve the effect of unnoticeable influence. From now on, this effect seems pretty good. Chapter 894, The Purpose of the Magical Change Legend. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 895. If you really feel that I am interested, why not give me a discount on the next batch of purchased equipment? Chi Store Manager. Ying Yuang said immediately, speaking of, as the Empire's Guardian Great General of Desolate Origin Empire, I have to think about it more or less for the treasury. If purchases of this scale are repeated a few more times, Hubu Shangxi really has to hang himself. After all, the expenditures of the Ministry of Households are more than military expenses. Expenses of various city estates. There are also large-scale construction expenditures and so on. There are many spirit crystals that you need. The large quantities of equipment and medicine pill that Ying Yuang previously purchased in the Luo Sheng store have already been shipped to various border guards. Most of them are stored in the warehouse, and a small part is handed out to the border guards of the border guards to familiarize them with these new equipment and those medicine pill that have never been seen before. As for the question, why don't all of them be released? The main reason is that the equipment in the Luo Sheng shop is too expensive. The cheapest ordinary level weapons and armors require 10 spirit crystals each. If this is replaced with the standard weapons and armors equipped by the frontier guards, it will be enough to equip 5 sets. Not to mention those excellent weapons and armors, there are more advanced rare weapons and armors. Without a certain position, it is simply impossible to be equipped with these weapons and armors. Correspondingly, the effects of these new equipment are also worth the money. Take the cheapest ordinary level weapon as an example. Purchase the old ordinary level sharp saber knife from the Luo Sheng store, and cut it against the standard long knife used by the border guards. It only takes one knife and the standard long knife will be cut off. The sharp saber is unscathed, and even a gap will not be there. This is the value of 10 spirit crystals. Put it in the hands of the frontier army and fight against the enemy. As long as you have the same level of armor protection, one enemy 10 is not a problem at all. The equipment gap, the lower the cultivator level, the more vividly and thoroughly reflected. On the contrary, after the cultivator level is high, you need to be equipped with more high-rank equipment. Therefore, it is necessary to contribute spirit crystal to the Luo Sheng shop again. I shouldn't mention the discount on the old master. One of the principles of this shop is never discount. Luo Sheng answered Ying Yuang very seriously. Then I added a sentence in my heart. At least until the store manager level is upgraded to be able to set a price on its own. There is definitely no way to discount. After all, that stingy system will definitely not be discounted. But for those customers who require discounts, if it is a fracture, I believe that the system side is still okay. I am nothing serious, and I won't make it difficult for Chi Store Manager. Even more how? Chi Store Manager's products are everything here. Value for money. If it is discounted again, it will take advantage of Store Manager. Ying Yuang is also a sophisticated person, and it is not one drop of water can leak out. By the way, the redemption rice dumplings should be able to be taken out of the shop. At the end, Ying Yuang asked again, because most of the snacks and beverages in the Luo Sheng store cannot be taken out of the store. Unless it is snacks and drinks that are available for battle. For example, Sprite and black coffee. One can be completely immune to fire element damage in a short time. Another one can instantly restore half of the drinker's spirit strength, and in the next half an hour, it will greatly increase the drinker's spirit strength recovery speed. You can click on the favorites below to record this time. Chapter 895. Discounts are not allowed, fractures are okay. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 896. These effects like Sprite and black coffee can only be used in the store. That's too wasteful. That's why Ying Yuang asked the last sentence specifically. Yes, the dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival should be shared with family members. Luo Sheng nodded, said after asking about the system. Making decisions without authorization is not a good habit. If this is caught by the system, there will be no way to pit it in the future. That's good. In that case, I won't bother. Chi Store Manager. Ying Yuang cupped the hands and walked towards the battle strength improvement training room area. The Dragon Boat Festival activity only lasts for 7 days. It's really not too long. However, the battle strength increases the 4-hour limit of playing in the training room a day, and there is no need to race against time, as long as you can make good use of the 4 hours a day. With Uncle Ying, Desolate Origin Empire can be stable. Ling Ao looked at Ying Yuang's back and couldn't help but say aloud. Then Ling Ao took a deep look at Luo Sheng, then spoke again. Chi Store Manager, I know what you are thinking, but the affairs of Desolate Origin Empire are not as complicated as you think. If there is a major event, I won't stay in Cloud Mist City anymore. Ling Ao is in a high position, and observing words and colors must be a must. Clear as a flame for the behavior of imperial court ministers is something that every king must learn. Otherwise, the position may be unsteady. So the doubt in Luo Sheng's eyes naturally fell in Ling Ao's eyes. However, Ling Ao didn't think Luo Sheng was too nosy. On the contrary, he felt that Luo Sheng would doubt this kind of thing, which is a good thing. That's why I opened my mouth to explain. Because Luo Sheng can have this doubt, he must be thinking about Desolate Origin Empire in his heart. It must be the great fortune of Desolate Origin Empire to have such powerhouse care. As for the affairs of the DPRK, before Ling Ao came to Cloud Mist City, he had given it up to the eldest prince in the sky, the Minister of Imperial Court, also under the supervision of Xen and Ying Yuang. And during this period, the surroundings of Desolate Origin Empire are stable, and all great influences are dormant, including Ancient Gauze Empire and Glorious Star Empire. It's about keeping a low profile. That's why Ling Ao dared to stay in Cloud Mist City forever. Furthermore, some important court memorials were sent to Ling Ao through secret channels. Even if Ling Ao is in Cloud Mist City, he knows everything about the Imperial Court. The Dragon Boat Festival has started. How many people will not be over? Luo Sheng fixedly looked at Ling Ao. My heart said, I just thought about it casually. How could I explain so much to me? However, Luo Sheng did not raise his doubts again, but changed the subject wisely. Is it already started? So let's not talk more. Let's go with Store Manager. I will pass first. Ling Ao raised her brow and immediately raised her battle strength, rushed to the training room area. As a flame sovereign, Ling Ao is extremely obsessed with power. Because only the power of the king is strong, Desolate Origin Empire can be more stable. Although there is now Gepingchuan, a half-step powerhouse class player. But Gepingchuan is the Dean of Brilliance Academy after all. If there is a day when Desolate Origin Empire and Brilliance Academy are attacked at the same time, it will be all over. In that case, Chi Store Manager, Let's talk next time. Ban Zheng also said, then I won't say much. Ren Gongxiu also followed a magician's bowing ceremony, and then followed Ling out to find a card seat. Chapter 896. The activity has begun. Goodbye. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 897. Where are they? Did the Dragon Boat Festival start? Chi Store Manager. Then I will go the first. Gapingchuan took the mineral water to walk. When I came over, I saw that the other 3 people had disappeared. Then I thought about it and I understood. Many customers are attracted by the Dragon Boat Festival. If you wait a little longer, you might not find the place. In the Luo Sheng shop, no one will specifically reserve a place for others. It has always been adhering to the principle of first come, first served. There is also a first come, first served principle. World announcement. The Dragon Boat Festival event, officially opened, lasts for 7 days. During the event, players can collect materials for making Zongcai, which can be used to make Zongcai, exchange for Zongcai exchange cards, and detailed attributes of Zongcai. Click here to learn more about the Dragon Boat Festival event. Details. World announcement. The Dragon Boat Festival event is officially opened and lasts for 7 days. During the event, players can collect materials for making Zongcai, which can be used to make Zongcai and exchange for Zongcai. To redeem the card, the detailed attributes of the Zongcai can be found by clicking on the Dragon Boat Festival event. Details. World announcement. The Dragon Boat Festival event, officially opened, lasts for 7 days. As Luo Sheng said that the 8,000 decks in the Battle Strength Improvement Training Room are all filled. In the New World mode, a world announcement was also released. After learning about the special effects of various flavors of Zongcai from the event details, these customers attracted by the legend of the Dragon Boat Festival burst out with great enthusiasm. Those medicine pills that permanently promote the attribute are all limited in the number of use. The fine-grade medicine pill is limited to 3 pills in a lifetime. A rare medicine pill, 1 is limited to 1 in a lifetime. Eating more is invalid. This makes most customers feel sorry for it. However, there is no limit to the number of rice dumplings that can be exchanged for the Dragon Boat Festival this time. And the effect is not much worse than that of an excellent medicine pill. At most, the effect of 2 Zongcai is the best medicine efficacy of an excellent medicine pill. Although the effect of Zongcai, with the increase in the number of food, it will gradually weaken. But at least it still works. Unlike medicine pill, you can only eat as many pills as you can eat. So in the New World mode, it suddenly became lively. In the details page of the Dragon Boat Festival event, the attributes of Zongcai were also screenshots and uploaded to the public screen of the Guild communication system. This suddenly made those who have not yet come to the store crazy. In the 3 major academies, a large number of students who asked for leave suddenly emerged. The reason is also all kinds of strange things. What, my own big yellow dog has a dystocia. Last night, when I went to the upper bunk to go to bed, I fell a leg. I ate the leftovers from last night this morning. I felt weak with diarrhea. It is a headache for the mentors of Academy. What does your big yellow dog have to do with dystocia? Will you deliver the baby? Going back to the upper berth and falling asleep. Can the cultivator fall from the upper bunk and fall? I can't wait to break your leg directly. There are also leftovers from last night. Is the meal in the Academy cafeteria not good? In short, the instructors do not approve, nor do they do not approve. Because these students did not wait for a response after leaving the false note, they went straight to Cloud Mist City. Even if they don't approve, they probably won't come back. The Dragon Boat Festival is held once a year. No, it is still unknown whether there will be a Dragon Boat Festival next year. Chapter 897. Those who ask for leave. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 898. I missed the Protector skill book from the last event, so forget it. Anyway, only magician ranks can be used. I missed the avatar from the last event, so forget it. In general, there is no mortal danger anyway. But the rice dumplings at this time can't be missed anymore. Improving basic attributes is every cultivator know. It is something everyone can use. Even for an ordinary person, eating 2 zongcai to improve the basic attributes is a good thing. The physique is taller, and the body is strong. For an ordinary person, it is no less than indirect life extension. Ying Yuang asked if the rice dumplings could be taken out of the shop before. Also with this thought, the Ying family is so big, not everyone has a cultivation aptitude. For those close to him, Ying Yuang will not be stingy with these 2 rice dumplings. So, after the Dragon Boat Festival officially opened, in the New World mode, all copies are full of players. The wild monsters that usually haunt the wild were also cleaned up by the enthusiastic players. Even the difficult maps of the Shadow Assassin entrance, there are constantly players rushing in, attracting the Shadow Assassin to come out and kill. However, most of the time, it will be quickly sent back to life by the Shadow Assassin. But this does not hinder the enthusiasm of these guys. Anyway, level 45 is empty experience bar. Nothing can be dropped. As long as you can kill a few Shadow Assassins before going to the resurrection point, and get 1 or 2 copies of the materials for making rice dumplings, you won't lose money. If you can explode zongcai and glutinous rice, it will be more bloody. After all, the purpose of the Dragon Boat Festival is to send benefits. Therefore, the explosion rate of the materials for making zongcai is still much higher than the explosion rate of the items in the previous 2 activities. 7 kinds of materials: rice dumplings, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish, seafood, bean paste, grass, trees and grey water. In fact, it is mainly zongcai and glutinous rice. Any one of the following 5 materials, plus rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice, can make a zongcai from the chef on the Dragon Boat Festival. However, if you want to synthesize rice dumplings to exchange cards, you must have 10 rice dumplings of the same flavor. So, except for zongcai and glutinous rice, there are still a lot of other 5 materials in the public channel of the trading system. Warrior class and Knight class. I want fresh meat dumplings and chestnut dumplings. Assassin ranks and archer ranks, these agile and attacking ranks. I want seafood dumplings. The magician ranks want red bean dumplings. The grey water dumplings are a flavor that all ranks want. It can increase the martial skill or magic proficiency of the eater to a small extent, and its value is undoubtedly higher than the basic attribute by half. Sure enough, it is good to make the players less motivated. Luo Sheng stood on the edge of the battle strength training room area, and did not sit in the deck. Because the zongcai thing is really not a rare thing for Luo Sheng. The system is provided for free, you can eat as much as you want. Except that you can't give it to others for free. It's no problem for Luo Sheng to eat 1 and lose 1. So, let this deck be given to customers in need. Big brother, can I eat rice dumplings today? Lan Zire opened the store door, ran behind Luo Sheng, and pulled Luo Sheng's clothes corner, asked excitedly. The soft and waxy voice is a bit like red bean dumplings, which is as sweet as glutinous rice dumplings. Luo Sheng, what's the taste of red bean dumplings? Nalan Kinky followed and asked. Chapter 898, Enthusiastic Players. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 899. This world, but there is no bean paste this thing. However, as a standard magician rank like the Queen of Ice, the requirements for spirit strength are still quite high. That's why Nalan Kinky decided to ask about the taste of bean paste. The bean paste dumplings are sweet. Very sweet. Luo Sheng turned his head and glanced at Nalan Kinky, then spoke slowly. For sweet rice dumplings, Luo Sheng is not to be seen. Because of Luo Sheng's standard salty rice dumpling pie, I have always felt that sweet rice dumplings are simply, I can't tell what it is. Anyway, Luo Sheng, sweet rice dumplings, is not eaten. It's sweet, that's very good. Nalan Kinky was hearing this with a smile. Obviously he likes sweets. As soon as this sentence came out, Luo Sheng felt a little bad. This is the beginning of the controversy between the sweet and salty rice dumpling pie. Chi store manager, It seems that you don't like red bean dumplings too much. Lan Yi and the others followed Nalan Kinky. Seeing the look in Luo Sheng's eyes, he said with a smile, "Your statement is not accurate, because to be precise, I don't like all the sweet rice dumplings." Luo Sheng spreads his hands and has no interest in him to boo. Zongcai is made of glutinous rice. After the glutinous rice is steamed, it becomes rice. When eating, instead of eating meat, I add sugar instead. Isn't that a child's way of eating? Of course, when Luo Sheng said this sentence, he put a little emphasis on the word I. After all, the contention between sweet and salty represents one's own taste. It is really stupid to belittle the tastes you don't like when you promote the tastes you like. So, here, Luo Sheng does not mean to belittle the sweet rice dumplings. I also like meat dumplings, big brother. It seems that you like the same as Zaya. Lan Zaya pulls Luo Sheng the corner of the clothes, said happily, "Of course. The salty rice dumplings are delicious." Luo Sheng laughed, reaching out and rubbing Lan Ziya's hair. Lan Ziya just smiled and didn't stop Luo Sheng's movements. "Big brother, can I eat rice dumplings?" Xinglian suddenly emerged from Lan Ziya's eyebrows. After a while, Xinglian's breath has become stronger again. It's just restricted by Lan Ziya's realm. So he has been accumulating strength and cannot be promoted. "I'm afraid it won't work." Luo Sheng looked at Xinglian's soul, and said it after a long time. "Drinks are pure energy condensates. Xinglian can drink naturally, but snacks are not pure energy condensates. Xinglian is just a soul body, so it can't be absorbed." "Oh." Xinglian responded a little unhappy. "The many inconveniences of the soul and body, before you get used to it, you will inevitably be depressed. However, there is one more thing you may need." Looking at Xinglian's low expression, Luo Sheng suddenly said, "What is it?" Xinglian's dragon tail flicked lightly and asked softly, "Grandmaster rank trial crystal." Luo Sheng answered aloud. Although Xinglian is a soul body, with the improvement of realm, there is still a chance to reconsolidate the fleshy body. It's just that Luo Sheng doesn't know where this opportunity is. But for the Grandmaster rank to test the crystal, Lan Ziya definitely needs it. "I have been stuck in professional rank for so long." Presumably Lan Ziya is not in a hurry. Xinglian is in a hurry. "Grandmaster rank trial crystal?" Chi store manager, "You have Grandmaster rank trial crystal here." Neither Xinglian nor Lan Ziya have responded yet, but Lan Yi speak out first. The surprise in the tone exhibit one's feelings in one's speech. Chapter 899. The controversy between sweet and salty rice dumplings. God-level store manager system. Chapter 900. The 7 members of Orchid Leaf Group, except for Lan Yi who entered the ruins last time, Fexu and Yuji obtained the Grandmaster rank trial crystals, and were promoted to Grandmaster rank. The other 4 people are still professional rank. This also proves how rare and precious the Grandmaster rank trial crystal is. Moreover, if it hadn't been for the last visit to the ruins, the Grandmaster rank among the 8 great influences would not have suddenly appeared so many. Because even if those great influence have Grandmaster rank trial crystals in their hands, they will not use them indiscriminately. This kind of thing used to cultivate the backbone is already regarded as a kind of strategic material. When the quantity is not large, of course you should use it carefully. And, for the 3 great empires, there are too many Grandmaster ranks. But it is not a particularly good thing. For the sect forces, the Grandmaster rank powerhouse is indeed the mainstay. When the number is large, it can act as a deterrent to other sects. Moreover, the status of each person in sect is relatively stable, so it is not easy to cause trouble. However, in the 3 great empires, this is not the case. Take Desolate Origin Empire as an example. Heroic rank powerhouse belonging to Desolate Origin Empire. Only Flame Sovereign Ling'an Protector Deity Gapingchuan. On the lower level, is the Grandmaster rank powerhouse. If the Grandmaster rank powerhouse is in the army, it is also a 10,000 household position. Above 10,000 households, it is the commander. the great commander and the lieutenant. How many 10,000 households are there in the entire frontier guarding one side? According to the number of people who can fight, the logistics and scouts in the frontier army have to be removed. Because logistics and scouts do not have 10,000 households. The commander, the great commander, and the lieutenant directly give orders. The remaining number of combatants is just over 300,000. The number of 10,000 households is more than 30 at most, and the powers cannot be crossed. So for Desolate Origin Empire, the number of Grandmaster rank powerhouses only needs to be maintained within a certain range. More words. How to arrange. Among the military, there are veterans with more combat experience and more sophisticated commanding capabilities. How can it be possible to get a new and powerful new 10,000 households to come and dictate? After the last visit to the ruins, Desolate Origin Empire had the idea of expanding its forces, so Ling Yao started to continue to cultivate the Grandmaster rank powerhouse. However, mercenaries do not have these concerns. In a mercenary squad, there are only so many people in total. Of course, the stronger the individual, the better. Q Store Manager, how many Grandmaster rank trial crystals are there in your store? Are there 4? Lan Yi asked excitedly after he was surprised. The 4 Grandmaster rank trial crystals can just promote all the owners of Orchid Leaf Group to Grandmaster rank. Of course there are 4. Things are right over there. Luo Sheng clicked, nodded and responded faintly. Then he pointed his finger at the shelf area. It feels like this precious Grandmaster rank trial crystal is just the Chinese cabbage on the street. Lan Yi, hearing this, ran over immediately. Grandmaster rank trial crystals, 50,000 spirit crystals each. This price is as good as ever. It seems that 4 crystals should be fine. Lan Yi counted the spirit crystal in his hand, thinking excitedly. 50,000 spirit crystals and a Grandmaster rank trial crystal are lower than the market price. Originally, Lan Yi was still thinking about how to get more spirit crystal out, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Chapter 900, Degree of Demand.